The Moral Arc: How Science and Reason Lead Humanity Toward Truth, Justice, and Freedom. By Michael Shermer. Read by Michael Shermer, with portions read by Melody Zauner. Copyright by Michael Shermer. The print book was published by Henry Holt & Company and Macmillan. The audiobook was produced and edited by John Wagner at John Wagner Recording Studios, Inc. Dedication to Jennifer. Unsterbliche Geliebte. Immortal Beloved. Forever thine, forever mine, forever us. Epigram from J. Robert Oppenheimer, 1949. There must be no barriers to freedom of inquiry. There is no place for dogma in science. The scientist is free, and must be free to ask any question, to doubt any assertion, to seek for any evidence, to correct any errors. Our political life is also predicated on openness. We know that the only way to avoid error is to detect it, and that the only way to detect it is to be free to inquire. And we know that as long as men are free to ask what they must, free to say what they think, free to think what they will, freedom can never be lost, and science can never regress.
Prologue. Bending the Moral Arc. Sunday, March 21st, 1965, Selma, Alabama. About 8,000 people gather at Brown Chapel and begin to march from the town of Selma to the city of Montgomery, Alabama. The demonstrators are predominantly African American, and they're marching on the Capitol for one reason: justice. They want simply to be given the right to vote. But they're not alone in their struggle. Demonstrators of every race, religion, and class, representing almost every state, have come to march with their black brothers and sisters. And at the front of the march is the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Nobel Prize winner, preacher, and civil rights activist, leading the march like Moses leading his people out of Egypt. In the teeth of racial opposition, backed by armed police and riot squads, they had tried to march twice before, but both times were met with violence by state troopers and a deputized posse. The first time, known as Bloody Sunday, the marchers were ordered to turn back, but refused, and as onlookers cheered, they were met with tear gas, billy clubs, and rubber tubing wrapped in barbed wire. The second time, they were again met by a line of state troopers and ordered to turn around, and after asking for permission to pray, King led them back. But not this time. This time, President Lyndon B. Johnson, finally having seen the writing on the wall, ordered that the marchers should be protected by 2,000 National Guard troops and federal marshals. And so they marched. For 5 days, over a span of 53 miles, through biting cold and frequent rain, they marched. Word spread. The number of demonstrators grew, and by the time they reached the steps of the Capitol in Montgomery on March 25th, their numbers had swelled to at least 25,000. But King wasn't allowed on the steps of the Capitol. The marchers weren't allowed on state property. Sitting in the Capitol dome like Pontius Pilate, Alabama Governor George Wallace refused to come out and address the marchers, and Dr. King delivered his speech from a platform constructed on a flatbed truck parked on the street in front of the building. And from that platform, King delivered his stirring anthem to freedom, first recalling how they had marched through desolate valleys, rested on rocky byways, were scorched by the sun, slept in the mud, and were drenched by rains. The crowd, consisting of freedom-seeking people who had assembled from around the United States, listened intently as Dr. King implored them to remain committed to the nonviolent philosophy of civil disobedience, knowing that the patience of oppressed peoples wears thin and that our natural inclination is to hit back when struck. He asked rhetorically, "How long will prejudice blind the visions of men, darken their understanding, and drive bright-eyed wisdom from her sacred throne?" And, "How long will justice be crucified and truth bear it?" In response, Dr. King offered words of counsel, comfort, and assurance, saying that no matter the obstacles, it wouldn't be long before freedom was realized, because, he said, quoting religious and biblical tropes, truth crushed to earth will rise again. No lie can live forever. You shall reap what you sow. And the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. It was one of the greatest speeches of Dr. King's career, and arguably one of the greatest in the history of public oratory. And it worked. Less than 5 months later, on August 6, 1965, President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law. It was just as Dr. King had said. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Dr. King's reference, the title inspiration for this book, comes from the 19th century abolitionist preacher Theodore Parker, who penned this piece of moral optimism in 1853, at a time when, if anything, pessimism would have been more appropriate, as America was inexorably sliding towards civil war over the very institution Parker sought to abolish.
I do not pretend to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. My eye reaches but little ways. I cannot calculate the curve and complete the figure by the experience of sight. I can divine it by conscience. And from what I see, I am sure it bends towards justice.
In the moral arc, my aim is to show that the Reverends Parker and King were right, that the arc of the moral universe does indeed bend toward justice. In addition to religious conscience and stirring rhetoric, however, we can trace the moral arc through science with data from many different lines of inquiry, all of which demonstrate that, in general, as a species, we're becoming increasingly moral. As well, I argue that most of the moral development of the past several centuries has been the result of secular, not religious forces, and that the most important of these that emerged from the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment are science and reason. Terms that I use in the broadest sense to mean reasoning through a series of arguments and then confirming that the conclusions are true through empirical verification. Further, I demonstrate that the arc of the moral universe bends not merely toward justice, but also toward truth and freedom, and that these positive outcomes have largely been the product of societies moving toward more secular forms of governance and politics, law and jurisprudence, moral reasoning, and ethical analysis. Over time, it has become less acceptable to argue that my beliefs, morals, and ways of life are better than yours simply because they're mine, or because they're traditional, or because my religion is better than your religion, or because my God is the one true God and yours is not, or because my nation can pound the crap out of your nation. It's no longer acceptable to simply assert your moral beliefs. You have to provide reasons for them, and those reasons had better be grounded in rational arguments and empirical evidence, or else they will likely be ignored or rejected. Historically, we can look back and see that we have been steadily, albeit at times haltingly, expanding the moral sphere to include more members of our species, and now even other species, as legitimate participants in the moral community. The burgeoning conscience of humanity has grown to the point where we no longer consider the well-being only of our family, extended family, and local community. Rather, our consideration now extends to people quite unlike ourselves, with whom we gladly trade goods and ideas, and exchange sentiments and genes, rather than beating, enslaving, raping, or killing them, as our sorry species was wont to do with reckless abandon not so long ago. Nailing down the cause and effect relationship between human action and moral progress, that is, determining why it has happened, is the other primary theme of this book, with the implied application of what we can do to adjust the variables in the equation to continue expanding the moral sphere and push our civilization farther along the moral arc. Improvements in the domain of morality are evident in many areas of life. Governance, the rise of liberal democracies and the decline of theocracies and autocracies. Economics, broader property rights and the freedom to trade goods and services with others without oppressive restrictions. rights to life, liberty, property, marriage, reproduction, voting, speech, worship, assembly, protest, autonomy, and the pursuit of happiness. Prosperity, the explosion of wealth and increasing affluence for more people in more places, and the decline of poverty worldwide, in which a smaller percentage of the world's people are impoverished than at any time in history. Health and longevity. More people in more places more of the time live longer, healthier lives than at any time in the past. War. A smaller percentage of people die as a result of violent conflict today than at any time since our species began. Slavery. Outlawed everywhere in the world and practiced in only a few places in the form of sexual slavery and slave labor that are now being targeted for total abolition. Homicide. Rates have fallen precipitously from over 100 murders per 100,000 people in the Middle Ages to less than 1 per 100,000 today in the industrial West. And the chances of an individual dying violently is the lowest it has ever been in history. Rape and sexual assault, trending downward, and while still too prevalent, it is outlawed by all Western states and increasingly prosecuted. Judicial restraint. Torture and the death penalty have been almost universally outlawed by states, and where it is still legal, is less frequently practiced. Judicial equality. Citizens of nations are treated more equally under the law than at any time in the past. And civility. People are kinder, more civilized, and less violent to one another than ever before. In short, we are living in the most moral period in our species' history. I do not go so far as to argue that these favorable developments are inevitable or the result of an inexorable unfolding of a moral law of the universe. This is not an end-of-history argument. But there are identifiable causal relationships among social, political, and economic factors and moral outcomes. As Steven Pinker wrote in The Better Angels of Our Nature, a work of breathtaking erudition that was one of the inspirations for this book,
Man's inhumanity to man has long been a subject for moralization. With the knowledge that something has driven it down, we can also treat it as a matter of cause and effect. Instead of asking, why is there war, we might ask, why is there peace? We can obsess not just over what we've been doing wrong, but also what we've been doing right. Because we have been doing something right, and it would be good to know what exactly it is.
For tens of millennia, moral regress best described our species, and hundreds of millions of people suffered as a result. But then something happened half a millennium ago. The scientific revolution led to the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment, and that changed everything. As a result, we ought to understand what happened, how and why these changes reversed our species' historical trend downward, and that we can do more to elevate humanity, extend the arc, and bend it ever upward. During the years I spent researching for and writing this book, when I told people that the subject was moral progress, to describe the responses I received as incredulous would be an understatement. Most people thought I was hallucinatory. A quick rundown of the week's bad news would seem to confirm the diagnosis. The reaction is understandable because our brains evolved to notice and remember immediate and emotionally salient events, short-term trends, and personal anecdotes. And our sense of time ranges from the psychological now of 3 seconds to the few decades of a human lifetime, which is far too short to track long-term incremental trends unfolding over centuries and millennia, such as evolution, climate change, and, to my thesis, moral progress. If you only ever watch the evening news, you would soon have ample evidence that the antithesis of my thesis is true, that things are bad and getting worse. But news agencies are tasked with reporting only the bad news. The 10,000 acts of kindness that happen every day go unreported. But one act of violence, a mass public shooting, a violent murder, a terrorist suicide bombing, is covered in excruciating detail, with reporters on the scene, exclusive interviews with eyewitnesses, long shots of ambulances and police squad cars, and the thwop, thwop, thwop of news choppers overhead, providing an aerial perspective on the mayhem. Rarely do news anchors remind their viewers that school shootings are still incredibly rare, that crime rates are hovering around an all-time low, and that acts of terror almost always fail to achieve their objective, and their victim death tolls are negligible compared to other forms of death. News agencies also report what happens, not what doesn't happen. We will never see a headline that reads, "Another year without nuclear war." This too is a sign of moral progress, in that such negative news is still so uncommon that it is worth reporting. Were school shootings, murders, and terrorist attacks as commonplace as charity events, peacekeeping missions, and disease cures, our species would not be long for this world. As well, not everyone shares my sanguine view of science and reason, which has found itself in recent decades under attack on many fronts. Right-wing ideologues who do not understand science, religious right conservatives who fear science, left-wing postmodernists who do not trust science when it doesn't support progressive tenets about human nature, extreme environmentalists who want to return to a pre-scientific and pre-industrial agrarian society, anti-vaxxers who wrongly imagine that vaccinations cause autism and other maladies, anti-GMO, genetically modified food, activists who worry about frankenfoods, and educators of all stripes who cannot articulate why science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, are so vital to a modern democratic nation. Evidence-based reasoning is the hallmark of science today. It embodies the principles of objective data, theoretical explanation, experimental methodology, peer review, public transparency, and open criticism, and trial and error as the most reliable means of determining who is right, not only about the natural world, but about the social and moral worlds as well. In this sense, many apparently immoral beliefs are actually factual errors based on incorrect causal theories. Today we hold that it is immoral to burn women as witches. But the reason our European ancestors in the Middle Ages strapped women on a pyre and torched them was because they believed that witches caused crop failures, weather anomalies, diseases, and other maladies and misfortunes. Now that we have a scientific understanding of agriculture, climate, disease, and other causal vectors, including the role of chance, the witch theory of causality has fallen into disuse. What was a seemingly moral matter was actually a factual mistake. This conflation of facts and values explains a lot about our history, in which it was once erroneously believed that gods need animal and human sacrifices, that demons possess people and cause them to act crazy, that Jews cause plagues and poison wells, that African blacks are better off as slaves, that some races are inferior or superior to other races, that women want to be controlled or dominated by men, that animals are autonoma and feel no pain, that kings rule by divine right, and other beliefs no rational, scientifically literate person today would hold, much less proffer as a viable idea to be taken seriously. The Enlightenment philosopher Voltaire explicated the problem succinctly. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. One path, among many, to a more moral world is to get people to quit believing absurdities. Science and reason are the best methods for doing that. As a methodology, science has no parallel. It is the ultimate means by which we can understand how the world works, including the moral world. Thus, employing science to determine the conditions that best expand the moral sphere is itself a moral act. The experimental methods and analytical reasoning of science, when applied to the social world toward an end of solving social problems and the betterment of humanity in a civilized state, created the modern world of liberal democracies, civil rights and civil liberties, equal justice under the law, open political and economic borders, free markets and free minds, and prosperity, the likes of which no human society in history has ever enjoyed. More people in more places, more of the time, have more rights, freedoms, liberty, literacy, education, and prosperity than at any time in the past. We have many social and moral problems left to solve, to be sure, and the direction of the arc will hopefully continue upward long after our epoch. So we are by no means at the apex, but there is much evidence for progress and many good reasons for optimism.
Part 1. The Moral Arc Explained. Chapter 1. Toward a Science of Morality. Epigram from Jacob Bronowski, Science and Human Values, 1956. Science has nothing to be ashamed of, even in the ruins of Nagasaki. The shame is theirs who appeal to other values than the human imaginative values which science has evolved. The shame is ours if we do not make science part of our world. For this is the lesson of science, that the concept is more profound than its laws.
The metaphor of the bending moral arc symbolizes what may be the most important and least appreciated trend in human history, moral progress, and its primary cause is one of the most understated sources, scientific rationalism. By progress, I accept the Oxford English Dictionary's historical usage as advancement to a further or higher stage, growth, development, usually to a better state or condition, improvement. By moral, I mean manner, character, proper behavior, as from the Latin moralitas, in terms of intentions and actions that are right or wrong with regard to another moral agent. Morality involves how we think and act toward other moral agents in terms of whether our thoughts and actions are right or wrong with regard to their survival and flourishing. By survival, I mean the instinct to live. And by flourishing, I mean having adequate sustenance, safety, shelter, bonding, and social relations for physical and mental health. Any organism subject to natural selection, which includes all organisms on this planet and most likely on any other planet as well, will by necessity have this drive to survive and flourish, for if they didn't, they would not live long enough to reproduce and would therefore no longer be subject to natural selection. Because I include animals, and perhaps one day extraterrestrial life forms, in our sphere of moral consideration, by moral agent I mean sentient beings. By sentient, I mean emotive, perceptive, sensitive, responsive, conscious, and therefore able to feel and to suffer. In addition to using criteria such as intelligence, language, tool use, reasoning power, and other cognitive skills, I'm reaching deeper into our evolved brains toward more basic emotive capacities. Our moral consideration should be based not primarily on what sentient beings are thinking, but on what they are feeling. There is sound science behind this proposition. According to the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, a statement issued in 2012 by an international group of prominent cognitive neuroscientists, neuropharmacologists, neuroanatomists, and computational neuroscientists, there is a convergence of evidence to show the continuity between humans and non-human animals, and that sentience is the common characteristic across species. The neural pathways of emotion, for example, are not confined to higher-level cortical structures in the brain, but are found in evolutionarily older subcortical regions. Artificially stimulating the same regions in human and non-human animals produces the same emotional reactions in both. Further, attentiveness, sleep, and decision-making are found across the branches of the evolutionary tree of life including mammals, birds, and even some invertebrates, such as octopods. In assessing all the evidence for sentience, these scientists declared, convergent evidence indicate that non-human animals have the neuroanatomical, neurochemical, and neurophysiological substrates of conscious states, along with the capacity to exhibit intentional behaviors. Consequently, the weight of evidence indicates that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrates that generate consciousness. Whether non-human animals are conscious depends on how one defines consciousness. But for my purposes, the more narrowly restricted emotional capacity to feel and suffer is what brings many non-human animals into our moral sphere. Given these reasons and this evidence, the survival and flourishing of sentient beings is my starting point and the fundamental principle of this system of morality. It is a system based on science and reason. It is grounded in principles that are themselves based on nature's laws and on human nature, principles that can be tested in both the laboratory and in the real world. Thus, I take moral progress to mean the improvement in the survival and flourishing of sentient beings. Here I am specifically referring to individual beings. It is the individual who is the primary moral agent, not the group, tribe, race, gender, state, nation, empire, society, or any other collective, because it is the individual who survives and flourishes, or who suffers and dies. It is individual sentient beings who perceive, emote, respond, love, feel, and suffer, not populations, races, genders, groups, or nations. Historically, immoral abuses have been most rampant, and body counts have run the highest when the individual is sacrificed for the good of the group. It happens when people are judged by the color of their skin, or by their XY chromosomes, or by whom they prefer to sleep with, or what accent they speak with, or by which political or religious group they belong to, or by any other distinguishing trait our species has identified to differentiate among members, instead of by the content of their individual character. The rights revolutions of the past 3 centuries have focused almost entirely on the freedom and autonomy of individuals, not collectives, on the rights of persons, not groups. Individuals vote, not races or genders. Individuals want to be treated equally, not races. Rights protect individuals, not groups. In fact, most rights, such as those enumerated in the Bill of Rights of the U.S. Constitution, protect individuals from being discriminated against as members of a group, such as by race, creed, color, gender, and soon, sexual orientation and gender preference. The singular and separate organism is to biology and society what the atom is to physics, a fundamental unit of nature. Here I am not including social insects, such as bees, whose members are genetically identical. Thus, the first principle of the survival and flourishing of sentient beings is grounded in the biological fact that the discrete organism is the principal target of natural selection and social evolution, not the group. We are a social species. We need and enjoy the presence of others in groupings such as families and friends and assorted social consortia. But we are first and foremost individuals within social groups, and therefore ought not to be subservient to the collective. Making sacrifices for one's social group is not the same as being sacrificed for the group. This drive to survive is part of our essence, and therefore the freedom to pursue the fulfillment of that essence is a natural right, by which I mean it is universal and inalienable, and thus not contingent upon the laws and customs of a particular culture or government. Natural rights theory arose during the Enlightenment to counter the belief in the divine right of kings and became the basis of the social contract that gave rise to democracy, a superior system for the protection of human rights. This is what the English philosopher John Locke had in mind in his 1690 Second Treatise of Government, which was written to rebut Sir Robert Filmer's 1680 Patriarcha, which defended the divine right of kings. He wrote, The state of nature has a law to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. The social contract entered into freely, Locke argued, is the best way to ensure our natural rights. In rights language, the individual is imbued with personal autonomy. As a natural right, the personal autonomy of the individual gives us criteria by which we can judge actions as right or wrong. Do they increase or decrease the survival and flourishing of individual sentient beings? Morality is not arbitrary, relative, or completely culture-bound. Morality is universal. We are all born with a moral sense, with moral emotions that guide us in our interactions with other people, and that are influenced by local culture, customs, and upbringing. Nature endowed us with the capacity to feel guilt for the violation of promises and social obligations, for example, but nurture can tweak the guilt dial up or down. Thus, morality is real, discoverable, out there in nature, and in here as part of our human nature. From these facts, we can build a science of morality, a means of determining the best conditions to expand the moral sphere and increase moral progress through the tools of reason and science. Science, reason, and the moral arc. Understanding the nature of things and the causes of effects is what science is designed to do, and ever since the scientific revolution, there has been a systematic effort by thinkers in all fields to apply the methods of science, which include the philosophical tools of reason and critical thinking, to understand ourselves and the world in which we live, including and especially the social, political, and economic worlds, with an end toward the betterment of humanity. This effort has produced a worldview known as Enlightenment humanism, or sometimes secular humanism or simply humanism, which, unlike other worldviews, is more a method than an ideology. It is a means of solving problems more than it is a set of doctrinaire beliefs. Humanism, as the name implies, is and ought to be concerned with the survival and flourishing of humans, and its methods of reason and science are directed at figuring out how best to do that. Thus, the goal of a science of morality is, and ought to be, to determine the conditions under which humans, and by extension other sentient beings, best prosper. To that end, I need to define what I mean by science and reason. Science. Science is a set of methods that describes and interprets observed or inferred phenomena, past or present, and is aimed at testing hypotheses and building theories. By set of methods, I mean to emphasize that science is more of a procedure than it is a set of facts, and to describe and interpret them means that the facts do not just speak for themselves. Observed or inferred phenomena means that there are some things in nature that we can see, such as elephants and stars, but other things that we must infer, such as the evolution of elephants and stars. Past or present means that the tools of science can be used to understand not only phenomena occurring in the present, but in the past as well. The historical sciences include cosmology, paleontology, geology, archaeology, and history, including and especially human history. Testing hypotheses means that for something to be truly scientifically sound, it must be testable, such that we can confirm it as probably true or disconfirm it as probably false. Building theories means that the aim of science is to explain the world by constructing comprehensive explanations from numerous tested hypotheses. Defining the scientific method is not so easy. The process involves making observations and forming hypotheses from them, then making specific predictions based on those hypotheses, then making additional observations to test those predictions to confirm, disprove, or falsify the initial hypotheses. The process is a constant interaction of making observations, drawing conclusions, making predictions, and checking them against the evidence. But note that data gathering observations are not made in a vacuum. The hypotheses shape what sort of observations a scientist will make, and these hypotheses are themselves shaped by education, culture, and the particular biases of the observer. Observation is key. The British astronomer, Sir Arthur Stanley Eddington, employed a legal metaphor to capture the sentiment. For the truth of the conclusions of physical science, observation is the supreme court of appeal. All facts in science are provisional and subject to challenge and change. Therefore, science is not a thing per se. Rather, it's a method of discovery that leads to provisional conclusions. Reason. Reason is the cognitive capacity to establish and verify facts through the application of logic and rationality, to make judgments and form beliefs based on those facts. Rationality is the application of reason to form beliefs based on facts and evidence, instead of guesswork, opinions, and feelings. That is to say, the rational thinker wants to know what is really true and not just what he or she would like to be true. However, as several decades of research in cognitive psychology has shown, we are not the rationally calculating beings we'd like to think we are, but are instead very much driven by our passions, blinded by our biases, and, for better or worse, moved by our moral emotions. The confirmation bias, the hindsight bias, the self-justification bias, the sunk cost bias, the status quo bias, anchoring effects, and the fundamental attribution error are just a few of the many ways that our brains work to convince us that what we want to be true is true, regardless of the evidence, in a general process called motivated reasoning. Nevertheless, the capacity for reason and rationality is within us as a feature of our brains that evolved to form patterns and make connections. It's called learning, in the service of survival and flourishing in the environment of our evolutionary ancestry. Reason is part of our cognitive makeup, and once it is in place, it can be put to use in analyzing problems it did not originally evolve to consider. Pinker calls this an open-ended combinatorial reasoning system that, even if it evolved for mundane problems like preparing food and securing alliances, you can't keep it from entertaining propositions that are consequences of other propositions. This ability matters for morality because if the members of species have the power to reason with one another and enough opportunities to exercise that power, sooner or later they will stumble upon the mutual benefits of nonviolence and other forms of reciprocal consideration and apply them more and more broadly. Drawing inferences about the movement of animals from their tracks, as hunter-gatherer trackers do, has obvious survival advantages, and we have been able to apply those inferential skills to everything from driving to the store to flying rockets to the moon. Historian of science and professional animal tracker Louis Liebenberg has in fact argued that our ability to reason scientifically is a byproduct of fundamental skills for tracking game animals that our ancestors developed. Liebenberg's analogy between tracking and the scientific method is revealing. As new factual information is gathered in the process of tracking, hypotheses may have to be revived or substituted by better ones. A hypothetical reconstruction of the animal's behaviors may enable trackers to anticipate and predict the animal's movements. These predictions provide ongoing testing of hypotheses. Liebenberg distinguishes between systematic tracking, the systematic gathering of information from signs until it provides a detailed indication of what the animal was doing and where it was going, and speculative tracking, the creation of a working hypothesis on the basis of initial interpretation of signs, knowledge of the animal's behavior, and knowledge of the terrain that leads to hypotheses that are tested and, if not confirmed, to new hypothetical reconstructions of the animal's whereabouts. Speculative tracking also involves another cognitive process called theory of mind or mind reading, in which the trackers put themselves into the mind of the animal they are pursuing and imagine what it might be thinking in order to predict its actions. Based on archaeological and anthropological evidence, Liebenberg estimates that humans have been hunting and using systematic tracking for at least 2 million years, as far back as Homo erectus, and speculative tracking for at least 100,000 years. Whenever these cognitive capacities arose, once the neural architecture is in place to deduce, say, that a lion slept here last night, a person can substitute lion with any other animal or object and can swap here with there and last night with tomorrow night. The objects and time elements of the reasoning process are interchangeable. In a modern example, once you've mastered the multiplication tables and you know that 7 times 5 equals 35, you can infer that 5 times 7 is also 35, because 5 and 7 are interchangeable in the equation. This interchangeability is a byproduct of neural systems that evolved for basic reasoning abilities, such as tracking animals for food. This is how a brain that evolved for one purpose can be put to other uses, and this cognitive capacity to substitute x's and y's in a representational system that encompasses endless combinations and options, from prey to people, is what enables us to adopt the perspective of another moral agent, and is thus the cognitive architecture underlying moral reasoning. The expanding moral sphere and the principle of interchangeable perspectives. The expanding moral sphere is the metaphor I use to describe what has been pushing the moral arc upward, derived from the expanding circle metaphor first evoked in 1869 by the Irish historian William Edward Hartpole Lecky in his massive 2-volume survey entitled History of European Morals. History tells us that, as civilization advances, the charity of men becomes at once warmer and more expansive, their habitual conduct both more gentle and more temperate, and their love of truth more sincere. Such moral progress, however, is not built into our biology, Lecky says. Men come into the world with their benevolent affections very inferior in power to their selfish ones, and the function of morals is to invert this order. After admitting that the extinction of all selfish feeling is impossible for an individual, and if it were general, it would result in the dissolution of society, Lecky shows that moral progress is an incremental process. The question of morals must always be a question of proportion or of degree. At one time, the benevolent affections embrace merely the family. Soon, the circle expanding includes first a class, then a nation, then a coalition of nations, then all humanity, and finally its influence is felt in the dealings of man with the animal world. Expanding the moral circle to include animals in 19th century Europe? That was innovative for the time, and it shows what can happen once you start reasoning from basic moral principles. The philosopher Peter Singer, too, was ahead of the curve when he published The Expanding Circle in 1981, anticipating the developments in the sciences of evolutionary psychology and evolutionary ethics that unfolded in the 1990s and 2000s, and out of which a science of morality could be developed. Singer makes the case for reason and science as providing rational arguments for why we should value the interests of X as much as we value our own interests, with X being racial minorities, gay people, women, children, and now animals. To explain the expanding circle, Singer invokes what he calls the principle of impartial consideration of interests. In making ethical decisions, I am trying to make decisions which can be defended to others. This requires me to take a perspective from which my own interests count no more simply because they are my own than the similar interests of others. Any preference for my own interests must be justified in terms of some broader impartial principle. Steven Pinker explains the logic like this.
If I appeal to you to do something that affects me, then I can't do it in a way that privileges my interests over yours if I want you to take me seriously. I have to state my case in a way that would force me to treat you in kind. I can't act as if my interests are special just because I'm me and you're not, any more than I can persuade you that the spot I am standing on is a special place in the universe just because I happen to be standing on it.
The reasoning process behind the expanding moral sphere, I prefer the three-dimensionality of a sphere instead of the two-dimensionality of a circle, because I imagine it encompassing more range of variability within and across time and space and species. Might more broadly be called the principle of interchangeable perspectives, and it applies not just to individuals within a group, tribe, or nation, but between groups, tribes, and nations as well. I cannot reasonably appeal to your nation to privilege my nation simply because it is my nation and not yours. When I tell my European friends about a certain U.S. conservative radio talk show host's routine refrain about America being the greatest nation on God's green earth, they just roll their eyes. Any preference for my group's interests over yours must be justified by some unbiased, disinterested ethic. Which sounds simple, but given that we're dealing with humans and not Vulcans, it's sometimes difficult for two parties to agree on basic principles, especially parties who are unable or unwilling to switch points of view. This is the power of ethical reasoning, which, as Singer notes, once begun, pushes against our initial limited ethical horizons, leading us always toward a more universal point of view. Reason, and the principle of interchangeable perspectives, puts morals more on par with scientific discoveries than cultural conventions. Scientists cannot just assert a claim without backing it up with reasoned arguments and empirical data. Well, they can, but they'll be unceremoniously dismissed or publicly trounced by their colleagues. There really is a better way for people to live, and in principle, we should be able to discover that way through the tools of science and reason. It is often said that you cannot reason someone out of a belief that they didn't reason themselves into in the first place, but when reasons are given for a belief, we are entitled to counter those reasons with better reasons if they are available. And if no reasons are on the offing, we are entitled to dismiss them by invoking what I call Hitchens' dictum, after my late friend and colleague Christopher Hitchens' observation, "What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence." The ability, and just as importantly, the willingness to change perspectives and points of view are major drivers of the expanding moral sphere, which is pictured in Figure 1.1. The expansion outward from ourselves shows that our moral concerns are more directly connected to those most closely related to us genetically, from an identical twin to our siblings, parents, and offspring, to our grandparents, half-siblings, aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews, to our great-grandparents, great-aunts, great-uncles, and great-grandchildren, all the way out to great-great-great-grandparents, to friends, acquaintances, and members of our in-group, to members of other groups, tribes, states, and nations, to all members of our species, to members of other mammalian species, to all sentient beings, to the biosphere. Reflected in this ability to change perspectives and expand the moral sphere may be our expanding intelligence and abstract reasoning ability. Abstract reasoning and moral intelligence. Thinking scientifically requires the ability to reason abstractly, which itself is at the foundation of all morality. Consider the mental rotation required to implement the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This necessitates one to change positions, to become the other, and then to extrapolate what action X would feel like as the receiver instead of the doer, or as the victim instead of the perpetrator. A case can be made that the type of conceptual ratiocination required for both scientific and moral reasoning is not only linked historically and psychologically, but also that it has been improving over time as we become better at non-concrete theoretical reflection. In the 1980s, the social scientist James Flynn discovered that IQ scores have been going up, on average, 3 points every decade for the past century. Now called the Flynn effect, this is an astonishing increase of about 30 IQ points over 100 years. This translates into an improvement of 2 standard deviations of 15 points each from an average IQ of 100 to a very superior score of 130. IQ test scores remain the same, however, as they are regularly normed upward to account for the Flynn effect, which is how Flynn discovered it in the first place. Were it just the case that we're all getting better at taking tests, then the scores should have been improving across the board, but this is not what has happened. The increases in IQ scores have been almost exclusively in the two subtests that most require abstract reasoning: similarities and matrices. The subtests of information, arithmetic, and vocabulary have hardly budged at all. Figure 1-2 shows the trend lines since the late 1940s. The subtest called similarities asks questions such as, what do dogs and rabbits have in common? If you answer, both are mammals, says Flynn, you're thinking like a scientist in classifying organisms by type, which is an abstraction. If you said, you used dogs to hunt rabbits, you're thinking concretely, imagining a tangible use for a dog. According to Flynn, for the past century, people have learned to think more abstractly than concretely. Matrices are abstract figures that require determining a pattern and then deducing the missing piece in the pattern, as in figure 1-3. The cause of the Flynn effect is controversial. The hypothesis that the rising tide of standardized testing has lifted all boats is contradicted by the fact that the increase in IQ scores preceded the era of standardized test-taking, and they've continued their rise at a steady rate irrespective of test-taking rates. A more likely explanation is that the improvement is a function of more years in school, more technologies in society, more technical jobs, and a greater need for people to perform conceptual tasks as our economy has shifted from agrarian and industrial to information-based. Instead of manipulating plows, cows, and machinery, many of us are now manipulating words, numbers, and symbols. Even in science classes, the trend has been shifting away from the rote memorization of facts about nature to reasoning about nature's laws and processes, content and process. And process thinking is a form of abstract reasoning. Flynn himself attributes the effect to an accelerating capacity for people to view the world through scientific spectacles. He contrasts the pre-scientific world of his father with the post-scientific world of today through a poignant anecdote about how he and his brother tried to mitigate their father's typical prejudice of his generation through a thought experiment. What if you woke up one morning and discovered your skin had turned black? Would that make you any less of a human being? The senior Flynn shot back, now that's the stupidest thing you've ever said. Who ever heard of a man's skin turning black overnight? The Flynn patriarch was intelligent but uneducated, Flynn explained, in attributing the effect to nurture, not nature. The anecdote is symbolic of larger social trends. Each generation is producing not only better abstract reasoners, but better moral reasoners as well. In an interview in Skeptic magazine, Flynn reflected on the early 20th century research by the psychologist Alexander Luria on the reasoning ability of Russian peasants.
The illiterate Russian peasants Luria studied were not willing to take the hypothetical seriously. He said, imagine that bears come from where there is always snow, and imagine that if bears come from where there is always snow, they are white. What color would the bears be at the North Pole? And they would respond something like, I've only seen brown bears. If an old man came from the North Pole and told me, I might believe him. They were not interested in the hypothetical or abstract categories. They were grounded in concrete reality. There are no camels in Germany. B is in Germany. Are there camels there? They said, well, it's big enough. There ought to be camels. Or maybe it's too small to have camels. We have wonderful data from the Ravens Progressive Matrices test from 1950 and 2010, showing that the Ravens games are entirely correlated with freeing your mind of the concrete reference of the symbols in order to take the relationship between the symbols more seriously.
Flynn and his colleague, William Dickens, suggest that the increases in cognitive reasoning may have started centuries ago with the Industrial Revolution, which saw an improvement in both the quality and quantity of education, nutrition, disease control, and the manipulation of complex machinery. Then, after 1950, IQ gains show a new and peculiar pattern. They are missing or small on the kind of IQ tests closest to school-taught material, like reading and arithmetic. They are huge on tests that emphasize on-the-spot problem-solving, like seeing what verbal abstractions have in common, or finding the missing piece of a matrices pattern, or making a pattern out of blocks, or arranging pictures to tell a story. Perhaps the Industrial Revolution stopped demanding progress in the basics and started demanding that people take abstract problem-solving more seriously. Whatever the cause of the Flynn effect, it isn't genetic or biological, because there hasn't been enough time for natural selection to operate. And even though nutrition has improved over time, it more or less stabilized in the mid-20th century, and, if anything, may have gotten worse recently due to the prevalence of junk food. And yet, IQ gains continue. Stephen Johnson, in his intriguing book, Everything Bad is Good for You, makes the case for modern pop culture and media, even the boob tube, as drivers of abstract reasoning improvements, noting, for example, that the plot lines and character developments of today's television shows are far more complex than those of decades past. Flynn theorizes a suite of cultural factors that came together over the past century.
Cognitively demanding jobs raise IQ. Look at how much more cognitively demanding a merchant banker's job is today than in 1900, when a banker just had to know who was a good risk for mortgages. Or cognitively demanding leisure. The video games may not be getting you to read good literature, but they do exercise your mind rather than just playing sports. Leisure, occupation, and of course schooling too make a difference. The schooling of today has introduced into its curriculum much more intellectually challenging material. If you look at the exams given American school children in 1914 in Ohio, it was all about socially valuable material. What are the capitals of the then 44 states? Today it would be, why is the capital of a state rarely the largest city?
Being able to rattle off the capitals of the states does not require any abstract reasoning ability, but knowing that rural state legislators controlled where the capital was put in a state and that they disliked big cities and so put them in a county seat lead to a deeper understanding of why Albany is the capital of New York rather than New York City, and why Harrisburg is the capital of Pennsylvania rather than Philadelphia. So you see, they are being asked to make hypotheses about fairly abstract concepts and propositions and link those hypotheses through logic, Flynn explained. So the demands conceptually placed on the schools have now changed, and they've changed in the workplace. Flynn points out that in 1900, only 3% of Americans had cognitively demanding jobs, whereas that figure was 35% in 2000. A case can be made that our improved ability to reason abstractly is the result of the spread of scientific thinking, that is, science in the broader sense of reason, rationality, empiricism, and skepticism. Thinking like a scientist means employing all our faculties to overcome our emotional, subjective, and instinctual brains to better understand the true nature of not only the physical and biological worlds, but the social world, political and economic, and the moral world, abstracting about how other people should be treated, as well. That is, the moral arc of the universe may be bending in part because of something like a moral Flynn effect, as Pinker calls it. Pinker says the idea is not crazy, but I would go further. I claim that our improvement in abstract reasoning generally has translated into a specific improvement in abstract moral reasoning, particularly about other people who are not our immediate kith and kin. Evolution endowed us with a natural tendency to be kind to our genetic relations, but to be xenophobic, suspicious, and even aggressive toward people in other tribes. As our brains became better equipped to reason abstractly in such tasks as lumping dogs and rabbits together into the category of mammal, so too have we improved in our capacity to lump blacks and whites, men and women, straights and gays, into the same category of human. To employ a metaphor from evolutionary theory and the problem of defining a species, we're moving toward becoming lumpers rather than splitters, seeing similarities instead of differences. As philosophers and scholars of the past 2 centuries have consciously adopted the methods of science to establish such abstract concepts as rights, liberty, and justice, successive generations have become schooled in thinking of these abstractions as applied to others in a matrices-like mental rotation. Consider a number of studies and lines of evidence in support of the hypothesis that our moral intelligence is increasing.
Intelligence and education are negatively correlated with violent crime. As intelligence and education increase, committing violent crimes and falling victim to them decrease, even when controlled for socioeconomic class, age, sex, and race. Cognitive style predicts criminal justice attitudes. The psychologist Michael Sargent found a correlation between a high need for cognition, enjoying mental challenges such as those employed in intelligence tests, and a low demand for punitive justice, even when such attitudes are controlled for age, sex, race, education, income, and political orientation. In an aptly titled paper, Less Thought, More Punishment, his conclusions support the principle that the punishment should fit the crime, a principle that requires grasping the abstract concept of proportionality, a process fundamental to all scientific thought. Abstract reasoning ability is positively correlated with cooperation in a game called Prisoner's Dilemma, a classic thought experiment in game theory that proves cooperation creates better outcomes even when a perfectly rational, self-interested actor would not want to do so. The economist Stephen Burks and his colleagues administered 1,000 trainee truck drivers the matrices IQ test and had them participate in a game of Prisoner's Dilemma, in which they could either cooperate or defect with a game partner. Those wannabe truck drivers who scored high in ability to solve those matrices figures were more likely to cooperate on the first move of a Prisoner's Dilemma game, even after the usual intervening variables were controlled for, such as age, race, gender, schooling, and income. The economist Garrett Jones confirmed the connection in a meta-analysis of 36 Prisoner's Dilemma experiments conducted between 1959 and 2003 in colleges and universities around the country, finding a positive correlation between a school's mean SAT score and the propensity of its students to respond cooperatively. Intelligence predicts classical liberal attitudes toward helping others. An analysis of data from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health found that among 20,000 young adults, there was a positive correlation between IQ and liberalism. And data from the General Social Survey clarified the link in noting that the correlation was between intelligence and classical liberalism of the Enlightenment kind, in which smarter people were less likely to agree that the government should redistribute income from the rich to the poor, but more likely to agree that the government should help African Americans to compensate for historical discrimination. In other words, the effect was more in the moral dimension of how people are ethically treated, instead of the more concrete dimension of economic adjustment, and thus its import for moral reasoning. The psychologist Ian Deary and his colleagues confirmed this link in a paper aptly titled, Bright Children Become Enlightened Adults. Deary found a positive correlation between the IQ of British children at age 10 and their endorsement of anti-racist, socially liberal, and pro-working women attitudes at age 30, holding the usual potentially intervening variables constant. The causal arrow from intelligence to moral abstraction is confirmed by the 20-year gap between measures. By enlightened, Deary meant the values that came directly from the Enlightenment, the definition for which he adopted from the concise Oxford Dictionary, a philosophy emphasizing reason and individualism rather than tradition. Intelligence predicts economic attitudes, most notably abstract concepts, such as how free trade is a form of positive sum game that seems counterintuitive to our folk economic intuitions that most economic exchanges are zero-sum in a fixed pie of wealth. The economists Brian Kaplan and Stephen Miller culled data from the General Social Survey and found a correlation between intelligence and openness to immigration, free markets, and free trade, and a reluctance to endorse government-make work projects, protectionist policies, and business interventionism. Concrete thinking leads us to endorse economic tribalism, along with populist and nationalist zero-sum attitudes toward other tribes, nations in the modern world. Abstract reasoning leads us to consider members of other tribes, nations, as potential trading partners, to be respected, rather than as potential enemies, to be conquered or killed. Intelligence predicts democratic tendencies, most notably the rule of law. The psychologist Heiner Rinderman ran correlational studies on a number of data sets from many different countries. examining their average scores on popular intelligence tests and measures of academic achievement from 1960 to 1972, and found that these predicted the level of prosperity, democracy, and the rule of law found in those countries in the subsequent period, 1991 to 2003. And this is even when controlling for the country's prior level of prosperity. In other words, all other things being equal, a country that educates its population in the ability to reason abstractly will be a more prosperous and moral country. Most encouraging for those of us who are citizens of the Republic of Letters, evidence is now accumulating that shows a positive correlation between literacy and morality, and most particularly between the reading of fiction and being able to take the perspective of others. Taking the perspective of characters in a novel requires a matrices-like rotation of relational positions, coupled to an emotional connection of what it would feel like if X happened to you, even though the you, in this case, is a character in the novel. In a 2011 study, for example, the Princeton University neuroscientist Yuri Hassan and his team scanned the brain of a woman while she told a story out loud that the scientists recorded and subsequently played back for other subjects while their brains were being scanned while they just listened. Results: when the reader's emotional brain region called the insula lit up during a certain portion of the story, so too did the listener's insulas. When the woman's frontal cortex became active during a different part of the story, the same region in listeners' brains were also activated. It's almost as if the fictional story synchronized the brains of reader and listeners, enabling a form of mind reading and moral perspective taking. Such brain synchronicity was found in another study by Hassan and his team when he scanned the brains of subjects while they watched Sergio Leone's classic 1966 film, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, finding that brain activity was similar across viewers' brains, specifically that about 45% of the neocortex across all 5 of the subjects' brains were lit up in the same areas during the same movie scenes. A 2013 study published in Science titled Reading Literary Fiction Improves Theory of Mind reported on the results of studies conducted by the psychologists David Comer Kidd and Emmanuel Castano on the causal relationship between reading high-quality literary fiction and the ability to take the perspective of others, as measured by one of several well-tested tools, such as judging the emotions of others and eye-gaze directionality for interpreting what someone is thinking. They found that participants who were assigned to read literary fiction performed significantly better on the theory of mind (TOM) tests than did participants assigned to the other experimental groups, who did not differ from one another. This experiment is important because it nails down the direction of the causal arrow from reading literary fiction to perspective taking, instead of the other direction, in which people who are good at mind reading prefer fiction. That said, this research is in its infancy, and there are reasons to be skeptical about pushing the link between literacy and morality too far. Education in general, and literature in particular, may have morally salubrious effects for reasons we do not yet fully understand, but I am encouraged by these studies, and others that put theory into practice. For example, in a documentary film titled The University of Sing Sing, Tim Skozen documents the work of his parents, Joanne and Mark Skozen, and other teachers at the Sing Sing prison in New York, in which literature is used to broaden the critical thinking skills and expand the moral horizons of the prisoners there. Working through one of the 4 college degree granting programs in the Department of Corrections of New York State, the psychologists interviewed cite statistics showing that the best predictor of success after prison is a college degree. As the psychologist Susan Weiner, who works with the program, noted, these men and women will come back to the community. How do you want them to come back? This isn't just a gift for them, it's a gift for society. It's the way that we make society a better place. A prisoner named Dennis Martinez, for example, explained what getting an education and learning to read deeply into subjects gave him in terms of perspective. It's given me a new set of glasses. Before I wasn't able to see the things I see now. I was a 19-year-old knucklehead going around and thinking I knew it all. The more I learned, the more I could sense how wrong I was and how many things I didn't know. Inspired by his reading of René Descartes, Martinez reflected, there are 2 ways to be in prison, physically and/or mentally. Being in prison mentally is to live in ignorance, closed-mindedness, and pessimism. You can confine me for as long as you want, but my mind will always be free. The title of a painting this prisoner made is revealing. Cogito ergo sum liber. I think, therefore I am free. Now there's a bumper sticker t-shirt slogan for the modern Enlightenment thinker.
The virtue of continuous thinking. Thinking abstractly is not the only cognitive tool of the scientist that we can apply to moral reasoning. Thinking about concepts both on a continuous scale as well as categorical entities illuminates and sometimes eliminates a number of moral problems. In my book, The Science of Good and Evil, I applied the idea of fuzzy logic to show that evil and good are not simply black and white categories of reified things, but are instead fuzzy shades of behavior along a continuous scale. Good and evil are descriptive terms for behavior of moral actors that can be assessed along a continuum. Take altruism and selfishness. Like all behaviors, there is a broad range of expression of both types of behavior. Instead of categorizing someone as either altruistic or selfish in a 1 or 0 binary logic system, we might think of this person as 0.2 altruistic and 0.8 non-altruistic or selfish, or 0.6 cooperative and 0.4 non-cooperative or competitive. Most moral problems are better conceived as continuous rather than as categorical. The categorization of the world into cleanly cleaved boxes is a useful cognitive tool for some tasks, but it doesn't always serve us well in understanding social and moral problems. Does democracy decrease the probability of war? If you categorize nations into simple binary boxes of democracy or non-democracy, 1 or 0, you can find lots of exceptions to the democratic peace theory. But if you scale rank countries by degrees of democracy on a 1 to 10 scale, and you also scale wars from minor conflicts to world wars, you find a significant negative correlation between the degree of democracy and the probability of fighting. More on this later. Scientists tend to think about problems on a continuous scale. The evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins, for example, points out that labeling a fossil as belonging to this or that species is falling prey to what he calls the tyranny of the discontinuous mind, in which paleontologists will argue passionately about whether a particular fossil is, say, Australopithecus or Homo. But any evolutionist knows there must have existed individuals who were exactly intermediate. Darwin's theory of evolution, in fact, overturned the categorical essentialism of how organisms are conceived as fixed entities. It's essentialist folly to insist on the necessity of shoehorning your fossil into one genus or the other, Dawkins notes. There never was an Australopithecus mother who gave birth to a Homo child, for every child ever born belonged to the same species as its mother. Consider the category of poverty. The World Bank defines poverty as making less than $1.25 a day, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has highlighted the fact that since 1990, the percentage of the world's population living in poverty has declined by 50%. This is progress, and it should be duly noted what has been done to continue this positive trend. But the categorical thinking that puts people into two boxes of poverty and non-poverty obscures the fact that making, say, $2.50 a day is still a serious detriment to one's survival and flourishing. A gradient scale indicating how much people make around the world more accurately depicts their economic well-being, or lack thereof. Not all moral problems can be so conceived, but throughout this book I will show how thinking about issues on a continuous scale, rather than as categorical entities, is both instructive and enlightening. And if exceptions to generalizations come to mind, it is helpful to consider whether they invalidate the generalization or fall on a continuous scale within the generalization. From is to ought in moral progress. As we work our way through the evidence for moral progress and the many factors that help to bring it about, keep in mind that establishing the causes of moral progress tells us how to achieve it if that is our goal, but it does not explain why we would want to expand the moral sphere in the first place. One could just as well argue that science and reason show us how to shrink the moral sphere, and that too would be true. This difference between how and why gets at a vexing problem that has come to plague the study of morality ever since the philosopher David Hume identified what is known as the is-ought problem, sometimes rendered as the naturalistic fallacy or Hume's guillotine, or the difference between descriptive statements, the way something is, and prescriptive statements, the way something ought to be. Here is how Hume described the problem.
In every system of morality which I have hitherto met with, I have always remarked that the author proceeds for some time in the ordinary ways of reasoning, and establishes the being of a God, or makes observations concerning human affairs, when all of a sudden I am surprised to find that instead of the usual copulations of propositions, is and is not, I meet with no proposition that is not connected with an ought or an ought not. This change is imperceptible, but is however of the last consequence. For as this ought or ought not expresses some new relation or affirmation, 'tis necessary that it should be observed and explained, and at the same time that a reason should be given for what seems altogether inconceivable, how this new relation can be a deduction from others which are entirely different from it. But as authors do not commonly use this precaution, I shall presume to recommend it to the readers, and am persuaded that this small attention would subvert all the vulgar systems of morality, and let us see that the distinction of vice and virtue is not founded merely on the relations of objects, nor is perceived by reason.
Most people take Hume to mean that there is a wall separating is from ought, and that science can have nothing to say about determining human values and morals. But if morals and values should not be based on the way things are, reality, then on what should they be based? When I use the word is, I do not just mean what is natural, as in biological nature alone. I mean the reality of the is under study. When we undertake a study of war to understand its causes so that we may lessen its occurrence and attenuate its effects, this is an is-ought transition grounded in the true nature of war. And by nature, I do not just mean the biological propensity, or not, of humans to fight. I mean all of the factors that go into the causes of war: biological, anthropological, psychological, sociological, political, economic, and the like. Philosophers have grappled with the is-ought problem ever since Hume outlined it, and some have proposed solutions, such as John Searle's widely cited 1964 paper, How to Derive Ought from Is, in which he proposes, for example, that the act of making a promise becomes the is, and as such it becomes an obligation that one ought to fulfill. In any case, note what Hume is actually saying. Not that one cannot shift, however imperceptibly, from is to ought, but that one should not do so without providing a reason. Fair enough. As with any claim in science, reasons and evidence must be provided in support, or else a claim is little more than an assertion. This appears to be what Hume is recommending to his readers when he suggests that this small attention to giving reasons would subvert all the vulgar systems of morality. To make sure I am not misreading Hume or reading into him what I think ought to be there instead of what is there, and thereby be guillotined, I queried one of the world's foremost Hume scholars, the Oxford philosopher Peter Millikan, on the matter.
It's true that Hume didn't explicitly say the is-ought gap was unbridgeable, but his analysis of morals as founded on sentiment did imply that in a sense. Moral statements are not matters of fact, or mere relations of ideas for that matter. I think he would go much the same way as you do. Instead of making out that morals can be worked out by logical thinking, he would want to understand it as a natural human phenomenon, which requires scientific understanding, and then have that inform the decisions we make about how to foster it. Those decisions, of course, will be informed by our natural sentiment, so there's an element of circularity here. We're not simply inferring matters of fact from other matters of fact. Ethical judgment is playing a role, but if there's enough agreement on basics, like war is bad, trust is good, that doesn't prevent progress.
Not preventing progress is a worthy goal of any project, regardless of its degree of blending is and ought. But we can do better still by applying the knowledge of the causes of moral progress to help bring it about. It is in this sense that this book is descriptive, in that it describes what has unfolded over time as we have become more moral, and it is prescriptive in that it prescribes what we ought to do if we want to continue the trend. Take homosexuality and same-sex marriage, the latest of the rights revolutions that are unfolding in our time. Descriptively, science tells us that human beings have an evolved innate drive to survive and to flourish, and that one of the most necessary and primal requirements among the many preconditions for life, health, and happiness is, for most people, a loving bond with another human being. Prescriptively, we can say that granting only a select group of privileged people the right to fulfill this evolved need, while simultaneously depriving others of the same basic right, is immoral, because it robs them of the opportunity to fulfill their essence as evolved sentient beings. This is true even if the case could be made, as it has been by those who oppose same-sex marriage, that such discriminatory practices are better for the group, in a type of utilitarian calculus where the sacrifice of the few is justified if it leads to the greater happiness for the greater number. It is still wrong because the individual is the moral agent, not the group. It is the individual who feels the sharp pain of discrimination, the sting of being excluded, and the insult of being treated differently under the law. Science tells us why they feel this way, and reason instructs us on what to do about it if we want to continue the moral progress of the rights revolutions. As well, social science shows that humans are naturally tribal, and that we tend to exclude people simply because they're not one of us, however us is defined. So how can we thwart the mind's natural inclination to pigeonhole people into prejudicial categories that turn them into others we can exclude, exploit, or kill? Scientific research gives us guidance. For example, studies show that straight people who know gay people as neighbors, friends, or work colleagues are less likely to hold bigoted and prejudicial views of homosexuality, and they're more likely to agree that gay people should be treated equally under the law and should be accorded equal rights, such as the right to marry. A 2009 Gallup study, for example, found that when controlled for ideology, those who know someone who is gay or lesbian are significantly more supportive of gay marriage than those of the same political persuasion who do not personally know someone who is gay or lesbian. Thus, the existence of plays, films, and television shows that feature LGBTQ actors, of literary and pop culture references that portray homosexuality and non-normative gender expression in a positive light, of coming out campaigns, and of LGBTQ role models in politics, business, and sports. All of these are essential for awakening empathy and understanding, and thus for expanding the moral sphere ever outward. A public health model of moral science. In proffering this rapprochement between the way things are and the way things ought to be, the interface of facts and values, I'm doing nothing more than recognizing a trend that has been underway since the Enlightenment, and taking the findings of science about the way the world is and applying them to the way we would like the world to be. There's a reason why social scientists, social psychologists, cognitive psychologists, evolutionary psychologists, anthropologists, sociologists, economists, political scientists, and criminologists, along with policymakers and politicians, have been amassing extensive databases and ethnographies, testing hypotheses, and crunching the numbers through models and theories related to violence, aggression, crime, war, terrorism, civil rights violations, and the like. We want to understand causes to effect changes. This approach may be modeled on public health, defined as long ago as 1920 in a Science article as the science and art of preventing disease, prolonging life, and promoting health through the organized efforts and informed choices of society, organizations, public and private, communities, and individuals. Public health science includes such fields as epidemiology, biostatistics, behavioral health, health economics, public policy, insurance medicine, occupational health, and others. If you want to know why the average person lives almost twice as long today as a century ago, look to public health. The maximum life potential the age at death of the longest lived member of a species, has not changed and remains 120 years for humans. Lifespan, the age at which the average person would die if there were no premature deaths from accidents or disease, has not changed and remains at about 85 to 95 years. But life expectancy, the age at which the average individual would die when accidents and disease have been taken into consideration, has skyrocketed upward from 47 years in 1900 in the United States to 78.9 for all Americans born in 2010 and 85.8 for Asian American women. The cause of this remarkable progress in both the quantity and quality of life is public health, science, and technology. Flush toilets, sewers, and waste disposal technologies, clean water, hand washing, antiseptic surgery, vaccinations, pasteurization, road traffic safety, occupational safety, family planning, nutrition, and diet, and other measures, coupled to the epidemiological study of infectious diseases such as smallpox and yellow fever, chronic diseases such as cancer and heart disease, and disease prevention through these many techniques. The survival and flourishing of humans have progressed in the past century more than in all previous centuries combined. If you agree that it is better that millions of people no longer die of yellow fever and smallpox, cholera and bronchitis, dysentery and diarrhea, consumption and tuberculosis, measles and mumps, gangrene and gastritis, and many other assaults on the human body, then you have offered your assent that the way something is, diseases such as yellow fever and smallpox kill people, means we ought to prevent them through vaccinations and other medical and public health technologies. This analogy between social problems and public diseases is not at the level of cause. Crime, violence, war, and terrorism are not diseases in the medical sense of being an abnormal condition caused by the equivalent of a virus or bacteria. Instead, the analogy is at the level of methodology, how we approach solving the problem by using the best tools of science, technology, and social policy available. Most crimes and acts of violence, along with wars and acts of terrorism, are not abnormal responses in a diseased state. Most are normal responses to specific situations and conditions. But the public health model of engaging numerous sciences to change the situations and conditions that cause them is a viable methodology toward the goal of making moral progress. By way of example, in 2012 I undertook an extensive study of gun violence for a special issue of Skeptic magazine in response to the raft of mass public shootings in recent years, such as at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. Subsequently, I engaged in a series of debates around the country on gun control with the economist John Lott, whose book, More Guns, Less Crime, offers his own prescription in its title. While conducting a literature search, I was struck by how much data on gun violence is published in public health and medical journals. For example, Johns Hopkins University houses the Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is one of the leading centers in the country for research on gun violence. And in 2012, they published a scholarly study on the problem titled Reducing Gun Violence in America. The subtitle is illustrative of my point: Informing Policy with Evidence and Analysis. It showed, for example, that oversight of licensed gun dealers to make sure their sales were to customers without criminal records resulted in a 64% decrease in guns diverted to criminals. A 1998 study in the Journal of Trauma and Acute Care Surgery, Injuries and Deaths Due to Firearms in the Home, found that every time a gun in the home was used in self-defense or legally justifiable shooting, there were 4 unintentional shootings, 7 criminal assaults or homicides, and 11 attempted or completed suicides. In other words, a gun is 22 times more likely to be used in a criminal assault, an accidental death or injury, a suicide attempt, or a homicide than it is for self-defense. A 2009 study published in the American Journal of Public Health that was conducted by epidemiologists at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine found that, on average, not only do guns not protect those who possess them from being shot in an assault, these scientists determined that people with a gun were 4.5 times more likely to be shot in an assault than those not possessing a gun. The raw figures for deadly violence in general, and gun violence in particular, are staggering. If ever there were a public health problem that needs solving, this is it. According to the FBI's crime reports, between 2007 and 2011, the United States experienced an annual average of 13,700 homicides, with guns responsible for 67.8% of them. That's an annual average of 9,289 people shot dead by a gun, or 774 a month, 178 a week, 25 a day, or a little more than 1 per hour. It's a disquieting thought that just in the United States, every hour of every day, someone is shot to death. That fact alone should convince us of the value of understanding the causes that underlie it. But the problem is even worse. According to the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, in 2010, a total of 19,392 U.S. residents killed themselves with a firearm. Another 11,078 were shot to death, and 55,544 were injured by gunfire and treated in emergency rooms. The public health model can also be applied on a larger scale and time horizon by pulling back to see that, in fact, homicide rates have plummeted over the millennia. From almost 1,000 per 100,000 people per year in prehistoric times and in modern non-state societies, to about 100 per 100,000 per annum in Western societies through the Middle Ages, to about 10 per 100,000 each year by the time of the Enlightenment, to less than 1 per 100,000 today in Europe, and a little more than 5 per 100,000 in the United States. An improvement of 4 orders of magnitude. How do we know this? Science. Archaeologists can estimate the rate of violent deaths in prehistoric bands through skeletal remains. See Chapter 2. The ethnographies of anthropologists record the rates of violence among modern pre-state peoples from their oral accounts and histories. And historians have used old court and county records to calculate that homicide rates have, to give just one example, dropped from 110 homicides per 100,000 people per year in 14th century Oxford to less than 1 homicide per 100,000 in mid-20th century London. Similar patterns have been documented in Italy, Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia, and by the same order of magnitude, from about 100 per 100,000 to less than 1 between the 14th century and the 21st century. Figure 1.4 shows the unmistakable trend in the decline in homicides from the 13th century to the 20th century in multiple countries. The uptick in murders at the end of the long downward trends captures the crime wave of the 1970s and 1980s, but the rate returned to historical lows by the early years of the 21st century. If that isn't moral progress as I have defined it, an increase in the survival and flourishing of sentient beings, I don't know what is. Regardless of your position on gun control, my point is that treating gun violence as a problem to be solved by better science and public policy is now common practice and part of the long-term trend to address moral issues pragmatically. If you agree that the hundreds of millions of lives that have been saved by public health sciences, technologies, and policies over the past 2 centuries is a moral good, then there is no reason why you might not also concur that applying social sciences to solving problems such as crime and violence is also something we ought to do. Why? Because saving lives is moral. Why is saving lives moral? Because the survival and flourishing of sentient beings is our moral starting point. But why should organisms want to survive and flourish in the first place? The answer may be found in the logic of the evolutionary process that created this drive.
The evolutionary logic of the moral starting point. If you were a molecule, what would you do to survive? First, you would need to build a substrate on which to generate a replication system inside a cell that contains machinery for energy consumption, maintenance, and repair. and other features that keep the molecule intact long enough to reproduce. Once such molecular machinery is up and running, the replicating molecules become immortal as long as there is energy to feed the system and an ecosystem in which these processes can take place. In time, these replicating molecules will outsurvive non-replicating molecules by virtue of the very process of replication. Those that don't, die. Thus, the cells or bodies in which the replicators are housed are survival machines. In modern jargon, the replicators are called genes and the survival machines are called organisms. And this little thought experiment is what Richard Dawkins means by the selfish gene in his book of that title. A cell or body or organism, a survival machine, is the gene's way of surviving and perpetuating itself. Genes that code for proteins that build survival machines that live long enough for them to reproduce will win out over genes that do not. Genes that code for proteins and enzymes that protect its survival machine from assaults, such as disease, help not just the organism to survive, but the genes as well. Survival, reproduction, flourishing. This is what survival machines do by their very nature. It is our essence to strive and survive. The problem is that survival machines scurrying around in, say, a liquid environment, such as an ocean or pond, will bump into other survival machines, all of whom are competing for the same limited resources. To a survival machine, another survival machine, which is not its own child or another close relative, is part of its environment, like a rock or a river or a lump of food, says Dawkins. But there's a difference between a survival machine and a rock. A survival machine is inclined to hit back if exploited. This is because it too is a machine that holds its immortal genes in trust for the future, and it too will stop at nothing to preserve them. Thus Dawkins concludes, natural selection favors genes that control their survival machines in such a way that they make the best use of their environment. This includes making the best use of other survival machines, both of the same and of different species. Survival machines could evolve to be completely selfish and self-centered, but there is something that keeps their pure selfishness in check, and that is the fact that other survival machines are inclined to hit back if attacked, to retaliate if exploited, or to attempt to use or abuse other survival machines first. So in addition to selfish emotions that drive survival machines to want to hoard all resources for themselves, they evolved two additional pathways to survival in interacting with other survival machines: kin altruism, blood is thicker than water, and reciprocal altruism, I'll scratch your back if you'll scratch mine. By helping its genetically related kin, and by extending a helping hand to those who will reciprocate its altruistic acts, a survival machine is helping itself. Thus there will be a selection for those who are inclined to be altruistic, to a point. With limited resources, a survival machine can't afford to help all other survival machines, so it must assess whom to help, whom to exploit, and whom to leave alone. It's a balancing act. If you are too selfish, other survival machines will punish you. If you are too selfless, other survival machines will exploit you. Thus, developing positive relationships, social bonds, with other survival machines is an adaptive strategy. If you are there to help your fellow group members when times are tough for them, they're more likely to be there when times are tough for you. In this way, survival machines develop networks and relationships that lead to interactions with one another that, in addition to being neutral, may be helpful or hurtful. From this we may derive the logic of moral emotions. In a social species such as ours, sometimes the most selfish thing you can do to help yourself is to help others, who will pay you back in kind, not necessarily out of some nebulous notion of altruism for its own sake, but because it pays to help others. Our legacy is a moral emotion system that includes the capacity for us to help and hurt other survival machines, depending on what they do. Sometimes it pays to be selfish, but other times it pays to be selfless, as long as you're not a milquetoast who lies down and lets others run roughshod over your generosity. The evolutionary logic of emotions. The language I'm using to describe these interactions makes it sound like it is a rational process, a moral calculation conducted by survival machines as they interact with one another. But that is not what is going on. Organisms are driven by their passions more than they are by rational calculations. Natural selection has done the calculating for organisms, who evolved emotions as proxies for those calculations. Let's drill down deeper into the brain to figure out why we evolved emotions in the first place, and then pull back to see how moral emotions work. Emotions interact with our cognitive thought processes to guide our behaviors toward the goal of survival and reproduction. The neuroscientist Antonio Damasio has shown that at low levels of stimulation, emotions act as an advisory role, carrying additional information to the decision-making process, along with input from higher-order cortical regions of the brain. At medium levels of stimulation, conflicts can arise between high-road reason centers and low-road emotion centers. At high levels of stimulation, low-road emotions can so overrun high-road cognitive processes that people can no longer reason their way to a decision and report feeling out of control or acting against their own self-interest. The emotion of fear, for example, directs an organism to steer clear of danger. The anthropologist Bjorn Grind, a rock climber himself, uses the sport as an example of a situation where the positive emotion of the thrill of risk-taking can quickly shift to the negative emotion of fear of death when a climber loses his or her grip. The brain is designed to induce us to take some chances, otherwise we would never have laid down a large prey or ventured into uncharted land. But it is also designed to stop us from causing harm to ourselves, that is, to avoid hazards. The adrenaline kick associated with climbing a mountain or riding a roller coaster may feel good, presumably because it improves the chance of survival if voluntarily encountered dangerous situations induce a positive mood and a high self-esteem. At the moment one loses the grip on the mountain, the unpleasant sensations devoted to harm avoidance kick in. The survival value of fear has obvious adaptive value. Consider hunger as a motivating drive that leads to such emotions as desire, longing, or lust for food. A little bit of hunger may be perceived as mildly pleasant in the anticipation of eating, and we've evolved to understand these small pangs to mean we should seek and find food. If too much time goes by, however, and our body becomes depleted to the point of feeling weak, hunger morphs into an unpleasant feeling. By this example, emotions act as a feedback mechanism to alert the brain when the body is out of balance. This is a homeostatic theory of emotions, in which the process operates like an emotional thermostat. When our bodies are low on energy, we feel hungry, and that emotion is triggered by a number of internal and external feedback cues, such as shrinking or distension of the stomach, elevated or reduced blood glucose levels, or the sight or smell of food, which act as cues to drive us to raise the calorie thermostat or bring the body back into homeostasis by eating. In some cases, it is literally like a thermostat, as when our core body temperature deviates above or below the 98.6 degree Fahrenheit set point, and certain physiological systems kick in to correct the imbalance, such as sweating to cool the body or shivering to warm it. Departing from the set point of a homeostatic system feels bad, and this negative emotion motivates the organism to take action to correct the imbalance. Moving the out-of-balance system back toward homeostasis feels good, and behaviors that feel good tend to be repeated, which is the very definition of reinforcement, anything that causes an organism to repeat a behavior. Thus, our need to maintain homeostasis is caused by our emotions that direct us to avoid pain and to pursue pleasure, or to approach a stimulus that is reinforcing, and to avoid a stimulus that is punishing. In this sense, in seeking something we call pleasure, what we are really after is a homeostatic cue, an information signal to tell us what to do next. When those cues are unclear or in conflict, it can set up a state that psychologists call approach avoidance behavior. In the case of apparent moral dilemmas, such as what subjects experienced between obedience to authority and the discomfort of harming a fellow human in Stanley Milgram's famous shock experiments, the phenomenon becomes an approach avoidance conflict. More on this in Chapter 9. The evolutionary logic of aggressive emotions. Conflicts among survival machines are inevitable byproducts of the evolutionary logic of the essence to survive and flourish, and the many different ways there are to fulfill that need in an environment of limited resources. This approach helps us see that there is a certain evolutionary logic to violence and aggression, a taxonomy of which Steven Pinker classified into 5 types. 1. Predatory and instrumental. Violence is a mean to an end, a way of getting something you want. Theft, for example, can grant the thief more resources necessary for survival and reproduction. and thus there evolved a capacity for cheating, stealing, and free riding, taking without giving in a social system among some individuals in a group. 2. Dominance and honor. Violence as a means of gaining status in a hierarchy, power over others, prestige in a group, or glory in sports, gangs, or war. Bullying, for example, can grant individuals higher status in the pecking order of social dominance. A reputation for being aggressive can be a credible deterrent against other aggressors. 3. Revenge and self-help justice. Violence as a means of punishment, retribution, or moralistic justice. Revenge murders, for example, are an evolved strategy for dealing with cheaters and free riders. Jealousy is another type of moralistic emotion that evolved to direct survival machines to mate guard against potential poachers of their sexual partner, and thus for men the bearer of their children who carry their genes, which when expressed violently can lead to spousal murders. Even infanticide has an evolutionary logic to it, as evidenced by the statistic that infants are 50 times more likely to be murdered by their stepfather than their biological father, an act far more common among species, including our own, than we care to admit. 4. Sadism. Violence is a means of gaining pleasure at someone else's suffering. Serial killers and rapists, for example, seem at least partially motivated by the pain and suffering they cause, especially when it has no other apparent motive, such as instrumental dominance or revenge. It is not clear if sadism is adaptive or, more likely, is a byproduct of something else in the brain that evolved for some other reason. 5. Ideology. Violence as a means of attaining some political, social, or religious end that results in a utilitarian calculus whereby killing some for the sake of many is justified. I deal with this cause of violence in detail in Chapter 9.
The evolutionary logic of moral emotions. On the platform of a subway station, a woman and two men are standing a few feet apart from the open track pit, when all of a sudden one of the men reaches forward and shoves the woman by her shoulders. She staggers backwards, loses her footing, and starts to fall toward the pit. The other man reaches out to catch her, but he's too late. Into the pit she goes. In an instant, he reacts. But instead of reaching down to pull the woman to safety before a train arrives to crush her, the would-be rescuer turns on his heels and cold cocks the perpetrator. It's a magnificent roundhouse blow right out of a Hollywood movie that snaps the perpetrator's head back with the sweet crash of fist against chin. Satisfied with this act of revenge, the rescuer steps back and pauses for a moment, then appears to remember what needs to be done next, dashes over to the pit, and pulls the woman to safety. He says something to her that appears reassuring, and then takes off after the perpetrator, who had beat a hasty retreat through an open door. The entire incident takes less than 20 seconds, and you can see it yourself in a viral video that includes a number of heroic rescues. In that brief moment, too short a span for rational calculation, a conflict of pure emotional morality unfolds between revenge and rescue, hurting and helping. In a flash, two neural networks in the rescuer's brain launched into action. Help a fellow human in trouble, or punish the person who caused the trouble. What's a morally motivated primate to do? In this case, the rescuer had time to do both, as no train arrived to derail his problematic first choice to avenge the woman's maltreatment. Revenge is sweet, and so is rescue. It doesn't always work out so well. This vignette well illustrates our multifaceted moral nature that evolved to solve several problems at once in our ancestral environment. Be nice to those who help us and our kin and kind. Punish those who hurt. Evidence that these moral emotions are deeply entrenched in human nature may be found in a series of experiments with babies, succinctly synthesized in the psychologist Paul Bloom's book, Just Babies: The Origins of Good and Evil. Testing the theory that we have an innate moral sense, as proposed by such Enlightenment thinkers as Adam Smith and Thomas Jefferson, Bloom provides experimental evidence that our natural endowments include a moral sense, some capacity to distinguish between kind and cruel actions, empathy and compassion, suffering at the pain of those around us and the wish to make this pain go away, a rudimentary sense of fairness, tendency to favor equal divisions of resources, a rudimentary sense of justice, a desire to see good actions rewarded and bad actions punished. Consider an experiment conducted in Bloom's lab with a 1-year-old baby who watched a puppet show in which one puppet rolls a ball to a second puppet who passes the ball back to it. The first puppet then rolls the ball to a different puppet who runs off with the ball. Next, the nice and the naughty puppets are placed before the baby along with a treat in front of each. The baby is then given the choice of which puppet to take the treat away from. As Bloom predicted, the infant removed the treat from the naughty puppet, which is what most babies do in this experimental paradigm. But for this little moralist, removing a positive reinforcement, the treat, was not enough. In his inchoate moral mind, punishment was called for, as Bloom recounts. The boy then leaned over and smacked this puppet on the head. Numerous permutations on this research paradigm, such as a puppet trying to roll a ball up a ramp, for which another puppet either helps or hinders it, show time and again that the moral sense of right, preferring helping puppets, and wrong, abjuring hurting puppets, emerges as early as 3 to 10 months of age, far too early to attribute to learning and culture. As children who are exposed in a laboratory to an adult experiencing pain, the experimenter getting her finger caught in a clipboard, say, or the child's mother banging her knee, typically respond by soothing the injured party. Toddlers who see adults struggling to open a door because their arms are full or to pick up an out-of-reach object will spontaneously help without any prompting from the adults in question. Another experiment involved 3-year-old children who were asked, "Can you hand me the cup so that I can pour the water?" But the cup in question was broken. Remarkably, the youngsters spontaneously went in search of an intact cup to help the experimenter complete the task. However, children are not always so beneficent, particularly with other children with whom they clearly show awareness of an unequal distribution of rewards after a shared task, in this case a candy treat, but are not always so eager to unselfishly right the wrong by redistributing the wealth. But as children get older, from 3 to 4-year-olds to 7 to 8-year-olds, they are not only more aware of an unequal and unfair distribution of candy, they are also more likely to give away the extra unearned treat. 50% of the 3 to 4-year-olds did, compared to 80% of the 7 to 8-year-olds, showing that while the moral sense is inborn and instinctive, it is a capacity that can be tuned by learning and culture and brought to bear, or not, in different environments that either encourage or discourage helping or hurting behavior. As well, research with infants show how early in life xenophobia takes root. Babies become aware of strangers or anyone who doesn't look like members of their family on whom they've imprinted at a very early stage, days in fact. In one experiment, 3-day-old newborns were donned with headphones and special pacifiers that allowed them to pick audio tracks based on how rapidly they sucked on them. These infants not only figured out the connection between sucking and music selections, but also were able to transfer that learned skill to selecting a passage read to them from a Dr. Seuss book by their mother rather than a stranger. For newborns, given the option to select among languages being spoken, results showed that Russian babies preferred Russian, French babies preferred French, and American babies preferred English, and so on. And even more remarkably, says Bloom, this effect shows up mere minutes after birth, suggesting that babies were becoming familiar with those muffled sounds that they heard in the womb. This research confirms a classic experiment from the 1960s conducted by a third-grade schoolteacher named Jane Elliott on her class in the small, all-white rural town of Riceville, Iowa. Elliott began her experiment by dividing her class into 2 groups by eye color, blue and brown, then presented the kids with examples of blue-eyed good people and brown-eyed bad people. In addition, the blue-eyed kids in the class were told that they were superior and were given special privileges, while the brown-eyed kids were called inferior and treated as second-class citizens. Almost immediately, a social division followed the physical classification. The blue-eyed kids quit playing with the brown-eyed kids, with some of the students even suggesting to Elliot that school officials should be alerted to the potential criminal behavior of brown-eyed youngsters. When a fight broke out between a blue-eyed and a brown-eyed boy, the latter justified his aggressive actions thusly: "He called me brown eyes, like being a black person, like a Negro." By the second day of the experiment, the brown-eyed kids already started to show signs of poorer performance in class and described themselves as feeling sad, bad, stupid, and mean. As a control, the next day, Mrs. Elliot reversed the conditions, explaining that she had been mistaken and that, in fact, it was the brown-eyed children who were superior and the blue-eyed kids who were inferior. Just as quickly, the self and other perceptions were reversed, with the happy, good, sweet, and nice labels previously used by the blue-eyed children to describe themselves now adopted by the brown-eyed children. What had been marvelously cooperative, thoughtful children became nasty, vicious, discriminating little third-graders, Mrs. Elliot explained. It was ghastly. Bloom's conclusion about morality, from his sizable body of research, supports what I saw in the video vignette from the subway. It entails certain feelings and motivations, such as a desire to help others in need, compassion for those in pain, anger towards the cruel, and guilt and pride about our own shameful and kind actions. Of course, society's laws and customs can turn the moral dials up or down, but nature endowed us with the dials in the first place. It's as Voltaire said, "Man is born without principles, but with the faculty of receiving them. His natural disposition will incline him either to cruelty or kindness. His understanding will in time inform him that the square of 12 is 144, and that he ought not to do to others what he would not that others should do to him." The logic of moral dilemmas. The logic of our moral emotions has been worked out by game theorists in the aforementioned prisoner's dilemma paradigm. Here's the scenario. You and your partner are arrested for a crime, and you are held incommunicado in separate prison cells. Neither of you wants to confess or rat out on the other, but the DA gives each of you the following options. 1. If you confess but the other prisoner does not, you go free and he gets 3 years in jail. If the other prisoner confesses and you do not, you get 3 years and he goes free. 3. If you both confess, you each get 2 years. And 4. If you both remain silent, you each get a year. Figure 1.5, called a game matrix, summarizes the 4 outcomes. With these outcomes, the logical choice is to defect and betray your partner. Why? Consider the choices from the first prisoner's point of view. The only thing the first prisoner cannot control about the outcome is the second prisoner's choice. Suppose the second prisoner remains silent. Then the first prisoner earns the temptation payoff, 0 years in jail, by confessing, but gets a year in jail, the high payoff, by remaining silent. The better outcome in this case for the first prisoner is to confess. But suppose instead that the second prisoner confesses. Then, once again, the first prisoner is better off confessing, the low payoff, or 2 years in jail, than remaining silent, the sucker payoff, or 3 years in jail. Because the circumstances from the second prisoner's point of view are entirely symmetrical to the ones described for the first, each prisoner is better off confessing no matter what the other prisoner decides to do. Those preferences are not only theoretical. When test subjects play the game just once, or for a fixed number of rounds, without being allowed to communicate, defection by confessing is the common strategy. But when testers play the game for an unknown number of rounds, the most common strategy is tit for tat. Each begins cooperating with the prior agreement by remaining silent, then mimics whatever the other player does. Even more mutual cooperation can emerge in a many-person prisoner's dilemma, provided the players are allowed to play enough repeated rounds to establish mutual trust. But the research shows that once defection by confessing builds momentum, it cascades throughout the game. In an analysis for Scientific American, I worked out the game matrix dynamics of why professional athletes use performance-enhancing drugs, and in particular, why cyclists dope. In cycling, as in any sport, the contestants compete according to a set of rules. The rules of cycling clearly prohibit the use of performance-enhancing drugs. But because the drugs are so effective, and many of them are so difficult, if not impossible, to detect, and because the payoffs for success are so great, the incentive to use banned substances is powerful. Once a few elite riders defect from the rules by doping to gain an advantage, their rule-abiding competitors feel the need to defect as well, even if they don't want to, leading to a cascade of defection through the ranks. Because of the penalties for breaking the rules, however, a code of silence prevents any open communication about how to reverse the trend and return to abiding by the rules. Figures 1.6 and 1.7 show the game matrices that favor cheating and that favor playing by the rules. In game theory, if no player has anything to gain by unilaterally changing strategies, the game is said to be in a Nash equilibrium. The concept was developed by the mathematician John Forbes Nash, Jr., who was portrayed in the film A Beautiful Mind. To end cheating in sports, the doping game must be restructured so that competing clean is in a Nash equilibrium. That is, the governing bodies of each sport must change the payoff values of the expected outcomes identified in the abiding by the rules matrix. First, when the other players are playing by the rules, the payoff for doing likewise must be greater than the payoff for cheating. Second, and perhaps most importantly, even when other players are cheating, the payoff for playing fair must be greater than the payoff for cheating. Players must not feel like suckers for following the rules. In the game of Prisoner's Dilemma, lowering the temptation to confess and raising the payoff for keeping silent if the other prisoner confesses increases cooperation. Giving players the chance to communicate before the game is the most effective way to increase the cooperation. In sports, that means breaking the code of silence. That will show each player that the payoff for playing fair is greater than the payoff for cheating, no matter what the other players do. Whether this has happened in cycling is unclear, but I'm encouraged by the startling events of 2012 and 2013 when Tyler Hamilton broke the code of silence in his book, The Secret Race, and exposed the most sophisticated doping program in the history of sports, orchestrated by his teammate Lance Armstrong, the 7-time Tour de France winner, now stripped of his titles after a thorough investigation by the U.S. Anti-Doping Association. Hamilton revealed how such an elaborate system was maintained through a combination of a code of silence that led everyone to believe that everyone else believed that doping was the norm, which was then reinforced by the threat of punishment for speaking out or not complying. Since then, it has been revealed that most athletes who have been caught doping say they didn't want to dope, but that they did so out of the belief that everyone else was doping and out of fear of retaliation if they didn't dope, and worse consequences still if they blew the whistle on the system. As for prisoners who find themselves in a prisoner's dilemma, the abiding by the rules matrix also directs criminologists and policymakers to consider not just the size of the penalty, as most get-tough-on-crime politicians are wont to do, but the probability of getting caught as a factor as well. This harkens back to the 18th century philosopher and reformer Cesare Beccaria, whose 1764 work on crimes and punishments, a high-water mark of the Italian Enlightenment, launched the movement to apply rational principles to criminal reform, such as adjusting the punishments to fit the crime, proportionality, instead of, as was the custom of the day, the death penalty for such offenses as poaching, counterfeiting, theft, sodomy, bestiality, adultery, horse theft, robbing a rabbit warren, being in the company of gypsies, and 200 other crimes and misdemeanors. Beccaria opposed the death penalty on two principles. One, states do not possess the right over life and death. And two, it doesn't work to deter crime because when would-be criminals are faced with a draconian but improbable penalty, they consider it a risk worth taking, another cost of doing business. To the principles of proportional and probable punishment, Beccaria added 2 more P's. Criminal proceedings should be prompt and public, the latter acting as a signal to other would-be criminals. Beccaria was an early game theorist, applying rational principles born of Enlightenment values and observational data from real-world examples, with an end toward tilting the motivational matrices to incentivize the citizenry to commit fewer crimes. Another Enlightenment thinker we will meet later is Thomas Hobbes, who also proffered a game-theoretic model for how people and nations interact. All political theorists, both liberal and conservative, begin with a Hobbesian premise that the state is a necessary evil to protect self-motivated individuals from other self-motivated individuals. Think of it as 2 survival machines in Dawkins's thought experiment. This is sometimes known as the Hobbesian trap. As Hobbes argued in his classic work in political theory, Leviathan, we are all motivated to seek pleasure and avoid pain. So, inevitably, there will be conflict when interests between people overlap. This leads to 3 forms of quarrel: competition, diffidence, fear, and glory, honor, status. As we saw in The Prisoner's Dilemma, for there to be cooperation between competing agents in a game, or nations in the real world, there need to be rules, and the rules must be enforced. With our complex moral nature, people need to be encouraged to do the right thing and discouraged from doing the wrong thing, the proverbial carrots and sticks. The psychology behind this interaction between inner psychological states and external social conditions was explored by the economists Ernst Fehr and Simon Gachter in a study on moralistic punishment, in which subjects were given the opportunity to punish others who refused to cooperate in a group activity that calls for altruistic giving. They used a common goods cooperation game in which the subjects were given money that they then had the option to put into a shared commons that would then be multiplied 1.5 times and divided equally among all the players. Let's say the amount is $10 and there are 4 players. If everyone puts in the full $10, then 40 times 1.5 equals $60, which when split 4 ways equals $15 each. When this is done anonymously, there is a temptation to game the system by putting in less money. Let's say the other 3 players each put in their full $10, but I put in only $5. The commons now has 35 times 1.5, or $52.5, which divided 4 ways equals $13.12 each. But I still have my original $5, so I now have $18.12. Sweet. But it doesn't take long for the other players to catch on to the fact that someone is gaming the system. And under these conditions, cooperation quickly breaks down and the amount of money put into the commons collapses. To remedy this free rider problem, in the 7th round, Fehr and Gachter introduced a new condition in which contributions to the commons were no longer anonymous, and the players were allowed to punish free riders by taking money from them, and this they did with impunity, which immediately triggered a rise in the levels of cooperation and giving by the former free riders. The results, shown in Figure 1.8, serve as a visual reminder of why people need rules, transparency, and the threat of punishment to be good. This role, the theory goes, is fulfilled by the Leviathan state. In this chapter, I have outlined the evolutionary origins of morality and the logic of moral interactions, good and bad, and in the next chapter I will show how these principles operate to lessen even the most dangerous threats our species faces: violence, war, and terrorism, and will demonstrate that even here there has been considerable moral progress.
Chapter 2. The Morality of War, Terror, and Deterrence. Epigram from Cicero on Divination, Book 2, 44 BCE. To warn of an evil is justified only if, along with a warning, there is a way of escape.
In an episode of the original Star Trek television series titled Arena, An alien species called the Gorn attacks and destroys an Earth outpost at Cestus III, leading Captain Kirk and the Enterprise to give chase to avenge the unprovoked attack. Spock is not so sure about the aliens' motives, and wonders aloud about having regard for another sentient being, but is interrupted by the more martial Kirk, who reminds him, "Out here, we're the only policemen around." Their moral quandary is interrupted when both ships are stopped by an advanced civilization called the Metrones, who explain, "We have analyzed you and have learned that your violent tendencies are inherent. So be it. We will control them. We will resolve your conflict in the way most suited to your limited mentalities." Kirk and the captain of the Gorn ship, a big-brained bipedal reptile, are transported to a neutral planet where they are instructed to fight to the death, at which point the loser's ship and crew will be destroyed. The Gorn is stronger than Kirk and is easily able to rebuff his assaults that escalate from tree branch strikes to a massive boulder impact. He tells Captain Kirk that if Kirk surrenders, he will be merciful and quick. "Like you were at Cestus III," Kirk rejoins. "You were intruding. You established an outpost in our space," the Gorn counters. "You butchered helpless human beings," Kirk protests. "We destroyed invaders, as I shall destroy you," the Gorn retorts. Back on the ship, where the crew is watching the battle unfold on the viewing screen, Dr. McCoy wonders aloud, can that be true? Was Cestus III an intrusion on their space? "It may well be possible, Doctor," Spock reflects. "We know very little about that section of the galaxy." "Then we could be in the wrong," McCoy admits. "The Gorn might have been simply trying to protect themselves." At the climax of the episode, Kirk recalls the formula for making gunpowder after seeing the various elements readily available on the planet's surface, sulfur, charcoal, and potassium nitrate, with diamonds as the deadly projectile, elements that the Metrones had provided to see if judicious reason could triumph over brute strength. Kirk puts them all together into a lethal weapon that he fires at the Gorn as the latter closes in for the kill. Now incapacitated, the Gorn drops his stone dagger, which Kirk grabs and places at the throat of his opponent to deliver the coup de grace. Then, at this moment of moral choice, Kirk opts for mercy. His reason drives him to take the moral perspective of his opponent. "No, I will not kill you. Maybe you thought you were protecting yourself when you attacked the outpost." Kirk tosses the dagger aside, at which point a Metrone appears. "You surprise me, Captain. By sparing your helpless enemy, who surely would have destroyed you, you demonstrated the advanced trait of mercy, something we hardly expected. We feel that there may be hope for your kind. Therefore, you will not be destroyed. Perhaps in several thousand years, your people and mine shall meet to reach an agreement. You are still half savage, but there is hope." The creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, invented a genre unto itself with the creation of the magnificent starship Enterprise, whose 23rd century mission was to expand humanity's horizons, both physically and morally, via extraterrestrial interactions with the starship's interracial, transnational, trans-species mixed crew. Each episode was both intrepid space adventure and thoughtful morality play, and many episodes explored the controversial issues of the day: war and conflict, imperialism and authoritarianism, duty and loyalty, racism and sexism, and how humanity might handle them centuries hence. Roddenberry made it clear that one of his goals with the series was to smuggle onto TV allegorical moral commentaries on current events. He said that by creating a new world with new rules, I could make statements about sex, religion, Vietnam, politics, and intercontinental missiles. Indeed, we did make them on Star Trek. We were sending messages, and fortunately, they all got by the network. This is one method, among many, of bringing about social change, and it is revealing to note that Roddenberry was personally well acquainted with war. In 1941, as a young man of only 20, he enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Corps and flew 89 missions in the South Pacific, for which he was decorated with the Distinguished Flying Cross. So he knew of what he wrote when he said, "The strength of a civilization is not measured by its ability to fight wars, but rather by its ability to prevent them." Pirate morality, or conflict and costly signaling theory. Determining how civilizations have learned to prevent wars involves understanding the psychology of violence and deterrence, grounded in the logic of conflict and our moral emotions that we examined in the previous chapter. Consider the following question. Instead of using stealth and camouflage, why would a pirate choose to travel in a giant spotlight by flying the Jolly Roger flag with its ominous skull and crossbones, thereby signaling to potential prey that they're being pursued by a predator? This is an example of a phenomenon called costly signaling theory, CST, which posits that organisms, including people, will sometimes do things that are costly to themselves to send a signal to others. There are both positive and negative examples. On the positive side, people sometimes act in certain ways not just to help those who are genetically related to them, explained by kin selection, and not just to help those who will return the favor, explained by reciprocal altruism, but to send a signal that says, in essence, my altruistic and charitable acts demonstrate that I am so successful that I can afford to make such sacrifices for others. That is, some altruistic acts are a form of information that carries a signal to others of trust and status. Trust that I can be counted on to help others when they need it, so that I can expect others to do the same for me. And status that I have the health, intelligence, and resources to afford to be so kind and generous. This type of costly signaling theory explains why some people make large donations to charity, or drive expensive cars, or wear expensive jewelry, as signals to others. And since the signal must be genuine, the signalers tend to believe in what they're doing. So to that extent, the giving is done with honest motive. The negative side of CST may be seen in high-risk-taking behavior by young males, behavior that occasionally ends very badly indeed, with the young male accidentally taking himself out of the gene pool entirely, for which Darwin Awards are given out annually. Risky behavior may be a male's way of signaling to a female that his genes are so good and he is such a superior specimen that he can, for example, drink 12 beers and still drive home at more than 100 miles per hour in total safety. He may be signaling to females that he is so genetically exceptional that he can afford to risk life and limb, and would therefore be a good mate and an excellent genetic and resource provider for her and her future offspring with him. Dangerous and risky acts may also signal to other males that the danger seeker and risk taker is powerful and not to be messed with. As in Jim Croce's warning, you don't step on Superman's cape, you don't spit into the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim. With this background in mind, we can see how costly signaling theory explains why pirates flew the Jolly Roger flag on their ships. It was a signal that you, the innocent merchant ship, were about to be boarded by a lawless, beastly bunch of wild and unruly maniacs hell-bent on murder and mayhem. This was especially clever because, according to the economist Peter Leeson in his pirate myth-busting book The Invisible Hook, pirates were not, in fact, the criminally insane, traitorous terrorists of popular lore, in which anarchy was the rule and the rule of law was non-existent. This piratical mythology can't be true, because ships packed full of riotous sociopaths, ruled by chaos and treachery, couldn't possibly be successful at anything for any length of time. The truth was much less exciting and mysterious. Pirate communities were orderly and honest, says Leeson, and had to be to meet buccaneers' economic goal of turning a profit. To cooperate for mutual gain, indeed, to advance their criminal organization at all, pirates needed to prevent their outlaw society from degenerating into bedlam. So there is, after all, honor among thieves. As Adam Smith noted in The Wealth of Nations, society cannot subsist among those who are at all times ready to hurt and injure one another. If there is any society among robbers and murderers, they must at least abstain from robbing and murdering one another. Pirate societies provide evidence for Smith's theory that economies are the result of bottom-up, spontaneous, self-organized order that naturally arises from social interactions. Leeson shows how pirate communities democratically elected their captains and quartermasters and constructed constitutions that outlined rules about drinking, smoking, gambling, sex, no boys or women allowed on board, the use of fire and candles, a shipboard fire could prove disastrous for crew and cargo, fighting and disorderly conduct, the result of high testosterone, risk-taking men confined in tight quarters for long stretches of time, desertion, and especially shirking one's duties during battle. Like any other society, pirates had to deal with the freerider problem, because the equitable division of loot among inequitable efforts would inevitably lead to resentment, retaliation, and economic chaos. Enforcement was key. Just as criminal courts require eyewitnesses to swear on the Bible, pirate crews had to consent to the captain's code before sailing. In the words of one observer, "All swore to 'em upon a hatchet for want of a Bible. Whenever any enter on board of these ships voluntarily, they are obliged to sign all their articles of agreement to prevent disputes and wranglings afterwards." Leeson even tracked down the sharing of contractual arrangements between captains, made possible by the fact that more than 70% of Anglo-American pirates active between 1716 and 1726, for example, can be connected back to one of 3 pirate captains. Thus, the pirate code emerged from piratical interactions and information sharing, not from a pirate king who centrally designed and imposed a common code on all current and future sea bandits. Whence, then, did the myth of piratical lawlessness and anarchy arise? It arose from the pirates themselves, naturally, in whose best interests it was to perpetrate the myth to minimize losses and maximize profits. They flew the Jolly Roger to signal their reputation for mayhem, but in fact the pirates didn't actually want to fight because fighting is costly and dangerous and might result in economic loss. Pirates just want booty, and they prefer a low-risk surrender to a high-risk battle. From the merchant's perspective, the non-violent surrender of their booty was also preferable to fighting back, because violence is costly to them too. Of course, to maintain a reputation that you are a badass, you actually have to occasionally be a badass, so pirates intermittently engaged in violence, reports of which they happily provided to newspaper editors who duly published them in gory and exaggerated detail. As the 18th century English pirate Captain Sam Bellamy explained, "I scorn to do anyone a mischief when it is not for my advantage." Leeson concludes, by signaling pirates' identity to potential targets, the Jolly Roger prevented bloody battle that would needlessly injure or kill not only pirates, but also innocent merchant seamen. The Jolly Roger effect also helps to explain why Somali pirates today typically receive ransom payoffs instead of violent resistance from shipping crews and their owners. It is in everyone's economic interest to negotiate the transactions as quickly and peacefully as possible. In Tom Hanks' film, Captain Phillips, the true-life story of the 2009 Somali hijacking of a tanker that resulted in the death of most of the Somali pirates when the U.S. Navy came to the rescue, viewers are baffled why the ship's owners didn't just issue firearms to the captain and his crew to fight the pirates off. The answer is obvious once you run through the cost-benefit calculations. It's cheaper to just pay off the pirates than risk the lives of the crews that are not combat-trained. Those who are, such as the U.S. Navy, may do so, but at an unrealistic financial cost, given that they can't patrol every shipping lane in such a vast expense. In fact, the number of successful pirate hijackings dropped to 0 in 2013, but at a cost considerably greater than the ransoms paid from 2005 to 2012, which totaled $376 million. In 2013, shipping companies shelled out an additional $423 million in armed security guards, over the $531 million from the year before, totaling $954 million. Plus, they incurred an additional $1.53 billion in fuel costs to cruise at the higher rate of 18 knots. By killing every one of the pirates who commandeered Captain Phillips' ship, the U.S. Navy was sending a powerful signal to Somali pirates to stop boarding U.S. cargo ships or else. However, unless deterrent signals are consistent and long-term, pirates will run through the same set of calculations and see that the or else was a bluff and treat the risk as a cost of doing business expense. The long-term solution lies elsewhere, in Somalia itself. Markets operating in a lawless society are more like black markets than free markets, and since the Somali government has lost control of its people, Somali pirates are essentially free to take the law into their own hands. Until Somalia establishes a rule of law and a lawful free market in which its citizens can find gainful employment, lawless black market piracy will remain profitable. The pirates themselves may have their own set of rules by which they organize themselves into many leviathans of order, but on the high seas, anarchy reigns.
The evolutionary logic of deterrence. This brings us back to the prisoner's dilemma and the Hobbesian trap discussed in the previous chapter. Pinker calls this the other guy problem. The other guy may be nice, but you know that he also wants to win, continuing the sports analogy. So he might be tempted to defect, cheat, especially if he thinks that you too want to win and might be tempted to cheat. And he knows that you know that he is running through the same game matrix as you are. And you know that he knows that you know. In international relations, the other guy is another nation or state. And if they have nuclear weapons, and so do you, it can lead to an arms race resulting in something like a Nash equilibrium, such as the one that kept the United States and the Soviet Union in a Cold War nuclear freeze, called a balance of terror or mutual assured destruction, MAD, M-A-D, for more than half a century. Let's look at how this worked and what more we can do to further reduce the risks of nuclear war based on what we know about human nature and the logic of deterrence. This exercise will serve both as another example of moral progress and how we can apply science and reason to solving a serious threat to our security. When I was an undergraduate at Pepperdine University in 1974, the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller, spoke at our campus in conjunction with the awarding of an honorary doctorate. His message was that deterrence works, even though at the time I remember thinking, like so many politicals were saying, yeah, but a single slip-up is all it takes. Popular films such as Failsafe and Dr. Strangelove reinforced the point, but the slip-up never came. MAD has worked because neither side has anything to gain by initiating a first strike against the other nation. The retaliatory capability to both is such that a first strike would most likely lead to the utter annihilation of both countries, along with much of the rest of the world. It's not MAD, proclaimed Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara. Mutual assured destruction is the foundation of deterrence. Nuclear weapons have no military utility whatsoever, excepting only to deter one's opponent from their use, which means you should never, never, never initiate their use against a nuclear-equipped opponent. If you do, it's suicide. The logic of deterrence was first articulated in 1946 by the American military strategist Bernard Brodie in his appropriately titled book, The Absolute Weapon, in which he noted the break in history that atomic weapons brought with their development. Thus far, the chief purpose of our military establishment has been to win wars. From now on, its chief purpose must be to avert them. It can have almost no other purpose. As Dr. Strangelove explained in Stanley Kubrick's classic Cold War film, in the famous war room scene where fighting is not allowed, deterrence is the art of producing in the mind of the enemy the fear to attack. Said enemy, of course, must know that you have at the ready such destructive devices, and that is why the whole point of a doomsday machine is lost if you keep it a secret. Dr. Strangelove was a black comedy that parodied MAD by showing what can happen when things go terribly wrong. In this case, when General Jack D. Ripper becomes unhinged at the thought of communist infiltration, communist indoctrination, communist subversion, and the international communist conspiracy to sap and impurify all of our precious bodily fluids. Thus, he orders a nuclear first strike against the Soviet Union. Given this unfortunate incident, and knowing that the Russians know about it and will therefore retaliate, General Buck Turgidson pleads with the President to go all out and launch a full first strike. Mr. President, I'm not saying we wouldn't get our hair mussed, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million killed, tops, depending on the breaks. He wasn't far off from real projected casualties. Kubrick was a student of Cold War strategy, as computed by Robert McNamara. What kind of amount of destruction must we be able to inflict upon the attacker in the retaliation to ensure that he would indeed be deterred from initiating such an attack? In the case of the Soviet Union, I would judge that a capability on our part to destroy, say, 1/5 to 1/4 of their population and 1/2 of her industrial capacity would serve as an effective deterrent. When he spoke these words in 1968, the population of the Soviet Union was about 128 million, which translates to 25 to 32 million dead. If that doesn't make you shudder, Mao Zedong once said that he was willing to sacrifice 50% of the Chinese population, which at the time was about 600 million. We have so many people, we can afford to lose a few. What difference does it make? The difference was fully appreciated by Harold Agnew, who was something of a real-life Dr. Strangelove, director of the Los Alamos National Laboratory for a decade. Prior to that, he worked on the Manhattan Project at Los Alamos, building the first atomic bombs, Fat Man and Little Boy. And he flew in a B-29 plane parallel to the Enola Gay bomber to observe and measure the yield of the explosion over Hiroshima. He even sneaked onto the plane his own 16mm movie camera and captured the only footage of the explosion that killed 80,000 people. Deterrence is what Agnew had in mind when he said that he would require every world leader to witness an atomic blast every 5 years while standing in his underwear. So he feels the heat and understands just what he's screwing around with, because we're fast approaching an era where there aren't any of us left that have ever seen a megaton bomb go off. And once you've seen one, it's rather sobering. A 1979 report from the Office of Technology Assessment for the U.S. Congress, titled The Effects of Nuclear War, estimated that 155 to 165 million Americans would die in an all-out Soviet first strike, unless people used existing shelters near their homes, reducing fatalities to 110 to 120 million. The population of the United States at the time was 225 million, so the estimated percent that would be killed ranged from 49% to 73%. Staggering. The report then lays out a scenario for what would happen to one city the size of Detroit if it were hit by a 1-megaton MT nuclear bomb. By comparison, Little Boy, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, had a yield of 16 kilotons. A 1 MT bomb is 1,000 kilotons, or the equivalent of 62.5 Little Boy bombs. A 1 MT megaton explosion on the surface leaves a crater about 1,000 feet in diameter and 200 feet deep, surrounded by a rim of highly radioactive soil about twice this diameter, thrown out of the crater. Out to a distance of 0.6 miles from the center, there will be nothing recognizable remaining. Of the 70,000 people in this area during non-working hours, there will be virtually no survivors. Individual residences in this region will be totally destroyed, with only foundations and basements remaining. Whether fallout comes from the stem or the cap of the mushroom is a major concern in the general vicinity of the detonation because of the time element and its effect on general emergency operations. The near 500,000 injured present a medical task of incredible magnitude. Hospitals and beds within 4 miles of the blast would be totally destroyed. Another 15% in the 4 to 8 mile distance range will be severely damaged, leaving 5,000 beds remaining outside the region of significant damage. Since this is only 1% of the number injured, these beds are incapable of providing significant medical assistance. Burn victims will number in the tens of thousands, yet in 1977 there were only 85 specialized burn centers, with probably 1,000 to 2,000 beds in the entire United States. The report goes on like this for pages. Multiply those effects by 250, the number of American cities believed to be targeted by the Soviet Union, and you get the report's stark conclusion. The effects on U.S. society would be catastrophic. The catastrophe would be no less so for the Soviet Union and its allies. A 1957 report by the Strategic Air Command, SAC, estimated that between 360 and 525 million casualties would be inflicted in the first week of a nuclear exchange with the Soviet bloc. Such figures are so unimaginable that it is hard to wrap our minds around them. Figure 2.1 shows a civil defense air raid card from the 1950s instructing citizens to drop and cover in the event of a nuclear attack. As a child growing up in the early 1960s, I recall our periodic Friday morning drills at Montrose Elementary School, trusting my teacher that our flimsy wooden desks would protect us from a thermonuclear blast over Los Angeles. Deterrence has worked so far. No nuclear weapon has been detonated in a conflict of any kind since August 1945, but it would be foolish to think of deterrence as a permanent solution. As long ago as 1795, in an essay titled Perpetual Peace, Immanuel Kant worked out what such deterrence ultimately leads to. A war, therefore, which might cause the destruction of both parties at once, would permit the conclusion of a perpetual peace only upon the vast burial ground of the human species. Kant's book title came from an innkeeper's sign featuring a cemetery, not the type of perpetual peace most of us strive for. Deterrence acts as only a temporary solution to the Hobbesian temptation to strike first, allowing both leviathans to go about their business in relative peace, settling for small proxy wars in swampy third world countries. In addition to the immediate deaths due to the explosion, heat, and radiation, there are possible long-term effects explored by the astronomer Carl Sagan and the atmospheric scientist Richard Turco in their book titled A Path Where No Man Thought, based on a technical paper in Science, in which the smoke, soot, and debris from the fires caused by an all-out thermonuclear war would render the planet nearly uninhabitable by blocking the sun's radiation and triggering another ice age. They called this scenario nuclear winter, which has since been dismissed by most scientists as highly unlikely, or that at most it would lead to a nuclear autumn instead of winter. As one critic noted, millions of people would die from hunger due to the disruption of the international food supply system rather than from climate change. Well, that's a relief. Only millions instead of billions. Regardless of the details of that particular debate, in terms of tracking moral progress toward a nuclear-free world, Sagan and Turco outlined a realistic proposal to reduce the world's nuclear stockpile to a level of minimum sufficiency deterrence, MSD, large enough to deter a nuclear first strike, but small enough so that if a mistake or a madman detonated a weapon, it would not result in an all-out nuclear winter or autumn. It would appear that we are now well on our way to MSD, as evidenced in Figure 2.2, showing a dramatic decline in nuclear stockpiles from a peak in 1986 of approximately 70,000 to about 16,400 to 17,200 total nuclear warheads in 2014. That's still a long way from the figure of about 1,000 weapons that Sagan and Turco estimated for MSD. But at the rate we're going, we could get there by 2025. And since the end of the Cold War, it has become strategically less necessary and economically less desirable to retain so many nuclear weapons, resulting in a dramatic decline in stockpiles between the United States, 7,315, and Russia, 8,000, who together account for 93.4% of the total. Even more encouragingly, there are only about 4,200 operationally active nuclear warheads held by Russia, 1,600, the United States, 1,920, France, 290, and the United Kingdom, 160, making the world safer from being blown to smithereens by tens of thousands of nuclear warheads than it has been since 1945. Can the nuclear stockpile get to zero? To find out, I audited a class called Perspectives on War and Peace at Claremont Graduate University, taught by the political scientist Jacek Kugler. His answer is no, for at least 7 reasons. 1. Credible deterrence among nations that trust each other is stable and predictable. 2. Unstable or unpredictable states such as North Korea, who periodically rattle their nuclear swords inside their silo sheaths, require threat of retaliation. 3. There still exist rogue states such as Iran who need the threat of retaliation because they threaten to join the nuclear club but are not so keen on joining the club of nations. 4. States wagering conventional wars that might escalate to using weapons of mass destruction require the threat of retaliation to keep them in check. 5. Non-state entities such as terrorist groups that we either do not trust or do not know enough about also require the threat of retaliation. 6. There may be a taboo against using nuclear weapons, but as yet there is no taboo against owning them. 7. The nuclear genie of how to make an atomic bomb is out of the bottle, so there is always the chance that other nations or terrorists will obtain nuclear weapons and thereby destabilize deterrence as well as increase the probability of an accidental detonation. Kugler thinks we can get to regional zero, nuclear-free zones such as South America and Australia, provided the major global nuclear powers, the United States, Russia, China, and perhaps the EU and India, provide a secure non-veto response to any preemptive use of nuclear weapons by potential rogue states or terrorist groups. But because of the trust problem, he says global zero is unattainable. Kugler worries that a Middle East nuclear exchange or a nuclear terrorist attack on Israel is likely if current conditions persist. A major danger, he says, is that fissile material may well be available on the black market at a price that rogue states and terrorists can afford. Analysts of various stripes make a compelling case that nuclear safety is an illusion and that we've come perilously close to a Dr. Strangelove ending of the world as we know it. Scientists with the Federation of Atomic Scientists and the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists sponsor the Doomsday Clock, which seems to be perpetually set a few minutes to midnight and Armageddon. Popular authors such as Richard Rhodes in his nuclear tetralogy, The Making of the Atomic Bomb, Dark Sun, Arsenals of Folly, and The Twilight of the Bombs, and Eric Schlosser in Command and Control, leave readers with vertigo knowing how many close calls there have been. The jettisoning of a Mark IV atomic bomb in British Columbia in 1950, the crash of a B-52 carrying 2 Mark 39 nuclear bombs in North Carolina, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Able Archer 83 exercise in Western Europe that the Soviets misread as the buildup to a nuclear strike against them, and the Titan II missile explosion in Damascus, Arkansas that narrowly avoided eradicating the entire city off the map. As Rhodes noted in reflecting on a career spent researching and writing about nuclear weapons, "You know, one of the sad things about nuclear weapons from the beginning is that they've been called weapons. They're vast destructive forces encompassed in this small portable mechanism. They have no earthly use that I can see except to destroy whole cities full of human beings." This sort of mentality has policymakers thinking that nuclear weapons are like guns. There's a reason why no one has exploded one in anger since 1945. The risk is too great. According to a report published by the Global Zero U.S. Nuclear Policy Commission, chaired by the former Joint Chiefs of Staff General James E. Cartwright, the United States and Russia could maintain deterrence and still reduce their nuclear arsenals to 900 weapons each, ensuring that only half deploy at only one time and all within 24 to 72-hour launch lag times to allow for fail-safe measures to prevent accidental strikes. The Global Zero Plan has been endorsed by such senior politicians as President Barack Obama, President Dmitry Medvedev of Russia, Prime Minister David Cameron of the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh of India, Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda of Japan, and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon of the United Nations. Of course, endorsement is one thing, action is another, but the Global Zero movement is gaining momentum. It is notable that of the 194 countries in the world, only 9 have nuclear weapons. That means 185 countries, 95%, manage just fine without nukes. Some may want them but can't afford to produce the fissile and other materials. But it is noteworthy that since 1964, more nations have started and abandoned nuclear weapons programs than started and completed them, including Italy, West Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, Brazil, Iraq, Algeria, Romania, South Africa, and Libya. There are many good reasons not to own nuclear weapons, one of which is that they are very expensive. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union spent an almost unfathomable $5.5 trillion to build 125,000 nuclear weapons. And the United States still spends $35 billion a year on its nuclear program. Turning plowshares into swords is expensive. It also makes you a target. A 2012 study by the political scientist David Sobek and his colleagues tested the conventional wisdom hypothesis that possession of nuclear weapons confers many benefits to its owner by conducting a cross-national analysis of the relationship between a state initiating a nuclear weapons program and the onset of militarized conflict. They found that between 1945 and 2001, the closer a state gets to acquiring nuclear weapons, the greater the risk it will be attacked. Why? When a state initiates a nuclear weapons program, it signals its intent to fundamentally alter its bargaining environment. States that once had an advantage will now be disadvantaged. Once a state gets itself a nuke or two, the risks of being the target of a first strike go down, but not below the level it was at before it set off to join the nuclear club. In other words, either way it's better not to possess nuclear weapons. That was the opinion of the preeminent Cold Warrior himself, the cowboy president Ronald Reagan, who called for the abolishment of all nuclear weapons. According to Jack Matlock, the U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, President Reagan considered nuclear weapons to be totally irrational, totally inhumane, good for nothing but killing, possibly destructive of life on Earth and civilization. Kenneth Adelman, head of the U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency under Reagan, said that his boss would often pop out with, "Let's abolish all nuclear weapons," as Adelman recalled. I was surprised that for an anti-communist hawk, how anti-nuclear he was. He would make comments that seemed to me to come from the far left rather than from the far right. He hated nuclear weapons. The whole point of the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, also known as Star Wars, in fact, was to eliminate the need for MAD. Matlock paraphrased what Reagan told him on the matter. "How can you tell me, the President of the United States, that the only way I can defend my people is by threatening other people and maybe civilization itself? That is unacceptable." Not everyone was on board with Reagan's vision of a nuclear-free world. Reagan's Secretary of State George Shultz recalled an incident in which he got handbagged by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher when she found out that his boss suggested to Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev that they abolish nuclear weapons. "When we came back from the 1986 U.S.-Soviet summit in Reykjavik with an agreement that it was desirable to get rid of all nuclear weapons, she came over to Washington and I was summoned to the British Embassy. It was then that I discovered the meaning of the British expression to be handbagged. She said, 'George, how could you sit there and allow the president to agree to abolish nuclear weapons?' To which I said, 'Margaret, he's the president.' She replied, 'But you're supposed to be the one with the feet on the ground.' My answer was, 'But Margaret, I agreed with him.'" Today, not only is George Shultz a nuclear abolitionist, but so too are his Cold Warrior colleagues, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, former Senator Sam Nunn, and former Secretary of Defense William Perry. The four of them went on record calling for a world free of nuclear weapons in, of all places, the Wall Street Journal. There and elsewhere, they outlined the realpolitik difficulties of achieving nuclear zero, which they equated to climbing a mountain. From the vantage point of our troubled world today, we can't even see the top of the mountain, and it is tempting and easy to say we can't get there from here. But the risks from continuing to go down the mountain or standing pat are too real to ignore. We must chart a course to higher ground where the mountaintop becomes more visible. Some theorists think that the path to peace is more deterrence. The late political scientist Kenneth Waltz, for example, thought that a nuclear Iran would bring stability to the Middle East because in no other region of the world does a lone, unchecked nuclear state exist. It is Israel's nuclear arsenal, not Iran's desire for one, that has contributed most to the current crisis. Power, after all, begs to be balanced. Except for when it doesn't, as in the post-1991 period after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the unipolar dominance of the United States, no other medium-sized power rose to fill the vacuum. No rising power started wars of conquest to consolidate more power. And the only other candidate, China, has remained war-free for almost 4 decades. Plus, as Kugler points out, the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't play by the rules of the international system. It has no formal diplomatic relations with the United States or Israel, thereby making communication in the event of an emergency problematic. And it is so close to Israel that it lowers the warning time of a missile launch to minutes, thereby limiting the effectiveness of countermeasures such as anti-ballistic missiles, and makes sneaking a dirty bomb into the country more likely. To that I would add, Iran has a history of training terrorist groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah, both of whom are opposed to the United States and Israel, and its leaders have repeatedly and clearly expressed their anti-Semitic views, as happened in 2005 when the new president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad said that Israel must be wiped off the map. A view he expressed before an audience of about 4,000 students at a program starkly titled "The World Without Zionism," given what unfolded after another state leader proclaimed on numerous occasions in the 1930s that he wanted to rid the world of Jews, and almost did. We can hardly fault Israel for not fully embracing the image of an Allah Akbar bellowing imam with his finger on a nuclear trigger. As the political scientist Christopher Faitwise notes in his book, Dangerous Times, despite the popularity of such intuitive notions as the balance of power, based on a small number of non-generalizable cases from the past that are in any case no longer applicable to the present, clashes of civilization, like the world wars of the 20th century, are extremely unlikely to happen in the highly interdependent world of the 21st century. In fact, he shows never in history has such a high percentage of the world's population lived in peace. Conflicts of all forms have been steadily dropping since the early 1900s, and even terrorism can bring states together in international cooperation to combat a common enemy.
Batman morality and little boy brawls. In addition to all this moral deliberation over the possible future use of nuclear weapons, there is an ongoing debate about the past use of the only atomic bombs dropped on cities: Little Boy, which obliterated Hiroshima, and Fat Man, which annihilated Nagasaki. Over the past couple of decades, a cadre of critics have put forth the claim that neither bomb was necessary to bring about the end of the Second World War, and thus their use was immoral, illegal, or even a crime against humanity. In 1946, the Federal Council of Churches issued a statement declaring, "As American Christians, we are deeply penitent for the irresponsible use already made of the atomic bomb. We are agreed that, whatever be one's judgment of the war in principle, the surprise bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are morally indefensible." In 1967, the linguist and contrarian Politico Noam Chomsky called the two bombings the most unspeakable crimes in history. More recently, in an otherwise deeply insightful history of genocide titled Worse Than War, the historian Daniel Goldhagen opens his analysis by calling U.S. President Harry Truman a mass murderer because in ordering the use of atomic weapons, he chose to snuff out the lives of approximately 300,000 men, women, and children. Goldhagen proceeds to opine that it is hard to understand how any right-thinking person could fail to call slaughtering unthreatening Japanese mass murder, in morally equating Harry Truman with Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, and Pol Pot. Goldhagen allows himself to be constrained by the categorical thinking that prevents one from discerning the different kinds, levels, and motives of genocide, although he does this for other mass killings. If one defines genocide broadly enough, as when Goldhagen equates it with mass murder, without ever defining what exactly that means, then nearly every act of killing large numbers of people could be considered genocidal, because there are only two categories, mass murder and non-mass murder. The virtue of continuous thinking allows us to distinguish the differences between types of mass killing. Some scholars define genocide as one-sided killing by armed people of unarmed people. Their context, during a state war, civil war, ethnic cleansing, motivations, termination of hostilities or extermination of a people, and quantities, hundreds to millions, along a sliding scale. In 1946, the Polish jurist Raphael Lemkin created the word genocide and defined it as a conspiracy to exterminate national, religious, or racial groups. In that same year, the UN General Assembly defined genocide as a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups. More recently, in 1994, the highly respected philosopher Stephen Katz defined genocide as the actualization of the intent, however successfully carried out, to murder in its totality any national, ethnic, racial, religious, political, social, gender, or economic group. By these definitions, the dropping of Fat Man and Little Boy were not acts of genocide, and the difference between Truman and the others is in the context and motivation of the act, apparent in the subtitle of Goldhagen's book, Genocide, Eliminationism, and the Ongoing Assault on Humanity. In their genocidal actions against targeted people, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, and Pol Pot had as their objective the total elimination of a group. the killing would only stop when every last pursued person was exterminated, or if the perpetrators were stopped or defeated. Truman's goal in dropping the bombs was to end the war, not to eliminate the Japanese people. If elimination was the goal, then why did the United States lead the Marshall Plan after the war to rebuild both Japan and West Germany, such that within 20 years both were world economic powers? This would seem to be the very opposite of an eliminationist program. As to the morality of dropping the bombs, by the definition of morality in this book, The Survival and Flourishing of Sentient Beings, then not only did Fat Man and Little Boy end the war and stop the killings, they also saved lives, possibly millions of lives, both Japanese and American. My father was possibly one such survivor. During the Second World War, he was aboard the USS Wren, a Navy destroyer assigned to escort aircraft carriers and other large capital ships to protect them from Japanese submarines and especially for shooting down kamikaze pilots. He was part of the larger fleet that was working its way toward Japan for a planned invasion of the home islands. He told me that everyone on board dreaded that day because they had heard of the horrific carnage resulting from the invasion of just two tiny islands held by the Japanese, Iwo Jima and Okinawa. During the invasion of Iwo Jima, there were approximately 26,000 American casualties, which included 6,821 dead in the 36-day battle. How fiercely did the Japanese defend that little volcanic rock 700 miles from Japan? Of the 22,060 Japanese soldiers assigned to fight to the bitter end, only 216 were captured during the battle. The subsequent battle for Okinawa, only 340 miles from the Japanese mainland, was fought even more ferociously, resulting in a staggering body count of 240,931 dead, including 77,166 Japanese soldiers, 14,009 American soldiers, plus an additional 149,193 Japanese civilians living on the island who either died fighting or committed suicide rather than let themselves be captured. No wonder, as my father told me, when the atomic bombs were dropped, there was an emotional relief among the crew. With an estimated 2.3 million Japanese soldiers and 28 million Japanese civilian militia prepared to defend their island nation to the end, it was clear to all what an invasion of the Japanese mainland would mean. It is from these cold, hard facts that Truman's advisors estimated that between 250,000 and 1 million American lives would be lost in an invasion of Japan. General Douglas MacArthur estimated that there could be a 22-to-1 ratio of Japanese to American deaths, which translates to a minimum death toll of 5.5 million Japanese. By comparison, cold as it may sound, the body count from both atomic bombs, about 200,000 to 300,000 total, Hiroshima 90,000 to 166,000 deaths, Nagasaki 60,000 to 80,000 deaths, was a bargain. In any case, if Truman hadn't ordered the bombs dropped, General Curtis LeMay and his fleet of B-29 bombers would have continued pummeling Tokyo and other Japanese cities into rubble before the invasion, and the death toll from conventional bombing would have been just as high as that produced by the two atomic bombs, if not higher, given the fact that previous mass bombing raids had produced Hiroshima-level death rates, plus the likelihood that more than just two cities would have been destroyed before the Japanese surrendered. For example, Little Boy was the energy equivalent of 16,000 tons of TNT. By comparison, the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey estimated that this was the equivalent of 220 B-29s carrying 1,200 tons of incendiary bombs, 400 tons of high-explosive bombs, and 500 tons of anti-personnel fragmentation bombs, with an equivalent number of casualties. In fact, on the night of March 9-10, 1945, 279 B-29s dropped 1,665 tons of bombs on Tokyo, leveling 15.8 square miles of the city, killing 88,000 people, injuring another 41,000, and leaving another 1 million homeless. On balance, then, dropping the atomic bombs was the least destructive of the options on the table. Although we wouldn't call it a moral act, it was in the context of the time the least immoral act by the criteria of lives saved. That said, we should also recognize that the several 100,000 killed is still a colossal loss of life, and the fact that the invisible killer of radiation continued its efforts long after the bombings should dissuade us from ever using such weapons again. Along that sliding scale of evil, in the context of one of the worst wars in human history that included the singularly destructive Holocaust of 6 million murdered, it was not, pace Chomsky, the most unspeakable crime in history, not even close. But it was an event in the annals of humanity never to be forgotten and, hopefully, never to be repeated. A path to nuclear zero. The abolition of nuclear weapons is an exceptionally complex and difficult puzzle that has been studied extensively by scholars and scientists for more than half a century. The problems and permutations of getting from here to there are legion, and there is no single surefire pathway to zero. But the following 10 steps that have been proposed by various experts and organizations seem reasonable and realistic long-term goals.
1. Continue nuclear stockpile reduction. Following the trend lines in Figure 2-2, work to reduce the global stockpile of nuclear weapons from more than 10,000 now to 1,000 by 2020, and to less than 100 by 2030. This is enough nuclear firepower to maintain minimum sufficiency deterrence to keep the peace among nuclear states. And yet, in the event of a mistake or a madman, a nuclear war will not result in the annihilation of civilization. The Global Zero campaign calls for the phased, verified, proportional reduction of all nuclear arsenals to zero total warheads by 2030, noting that if this seems unrealistic, the United States and Russia retired and destroyed twice as many nuclear warheads, 40,000 plus, as this action plan proposes, 20,000 plus, over the next 20 years, 2009 to 2030. That is encouraging, but it is far easier to go from 70,000 to 10,000 than it is from 10,000 to 1,000, and even harder to go from 1,000 to zero, because of the security dilemma that will always exist until and unless the rest of the steps below are met. 2. No first use. Make all first strike strategies illegal by international law. Nuclear weapons should only be used defensively in a retaliatory function. Any nation that violates the law and initiates a first strike will be subject to global condemnation, economic sanctions, nuclear retaliation, and possible invasion, toppling their government and putting their leaders on trial for crimes against humanity. China and India have both signed on to No First Use, NFU, but NATO, Russia, and the United States have not. Russian military doctrine calls for the right to use nukes in response to a large-scale conventional aggression. France, Pakistan, the United Kingdom, and the United States have stated that they will only use nukes defensively, although Pakistan said it would strike India even if the latter did not use nuclear weapons first, and the United Kingdom said it would use nuclear weapons against rogue states, such as Iraq, were the latter to use weapons of mass destruction against British troops in the field. For its part, the United States reiterated its long-term policy that the fundamental role of U.S. nuclear weapons, which will continue as long as nuclear weapons exist, is to deter nuclear attack on the United States, our allies, and partners, adding that it will not use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapons states that are party to the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, and in compliance with their nuclear non-proliferation obligations. 3. Form a nuclear Great Power Pact. Such an alliance would hold strong against small powers and terrorists who either have nuclear weapons or are trying to obtain them with an intent to use them. Jacek Kugler has outlined a model for reducing nuclear stockpiles worldwide while maintaining deterrence that would include, in addition to the no first use policy, a proviso that nuclear great powers must guarantee that any first nuclear strike by small nuclear powers will face automatic nuclear devastating retaliation from a member of the nuclear club. Kugler and his colleague Young-Kook Kang propose a Nuclear Security Council composed of the four great powers, the United States, China, Russia, and the European Union, France and the United Kingdom, that have enough nuclear weapons for a second strike should any of the smaller nuclear powers or a terrorist group launch a first strike against them or anyone else. For example, if North Korea attacked either South Korea or Japan, the United States would retaliate. Or if Iran acquired nuclear weapons and used them against Israel, the United States, and maybe the European Union, or maybe not, would counterstrike. 4. Shift the taboo from using nuclear weapons to owning nuclear weapons. This is what the Nobel Foundation had in mind in 2009 when they awarded President Barack Obama the Peace Prize. The committee has attached special importance to Obama's vision of and work for a world without nuclear weapons. Taboos are effective psychological mechanisms for deterring all sorts of human behaviors, and they worked well in keeping poison gas from being used in the Second World War, although other states, England and Germany, have used them at other times in the First World War, and sometimes even on their own people, Saddam Hussein on the Kurds in Iraq. But across the board and over time, the taboo against using chemical and biological weapons has grown stronger, and their use is considered by most nations and international law to be a crime against humanity. It was one of the crimes for which Saddam Hussein was hanged, although the taboo was not instantaneous. Nukes began as sexy weapons, as evidenced by the fact that the bikini bathing suit was so named by its French designer, Louis Réard, because he hoped its revealing design would create an explosive reaction not unlike that of the 2 atomic bombs detonated earlier that summer of 1946 on the atoll of Bikini in the South Pacific. As the political scientist Nina Tannenwald writes in her history of the origin of the nuclear taboo, throughout the 1950s, everyone accepted nuclear weapons as conventional and articulated a view with a long tradition in the history of weapons and warfare. A weapon once introduced inevitably comes to be widely accepted as legitimate. But that didn't happen. Instead, nuclear weapons have come to be defined as abhorrent and unacceptable weapons of mass destruction, with a taboo on their use. The taboo is associated with a widespread revulsion toward nuclear weapons and broadly held inhibitions on their use. The opprobrium has come to apply to all nuclear weapons, not just to large bombs or to certain types or uses of nuclear weapons. The taboo developed as a result of 3 forces, Tannenwald argues. A global grassroots anti-nuclear weapons movement, the role of Cold War power politics, and the ongoing efforts of non-nuclear states to delegitimize nuclear weapons. The psychology behind the taboo against chemical and biological weapons transfers readily to that of nuclear weapons. Deadly heat and radiation, like poison gas and lethal diseases, are invisible killers that are indiscriminate in the carnage they wreak. This is a psychological break from traditional warfare between 2 armies bearing spears, swords, firearms, grenades, or even cannons and rocket launchers. The moral emotion of moralistic punishment that evolved to deter free riders and bullies brings no satisfaction if one's enemy simply disappears in a white flash on some other continent. Also, the revulsion people feel toward nuclear weapons may be linked in the brain to the emotion of disgust that psychologists have identified as being associated with invisible disease. Toxic poisons and revolting materials, such as vomit and feces, that carry them. Reactions that evolve to direct organisms away from these substances for survival reasons. 5. Nuclear weapons should no longer be seen as a deterrence solution. Former Foreign Minister of Australia, Gareth Evans, who is also chair of the International Commission on Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, makes a convincing case that nuclear weapons no longer make sense for deterrence. It is not at all clear, Evans argues, that it was nuclear weapons that kept the great powers at a standoff throughout the Cold War. Given the fact that prior to their invention in the mid-1940s, the great powers fought in spite of the existence of weapons of mass destruction. Concern about being on the receiving end of the extreme destructive powers of nuclear weapons may simply not be, in itself, as decisive for decision-makers as usually presumed, says Evans. Instead, the long peace since 1945 may be the result of a realization, after the experience of World War II, and in the light of it all, the rapid technological advances that followed it, that the damage that would be inflicted by any war would be unbelievably horrific and far outweighing, in today's economically interdependent world, any conceivable benefit to be derived. 6. evolution instead of revolution. All of these changes should be implemented gradually and incrementally with trust but verify strategy, and with as much transparency as possible. Gareth Evans proposes a two-stage process: minimization, then elimination, with some inevitable discontinuity between them. He uses the target date of 2025 for the achievement of a minimization objective set by the International Commission on Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament that would involve reducing the global stockpile of all existing warheads to no more than 2,000, a maximum of 500 each for the United States and Russia, and 1,000 for the other nuclear-armed states combined, with all states being committed by then to no first use, and with these doctrinal declarations being given real credibility by dramatically reduced weapons deployments and launch readiness. 7. Reduce spending on nuclear weapons and research. Nuclear weapons are indefensibly costly, with estimates coming in at more than $100 billion a year for maintenance by the 9 nuclear states, and $1 trillion projected over the next decade. Building budgets now that wind down monies allocated for all nuclear weapons-related agencies over the next 20 years will drive nations to consider other solutions to the problem that nuclear weapons have historically been created to solve. 8. Revise 20th century nuclear plans and policies for the 21st century. In their manifesto, A World Free of Nuclear Weapons, the aforementioned Shultz, Perry, Kissinger, and Nunn proposed that we discard any existing operational plans for massive attacks that still remain from the Cold War days. Increase the warning and decision times for the launch of all nuclear-armed ballistic missiles, thereby reducing the risks of accidental or unauthorized attacks. Undertake negotiations toward developing cooperative multilateral ballistic missile defense and early warning systems, and dramatically accelerate work to provide the highest possible standards of security for nuclear weapons, to prevent terrorists from acquiring a nuclear bomb. 9. Economic interdependency. The more two countries trade with one another, the less likely they are to fight. It's not a perfect correlation, there are exceptions. But countries that are economically interdependent are less likely to allow political tensions to escalate to the point of conflict. But countries that are economically interdependent are less likely to allow political tensions to escalate to the point of conflict. Wars are expensive. Economic duties, sanctions, embargoes, and blockades are costly, and business often suffers on both sides of a conflict, except for weapons manufacturers, of course. In democracies, for better or for worse, politicians are more beholden to moneyed interests, who generally prefer to keep their transaction costs as low as possible, and those go way up in wartime. Thus, the sooner nations such as North Korea and Iran can be brought into economic trading blocs that make them codependent with the nuclear great powers, the less likely they are to feel the need to develop nuclear weapons in the first place, much less use them. 10. Democratic governance. The more democratic two nations are, the less likely they are to fight. As with economic interdependency, democratic peace is a general trend, not a law of nature. But as we also saw in the previous chapter, the effect is found in the transparency of a political system that includes checks and balances on power, and the ability to change leaders so that a liar, lunatic, or lord wannabe obsessed with power, intent on revenge, or fixated on a nation's racial purity or precious bodily fluids will not be allowed to escalate tensions to the point of launching nuclear-tipped missiles.
With nuclear weapons, there is no easy way out of the security dilemma. Even though Reagan said he wanted to go to zero, in Iceland he refused offers from Gorbachev to reduce nuclear weapons drastically precisely because he did not trust the Russians and was only willing to trust and verify, which is a form of distrust. I am hopeful that we can get to zero before we annihilate ourselves, but it's going to be a long road to hoe. One place to begin is to apply the principle of interchangeable perspectives when negotiating. For example, a spin down of arms, which is what Gareth Evans recommends as the first step. In each case, the key to progress, as in all diplomacy, is to try to understand the interests and perspectives of the other side, and to find ways of accommodating them by all means short of putting at real risk genuine vital interests of one's own. For example, Evans cites the United States' failure to give Russia an acceptable response to its concerns about ballistic missile defense and new long-range conventional weapon systems in Europe, which, he says, seriously diminished its second strike retaliatory capability. Encouragingly, in 2013, the United States took an important step by canceling part of its ballistic missile defense program in Europe, even though it was done for budgetary reasons and to bolster BMD in Asia over concerns about North Korea. Or to keep China in its current minimal deterrence posture instead of ramping up into mad deterrence, Evans writes, the United States should acknowledge that its nuclear relationship with China is one of mutual vulnerability, meaning in practice that the United States should plan and posture its force and base its own policy on the assumption that an attempted U.S. disarming first strike, combined with U.S. missile defenses, could not reliably deny a Chinese nuclear retaliatory strike on the United States. For example, the United States already has a strong enough BMD system in place in the Pacific region to counter any North Korean missile launches, so any further development could be perceived as threatening by the Chinese. There are dozens of such scenarios that are played out in search of what, in the spirit of creative acronyms so common in this field, we might call a minimally dangerous pathway to zero, MDPZ. I do not believe that the deterrence trap is one from which we can never extricate ourselves, and the remaining threats should direct us to work toward nuclear zero sooner rather than later. In the meantime, minimum is the best we can hope for, given the complexities of international relations, but given enough time, as Shakespeare poetically observed,
Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to slay the tiger that doth live by slaughter, to cheer the plowman with increased crops, and waste huge stones with little water drops.
What about terrorism? All this game-theoretic computation assumes that humans are rational actors. As the international relations scholar Hedley Bull noted, mutual nuclear deterrence does not make nuclear war impossible, but simply renders it irrational. But then added that a rational strategist is one who, on further acquaintance, reveals himself as a university professor of unusual intellectual subtlety. Are terrorists rational actors? How rational is it for a Muslim terrorist to look forward to martyrdom and a reward of 72 virgins in heaven? That's if you're a man, of course. A female terrorist has no equivalent consolation. At least the godless communist didn't harbor such delusions. Mad deters you from launching a first strike if you think your target has retaliatory capability and you don't want to die, the drive to stay alive and all that. But if your religion has convinced you that you're not going to really die and that the next life is spectacularly better than this life, and that you'll be a hero among those whom you've left behind, it changes the calculation. As the nuclear zero advocate Sam Nunn said, I'm more concerned about a terrorist without a return address that cannot be deterred than I am about deliberate war between nuclear powers. You can't deter a group who is willing to commit suicide. Nevertheless, I lean toward optimism because of the dismal history of terrorism to achieve its stated goals through violence. Despite the seemingly constant barrage of media stories of suicide bombers blowing themselves up, the long-term trends in social change over the past half-century are in the direction of less violence and more moral action, even with terrorism. Terrorism is a form of asymmetrical warfare by non-state actors against innocent, non-combatant civilians. As its name suggests, it does so by evoking terror. This exercises our alarmist emotions, which in turn confound our reasoning, making clear thinking about terrorism well nigh impossible. As such, I suggest that there are at least 7 myths that have arisen that need to be debunked to properly understand the causes of terrorism in order to continue to reduce its frequency and effectiveness.
1. Terrorists are pure evil. This first myth took root in September 2001 when President George W. Bush announced, "We will rid the world of the evildoers because they hate us for our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other." This sentiment embodies what the social psychologist Roy Baumeister calls the myth of pure evil. More on this in Chapter 9 on moral regress, which holds that perpetrators of violence act only to commit senseless injury and pointless death for no rational reason. The terrorists as evildoers myth is busted through the scientific study of violence, of which at least 4 types motivate terrorists: instrumental, dominance, honor, revenge, and ideology. In a study of 52 cases of Islamic extremists who have targeted the United States, for instance, the political scientist John Mueller concluded that terrorist motives include instrumental violence and revenge, a simmering and more commonly boiling outrage at U.S. foreign policy, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan in particular, and the country's support for Israel in the Palestinian conflict. Ideology in the form of religion was a part of the consideration for most, Mueller suggests. But not because they wished to spread Sharia law or to establish caliphates. Few of the culprits would be able to spell either word. Rather, they wanted to protect their co-religionists against what was commonly seen to be a concentrated war upon them in the Middle East by the U.S. government. As for dominance and honor as drivers of violence, through his extensive ethnography of terrorist cells, the anthropologist Scott Atran has demonstrated that suicide bombers and their families are showered with status and honor in this life, and secondarily the promise of virgins in the next life, and that most belong to loose homegrown networks of family and friends who die not just for a cause, but for each other. Most terrorists are in their late teens or early 20s, especially students and immigrants, who are especially prone to movements that promise a meaningful cause, camaraderie, adventure, and glory. All of these motives are on display in the 2013 documentary film by Jeremy Scahill called Dirty Wars, a sobering look at the effects of U.S. drone attacks and assassinations in foreign countries such as Somalia and Yemen, countries with whom the United States is not at war, in which we see citizens swearing revenge against Americans for these violations of their honor and ideology. 2. Terrorists are organized. This myth depicts terrorists as part of a vast global network of top-down, centrally controlled conspiracies against the West. But as Atran shows, terrorism is a decentralized, self-organizing, and constantly evolving complex of social networks, often organized through social groups and sports organizations, such as soccer clubs. 3. Terrorists are diabolical geniuses. This myth began with a 9/11 Commission report that described the terrorists as sophisticated, patient, disciplined, and lethal. But according to the political scientist Max Abrams, after the decapitation of the leadership of the top terrorist organizations, terrorists targeting the American homeland have been neither sophisticated nor masterminds, but incompetent fools. Examples abound. The 2001 airplane shoe bomber Richard Reed was unable to ignite the fuse because it was wet from the rain and his own foot perspiration. The 2009 underwear bomber Umar Farouk Abdulmutallab succeeded only in setting his pants ablaze, burning his hands, inner thighs, and genitals, and getting himself arrested. The 2010 Times Square bomber Faisal Shahzad managed merely to torch the inside of his 1993 Nissan Pathfinder. The 2012 model airplane bomber Rezwan Firdaus purchased C4 explosives for his rig from FBI agents who promptly arrested him. And the 2013 Boston Marathon bombers were equipped with only one gun for defense and had no money and no exit strategy beyond hijacking a car with no gas in it that Dzhokhar Tsarnaev used to run over his brother Tamerlan, followed by a failed suicide attempt inside a land-based boat. Evidently, terrorism is a race to the bottom. 4. Terrorists are poor and uneducated. This myth appeals to many in the West who like to think that if we throw enough money at a problem, it will go away, or if only everyone went to college, they'd be like us. The economist Alan Kruger, in his book, What Makes a Terrorist, writes, "Instead of being drawn from the ranks of the poor, numerous academic and government studies find that terrorists tend to be drawn from well-educated middle-class or high-income families. Among those who have seriously and impartially studied the issue, there is not much question that poverty has little to do with terrorism." 5. Terrorism is a deadly problem. In comparison to homicides in America, deaths from terrorism are in the statistical noise, barely a blip on a graph compared to the 13,700 homicides a year. By comparison, after the 3,000 deaths on 9/11, the total number of people killed by terrorists in the 38 years before totals 340, and in the number killed after 9/11 and including the Boston bombing is 33. And that includes the 13 soldiers killed in the Fort Hood massacre by Nadel Hassan in 2009. That's a total of 373 killed, or 7.8 per year. Even if we include the 3,000 people who perished on 9/11, that brings the average annual total to 70.3, compared to that of the annual homicide rate of 13,700. No comparison. 6. Terrorists will obtain and use a nuclear weapon or a dirty bomb. Osama bin Laden said he wanted to use such weapons if he could get them, and Secretary of Homeland Security Tom Ridge pressed the point in calling for more support for his agency. Weapons of mass destruction, including those containing chemical, biological, or radiological agents or materials, cannot be discounted. But as Michael Levi of the Council on Foreign Relations reminds us, politicians love to scare the wits out of people, and nothing suits that purpose better than talking about nuclear terrorism. From President Bush warning in 2002 that the smoking gun might be a mushroom cloud, to John Kerry in 2004 conjuring shadowy figures with a finger on the nuclear button, and Mitt Romney invoking the specter of radical nuclear jihad last spring, the pattern is impossible to miss. But most experts agree that acquiring the necessary materials and knowledge for building either weapon is far beyond the reach of most, if not all, terrorists. George Harper's delightful 1979 article in Analog titled "Build Your Own A-Bomb and Wake Up the Neighborhood" is revealing in showing just how difficult it is to actually make a bomb. As a terrorist, one of the best methods for your purposes is the gaseous diffusion approach. This was the one used for the earliest A-bombs, and in many respects it is the most reliable and requires the least sophisticated technology. It is, however, a bit expensive and does require certain chemicals apt to raise a few eyebrows. You have to start with something on the order of a dozen miles of special glass-lined steel tubing and about 60 tons of hydrofluoric acid, which can be employed to create the compound uranium hexafluoride. Once your uranium has been converted into hexafluoride, it can be blown up against a number of special low-porosity membranes. The molecules of uranium hexafluoride, which contain an atom of U-238, are somewhat heavier than those containing an atom of U-235. As the gas is blown across the membranes, more of the heavier molecules are trapped than the light ones. The area on the other side of the membrane is thus further enriched with a U-235 containing material, possibly by as much as 0.5% per pass. Repeat this enough times and you wind up with uranium hexafluoride containing virtually 100% core atoms of U-235. You then separate the fluorine from the uranium and arrive at a nice little pile of domesticated U-235. From there, it's all downhill. In his book on nuclear terrorism, Levi invokes what he calls Murphy's Law of Nuclear Terrorism. What can go wrong might go wrong, and recounts numerous failed terrorist attacks due to sheer incompetence by the terrorists to build and detonate even the simplest of chemical weapons. In this context, it is important to note that no dirty bomb has ever been successfully deployed resulting in casualties by anyone anywhere, and that according to the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which tracks fissile materials, most reports of lost or stolen material involve small or short-lived radioactive sources that are not useful for a RDD, radiological dispersal device, or dirty bomb. Past experience suggests there has not been a pattern of collecting such sources for the purpose of assembling a RDD. It is important to note that the radioactivity of the combined total of all unrecovered sources over the past 5 years would not reach the threshold for one high-risk radioactive source. In short, the chances of terrorists successfully building and launching a nuclear device of any sort is so low that we would be far better off investing our limited resources in diffusing the problem of terrorism in other areas. 7. Terrorism works. In a study of 42 foreign terrorist organizations active for several decades, Max Abrams concluded that only 2 achieved their stated goals. Hezbollah achieved control over southern Lebanon in 1984 and 2000, and the Tamil Tigers took over parts of Sri Lanka in 1990, which they then lost in 2009. That results in a success rate of less than 5%. In a subsequent study, Abrams and his colleague, Matthew Gottfried, found that when terrorists kill civilians or take captives, it significantly lowers the likelihood of bargaining success with states, because violence begets violence, and public sentiments turn against the perpetrators of violence. Further, they found that when terrorists did get what they want, it is more likely to be money or the release of political prisoners, not political objectives. They also found that liberal democracies are more resilient to terrorism, despite the perception that because of their commitment to civil liberties, democracies tend to shy away from harsh countermeasures against terrorists. Finally, in terms of the overall effectiveness of terrorism as a means to an end, in an analysis of 457 terrorist campaigns since 1968, the political scientist Audrey Cronin found that not one terrorism group had conquered a state and that a full 94% had failed to gain even one of their strategic political goals. And the number of terrorist groups who accomplished all of their objectives? 0. Cronin's book is titled, How Terrorism Ends. It ends swiftly, groups survive only 5 to 9 years on average, and badly, the death of its leaders. A rejoinder I often hear when recounting these studies is that terrorism has worked in terms of terrorizing the government into expending enormous resources into combating its threat, and along the way sacrificed our freedom and privacy. It's a valid point. The United States alone has spent upwards of $6 trillion since 9/11 on 2 wars and a bloated bureaucracy in response to the loss of 3,000 lives, less than a tenth of the number of people who die annually on American highways. The explosive revelations by Edward Snowden about the National Security Agency's surveillance programs launched a national conversation about the balance between privacy and transparency, freedom and security. As Snowden told the 2014 TED audience in Vancouver via video link from an undisclosed location in Moscow, terrorism provokes an emotional response that allows people to rationalize and authorize programs they wouldn't have otherwise. The U.S. asked for this authority in the 1990s. It asked the FBI to make the case in Congress, and they said no. It's not worth the risk to the economy. It would do too much damage to society to justify gains. But in the post-9/11 era, they used secrecy and justification of terrorism to start programs in secret, without asking Congress or the American people. Government behind closed doors is what we must guard against. We don't have to give up privacy to have good government. We don't have to give up liberty to have security. That balance between liberty and security is one all governments contend with in many areas of society. We must be vigilant always, of course, but these 7 myths point to the unavoidable conclusion that in the course of history terrorism fails utterly to achieve its goals, or divert civilization from its path toward greater justice and freedom, unless we fall victim to fear itself.
Violent versus nonviolent change. Violence as a means of attaining political change is a problematic strategy. What about nonviolent social change? In a classic work in political philosophy published in 1970 titled Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, the Harvard economist Albert Hirschman observed that when organizations such as firms and nations begin to stagnate and decline, members and interested parties can employ one of 2 nonviolent strategies to turn things around. Voice their opinions by making suggestions, proposing changes, filing grievances, or protesting. Or exit and start a new organization that incorporates their ideas for change. In response to political repression, for example, citizens of a nation can either protest, voice, or emigrate, exit. Employees or customers of a company can either file a complaint or take their business elsewhere. In both cases, people can vote with their voices and their feet and their dollars. Loyalty keeps exit in check so that nations and companies are not constantly failing or going bankrupt. A certain amount of stability is required for progress and profits. So, in attenuating the exit strategy, loyal enables voice to be a more effective and nonviolent means of bringing about change. When people feel like their voices are heard and can see real change made, they are less likely to exit. Conversely, when voices are not heard, as when nations silence political dissenters by locking them up or executing them, exit becomes the only viable strategy for change, and that can lead to violence. In terms of marking moral progress, which strategy is better, voice or exit? It depends on how the change is brought about, through nonviolent resistance or violent response. Historically, political regime change has often come about by butchery and bloodshed. Regicide, for example, was a common method of regime change throughout much of European history. In a study of 1,513 monarchs in 45 monarchies across Europe between AD 600 and 1800, for example, the criminologist Manuel Eisner found that about 15%, 227, were assassinated, corresponding to a homicide rate of about 1,000 per 100,000 ruler years, 10 times the background rate of homicide during those centuries. Mao Zedong was being a realist when he proclaimed in 1938, "Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun." But that is changing. Like many other forms of moral progress tracked in this book, nonviolent resistance has now overtaken violent response. The political scientists Erika Chenoweth and Maria Stephan entered all forms of both nonviolent and violent revolutions and reforms since 1900 into a database and then crunched the numbers. Results. From 1900 to 2006, nonviolent campaigns worldwide were twice as likely to succeed outright as violent insurgencies. Chenoweth added that this trend has been increasing over time. In the last 50 years, civil resistance has become increasingly frequent and effective, whereas violent insurgencies have become increasingly rare and unsuccessful. This is true even in extremely repressive authoritarian conditions where we might expect nonviolent resistance to fail. Why does nonviolence trump violence in the long run as a means to an end? People power, Chenoweth says. How many people? According to her data, no campaigns failed once they achieved the active and sustained participation of just 3.5% of the population, and lots of them succeeded with far less than that. Further, she notes, every single campaign that did surpass that 3.5% threshold was a nonviolent one. In fact, campaigns that relied solely on nonviolent methods were on average 4 times larger than the average violent campaign, and they were often much more representative in terms of gender, age, race, political party, class, and urban-rural distinctions. How does this nonviolent strategy translate into political change? If your movement is based on violence, you aren't necessarily going to be limiting yourself to mostly young, strong, violence-prone males who have a propensity for boozing and brawling. Whereas, Chenoweth explains, civil resistance allows people of all different levels of physical ability to participate, including the elderly, people with disabilities, women, children, and virtually anyone else who wants to. It's a faster track to the magic 3.5% number when you're more inclusive and participation barriers are low. Plus, you don't need expensive guns and weapon systems. Civil disobedience often takes the form of strikes, boycotts, stay-at-home demonstrations, banging on pots and pans and other noise generators, and, like a scene out of the 1951 film The Day the Earth Stood Still, shutting off the electricity at a designated time of the day. A diffuse group of isolated individuals scattered about a city employing such measures is difficult for oppressive regimes to stop. Plus, by including the mainstream instead of the marginalized in your movement, your shock troops are more likely to know people on the other side. In the case of Serbia and its dictator, Slobodan Milosevic, Chenoweth notes that once it became clear that hundreds of thousands of Serbs were descending on Belgrade to demand that Milosevic leave office, policemen ignored the order to shoot on demonstrators. When asked why he did so, one of them said, "I knew my kids were in the crowd." There is one more benefit to nonviolent resistance, what you're left with afterward. Nonviolent campaigns of change are far more likely to result in democratic institutions than are violent insurgencies and they are 15% less likely to relapse into civil war. The data are clear, Chenoweth concludes. When people rely on civil resistance, their size grows. And when large numbers of people withdraw their cooperation from an oppressive system, the odds are ever in their favor. Figure 2.3 and Figure 2.4 show these remarkable trends. War, violence, and moral progress. As with the many myths surrounding terrorism, there are myths about the origins and causes of war that have clouded our thinking, starting with the myth that humans are by nature relatively non-violent, and that pre-state peoples were peaceful and lived in relative harmony with each other and their environment. A convergence of evidence from multiple lines of scientific inquiry, however, tell us that this view of human prehistory is at the very least misleading and very probably wrong. The reason has less to do with the character of human nature being either pacifist or bellicose, and more to do with the logic of how organisms respond to free riders, bullies, challenges, and threats to our survival and flourishing. That is, the data I review below are meant less to settle the debate that has long raged about what humans were like in a state of nature, as either noble savages or the war of all against all. Instead, I'm building on the logic of our moral emotions and how they direct us to respond one way or another to other sentient beings who, in turn, respond to our actions accordingly. The ecologist Bobby Lowe used data from the standard cross-cultural sample to analyze 186 fishing, hunting, and gathering societies around the world to show that people in traditional societies are not living in balanced eco-harmony with nature. In fact, she found that their use of the environment is constrained by limited ecological resources and not by attitudes, such as sacred prohibitions against harming Mother Earth, and that their relatively low environmental impact is the result of low population density, inefficient technology, and the lack of profitable markets, not from any conscious effort at conservation. Lowe also found that in 32% of hunting, fishing, gathering societies, not only were they not practicing conservation, environmental degradation was severe. In his book, 6 Societies, Challenging the Myth of Primitive Harmony, the anthropologist Robert Edgerton surveyed the ethnographic record of traditional societies that have not been exposed to Western civilization and found clear evidence of drug addiction, abuse of women and children, bodily mutilation, economic exploitation of the group by political leaders, suicide, and mental illness. In War Before Civilization, The Myth of the Peaceful Savage, the archaeologist Lawrence Keeley tested the hypothesis that prehistoric warfare was rare, harmless, and little more than ritualized sport. Surveying primitive and civilized societies, he found that prehistoric war was, relative to population densities and fighting technologies, at least as frequent, as measured in years at war versus peace, as deadly, as measured by percentage of conflict deaths, and as ruthless, as measured by killing and maiming of non-combatant women and children, as modern warfare. One prehistoric mass grave in South Dakota, for example, yielded the remains of 500 scalped and mutilated men, women, and children, and this happened half a century before Europeans arrived on the continent. Overall, says Keeley, fossil evidence of human warfare dates back at least 200,000 years, and it is estimated that as many as 20 to 30% of ancestral men died from intergroup violence. Archaeologist Stephen LeBlanc's Constant Battles, the Myth of the Peaceful Noble Savage, documented his title's description of the state of nature with examples such as a 10,000-year-old gravesite along the Nile River containing the remains of 59 people, at least 24 of whom showed direct evidence of violent death, including stone points from arrows or spears within the body cavity, and many contained several points. There were 6 multiple burials, and almost all of those individuals had points in them, indicating that the people in each mass grave were killed in a single event and then buried together. At another site in Utah, 97 bodies were unearthed, revealing that 6 had stone spearheads in them, several breastbones shot through with arrows, and many broken heads and arms. Individuals of all ages and both sexes were killed, and individuals were shot with atlatl darts, stabbed, and bludgeoned, suggesting that fighting was at close quarters. Another half-dozen archaeological sites in Mexico, Fiji, Spain, and other parts of Europe showed human bones broken open lengthwise and cooked, and a pre-Columbian Native American coprolite was laced with the human muscle protein myoglobin, all of which adds up to the fact that humans once ate one another. LeBlanc identified 10 societies that did not show constant battles between groups, but he noted that some of these same peaceful societies have extremely high homicide rates. Among the Copper Eskimo and the New Guinea Gabusi, for example, a third of all adult deaths were from homicide. So, he asked rhetorically, which killing is considered a homicide and which killing is an act of warfare? Such questions and answers become somewhat fuzzy. So, some of this so-called peacefulness is more dependent on the definition of homicide and warfare than on reality. A visual reminder of the reality of what life was often like for many of our ancestors may be seen in Figure 2.5, featuring 2 skulls of people who died violent deaths some 8,500 to 10,700 years ago in Northern Europe, putting a face on the numbers of our violent past. Like historic societies, prehistoric societies varied considerably in their rates of violence. But, statistically speaking, the chances of dying violently in a pre-state society versus a state society is as unmistakable as it is terrifying. Compared to modern humans, prehistoric people were far more murderous in terms of the percentage of the population slaughtered in combat and offed by one another, as Steven Pinker explained to me in an interview in which I asked him to summarize the massive data sets he compiled for his book, The Better Angels of Our Nature. Violent deaths of all kinds have declined from around 500 per 100,000 people per year in pre-state societies to around 50 in the Middle Ages to around 6 to 8 today worldwide and fewer than 1 in most of Europe. What about gun-toting Americans and our inordinate rate of homicides, currently about 5 per 100,000 per year? In 2005, Pinker computes a grand total of 0.008, or 0.8% of all Americans, died of domestic homicides, and in 2 foreign wars combined. In the world as a whole that year, in fact, the rate of violence from war, terrorism, genocide, and killings by warlords and militias was 0.0003% of the population of 6.5 billion, or 0.03%. What about wars? Surely more people have died due to state-sponsored conflicts than in pre-state battles. This isn't the case if you compute it as a percentage of the population killed, says Pinker. On average, non-state societies kill around 15% of their people in wars, whereas today's states kill a few hundredths of a percent. Pinker calculates that even in the murderous 20th century, about 40 million people died in direct battle deaths, including civilians caught in the crossfire, out of the approximately 6 billion people who lived, or 0.7%. Even if we include war-related deaths of citizens from disease, famine, and genocide, that brings the death toll up to 180 million deaths, or about 3%. But what about the 2 world wars and the Holocaust, Stalin's gulags and Mao's purges? A very pessimistic estimate of the human damage from all wars, genocides, and war-induced and man-made famines in the 20th century would be 60 per 100,000 per year, still an order of magnitude less than tribal warfare. And of course, those numbers are dominated by 1914 to 1950 in Europe and 1920 to 1980 in East Asia, both of which have since calmed down. In a moment of comic relief in reviewing such grave matters, when Pinker appeared on the Colbert Report, the comedian Stephen Colbert wondered how he could say that violence is declining when the 20th century was the most violent in human history. Pinker responded with a wry smile. A century lasts for 100 years, and the last 55 years of the 20th century had unusually low rates of death in warfare. So after that spike of wars between 1914 and 1918 and 39 to 45, the rate of killing in war went down. The second half of the 20th century, continuing into the 21st century, the long peace as it is called, is the real mystery to be explained. Figure 2.6 presents the aggregated data compiled by Pinker from multiple sources for the percentage of deaths in warfare for prehistoric people versus modern hunter-gatherers versus modern hunter-horticulturalists and other tribal groups versus modern states. The difference is visually striking and unambiguous in its conclusion because so many datasets all point in the same direction. While one might be skeptical of how the numbers were computed for any one dataset, it's highly unlikely that all of these studies could be wrong so consistently. The reason for computing the rates of death as a percentage of the population, or as a number per 100,000, instead of the raw numbers of total killed, is threefold. 1. This is customary among scholars of war and violence. 2. Raw numbers will increase over time as a result of larger populations, larger armed forces, and improved technologies for killing, thereby distorting what we really want to know, which is 3. Determining the chances that a given individual, you or I, will die violently. This takes us back to the first principle of moral consideration of this book, the survival and flourishing of individual sentient beings. The violent death of an individual is what I'm focusing on here because it is the individual who suffers the ultimate loss, not a group, race, nation, or statistical collective. Although big leviathans can put up big numbers in both armies and war deaths, if you had to choose a time in history in which it was safest for you personally to survive and thrive, by these criteria alone, there is no time like the present. Given the implications that these data have for one's view of human nature and the causes and future of war and violence, the scientific debate has turned ideological, even tribal. On one side are the peace and harmony mafia, those who hold that war is a recent learned cultural phenomenon and that humans are by nature peaceful, a view they defend with vigor and even ferocity. On the other side are what the peace and harmony mafia pejoratively call the Harvard Hawks, an invidious smear meant to imply that they favor war over peace. Richard Wrangham, Stephen LeBlanc, Edward O. Wilson, and Steven Pinker, who contend that war is the outcome of the logic of evolutionary dynamics. The evolution wars, as the anthropologists of peace call it, have been going on since the 1970s, which I've documented in a previous book. In the latest round of debates over the nature of human nature, the extensive data sets compiled by others and coalesced by Pinker have been challenged in both scholarly and popular publications. In a 2013 edited volume titled War, Peace, and Human Nature, Brian Ferguson claims that the data sets in Pinker's list greatly exaggerate prehistoric war mortality. Unfortunately, he then confuses frequency rates with tendency inevitability when he challenges the idea that deadly intergroup violence has been common enough in our species' evolutionary history to act as a selection force shaping human psychological tendencies toward either external violence or internal cooperation. But Pinker is not arguing that the rate of violence in the past acts as a selective force in human evolution. Quite the opposite, in fact. The logic of game-theoretic interactions, like the prisoner's dilemma matrices I outlined in Chapter 1, between players means that a certain amount of defection in games, or violence in life, is inevitable when there is no outside governing body, an association in sports, a government in society, to tilt the matrix toward more cooperative and peaceful choices via both rewards and punishments. Over the millennia, we have learned how to adjust the conditions of the matrix of life to make people interact in less violent and more peaceable and cooperative ways, and it is those adjustments that have led to a decline of violence and to moral progress. In a 2013 paper in the prestigious journal Science, Douglas Fry and Patrick Soderbergh disputed the theory that war is prevalent in mobile foraging band societies, MFBS, by claiming that in a sample of 148 episodes from 21 MFBS, more than half of the lethal aggression events were perpetrated by lone individuals, and almost two-thirds resulted from accidents, interfamilial disputes, within-group executions, or interpersonal motives, such as competition over a particular woman. From this, they conclude, most incidences of lethal aggression among MFBS may be classified as homicides, a few others as feuds, and a minority as war. Well, that's comforting. So the skulls in Figure 2.5 were of guys who either got bludgeoned to death by friends within their tribes rather than by enemies from other tribes, or they accidentally, savagely shot themselves in the face or brutally stabbed themselves in the chest with arrows and daggers. Addressing the point about what the data actually indicate, Fry and Soderbergh target Samuel Bowles, whose data are included in Figure 2.6, accusing him of claiming that war is prevalent in MBFS and that war has been pervasive during human evolution. Bowles responded saying, I did not make the two claims that the authors attribute to me for the simple reason that I was answering a different question. The question Bowles was trying to answer is, did warfare among ancestral hunter-gatherer groups affect the evolution of human social behaviors? To that end, Bowles explains, I needed data on the fraction of all deaths that were due to intergroup conflict, not the evidence that Fry and Soderbergh present, namely data on whether war is prevalent or pervasive or the major source of violent deaths. Here again we see how categorical and binary thinking cloud the issue. Forcing a continuum of violence into a category of prevalent or pervasive misses the point of what we're interested in knowing here. Whatever the rate of violence in the past, by whatever the means and whatever the cause, was it enough to affect human evolution? If you insist that the rate must be high enough to be called prevalent or pervasive, then you have to operationally define these terms with a quantity, including the term war that, by today's definition, has no meaning for the type of intergroup conflicts that happened during the late Pleistocene epoch in which our species came of age. As Bowles explains, in my models of the evolution of human behavior, the appropriate usage of the term war is events in which coalitions of members of a group seek to inflict bodily harm on one or more members of another group. And I have included ambushes, revenge murders, and other kinds of hostilities analogizing human intergroup conflict during the late Pleistocene to boundary conflicts among chimpanzees rather than pitched battles of modern warfare. Modern urban gangs, for example, engage in violent intergroup conflict that cumulatively can rack up significant body counts. Think of the ongoing Mexican drug wars among rival cartels, in which more than 100,000 people have been killed and more than 1 million displaced since 2006. Yet scholars would not classify these events as wars because the motives are more commonly related to honor, revenge, feuding, or turf conflicts. But as Bowles points out, urban gangs meet the criteria for what constitutes an MFBS. Small group size, fluctuating group membership, multi-local residence, and a type of egalitarianism with no authority to order others to fight. Bowles carefully examined the data that Fry and Soderbergh published in their paper and noted that motives such as revenge or killing over a particular man, or the fact that a killing was interpersonal, mean that the event did not fall under the heading of war. And yet, Bowles concludes, from the standpoint of evolutionary biology, these aspects of the killing are irrelevant. What matters for the dynamics of population composition is that members of a group, more than one, cooperated in killing a member of another group for any reason whatever. To that end, the data in Figure 2.6 showing the dramatic decline in violence over time remain indisputable. And that is real moral progress, however one defines any particular kind of violence. It's a point well made in The Arc of War by the political scientists Jack Levy and William Thompson, who begin by adopting a continuum rather than a categorical style of reasoning. War is a persistent feature of world politics, but it is not a constant. It varies over time and space in frequency, duration, severity, causes, consequences, and other dimensions. War is a social practice adopted to achieve specific purposes, but those practices vary with changing political, economic, and social environments, and with the goals and constraints induced by those environments. When nuanced in this continuous rather than categorical manner, we can see both how and when rates of warfare change. By defining war as sustained, coordinated violence between political organizations, however, Levy and Thompson had to find away prehistoric group conflicts that don't at all resemble political organizations of today. As such, war cannot even begin until there are political organizations of a substantive size, which necessarily means that what we think of war, by definition, was impossible before civilization began. Nevertheless, Levy and Thompson acknowledge that the rudimentary foundations for war, as they define it, were already there in our earliest ancestors, even suggesting that border skirmishes with Neanderthals in northern Europe may account for the latter's extinction some 35,000 years ago, including the observation that hunting and homicide skills made suitable weaponry, tactics, and rudimentary military organization available, and that group segmentation helped define group identities and enemies, thereby also facilitating the potential for organizing politically and militarily. Thus, they endorse an early, if infrequent, start for warfare among hunter-gatherers, which then increased over time in lethality with improved weapons and increased population sizes. And this continued throughout the history of civilization as states increased in size until nations fought nations, leading to an increase in the total number of deaths, but a decrease in the total number of conflicts. Working in prehistoric South America, archaeologists Elizabeth Arkush and Charles Stanish use a convergence of evidence approach from many different sources to compile extensive evidence showing indisputably that late Andean prehistory was profoundly shaped by warfare. And by warfare, they don't just mean ritual battle in which real violence was rare. Archaeological remains of defensive walls and fortifications match the records of Spanish conquistadors who reported, for example, that they encountered huge Inca armies supported by a superb logistical framework of roads, supply depots, secondary centers, and forts. Spanish chroniclers and Incan oral histories also make clear that military might was a cornerstone of imperial power. The empire had emerged from military victories over some groups, the peaceful submission of others persuaded by the threat of military reprisals, and the violent suppression of several rebellions. Inca histories also describe a period of frequent warfare before the empire arose, in which local war leaders battled each other for plunder or political dominance. Archaeologist George Milner includes a photograph of an antler point embedded in a lumbar vertebrae from prehistoric Kentucky as a visual example of the numerous data points indicating that, if anything, surely underestimate warfare casualties. But even if the estimates are not exaggerated, even low frequencies of deaths from intergroup conflicts added just one more element of uncertainty to lives already full of uncertainties. Warfare is likely to have had a broader impact than the immediate loss of life alone. Sudden and unexpected deaths of people who played critical roles in the survival of small groups increase the risks of death for remaining household and community members. Time trial fantasists and postmodernists who bewail modern society and long for simpler times would do themselves a favor by examining this evidence a little more closely. In his 1996 book, Demonic Males, Richard Wrangham traced the origins of patriarchy and violence all the way back to our hominid origins millions of years before the Neolithic Revolution. In 2012 and 2013, Wrangham published 2 papers with his graduate student, Lik Glowacki, that painted a much more nuanced portrait of hunter-gatherers as highly risk-averse when it comes to violence and war. Most rational agents don't want to get maimed or killed, so they only risk going to war when, the authors write, cultural systems of reward, punishment, and coercion, rather than evolved adaptations to greater risk-taking, are in place. These cultural systems include the teaching of specific war skills, apprenticeship, games and contests, pain endurance tests, other endurance tests, and the use of legends and stories. Cultural systems also shower would-be warriors with promises of honor and glory for themselves and their families, and since death may preclude fallen warriors from cashing in on the promises, seeing your late comrade's family so rewarded acts as a social signal to help individuals overcome their natural risk aversion to dangerous and deadly conflict. Wrangham and Glowacki call this the cultural rewards war risk hypothesis, and predict that the greater the risk, the higher the probability of being maimed or killed in battle, the greater the number of benefits that accrue to participating individuals. An assessment of the ethnographic literature on simple warfare among small-scale societies found just that. Far from portraying humans as innately violent and warlike, Wrangham admits that whether humans have evolved specific psychological adaptations for war is uncertain. Instead, a review of all the available literature on group conflicts in both humans and chimpanzees shows that, like their chimp cousins, hunter-gatherers follow a game-theoretic strategy of an imbalance of power. If we outnumber them, invade. If they outnumber us, evade. As Lawrence Keeley concluded his extensive studies on war and conflict in hunter-gatherer bands, the most elementary form of warfare is a raid, or type of raid, in which a small group of men endeavor to enter enemy territory undetected in order to ambush and kill an unsuspecting isolated individual, and to then withdraw rapidly without suffering any casualties. Apocalypto, Mel Gibson's film about the collapse of the Mayan civilization, portrays a visually striking example of a typical prehistoric raid in which one tribe of Mesoamericans launches an early morning attack on the hero's village while they are asleep, setting fire to their huts and delivering devastating blows before they can organize a concerted counterstrike. By the time the defending warriors come out of their slumberous state, it is all over but the shouting. The writers of the script did their homework and offered a more realistic visage of what life was like before civilization than, say, Kevin Costner's Dances with Wolves. According to archaeologist Michael Coe, Maya civilization in the central area reached its full glory in the early 8th century, but it must have contained the seeds of its own destruction, for in the century and a half that followed, all its magnificent cities had fallen into decline and ultimately suffered abandonment. This was surely one of the most profound social and demographic catastrophes of all human history. And it unfolded long before the arrival of European guns, germs, and steel at the end of the 15th century, which is why Gibson opened the film with a quote from the historian Will Durant. "A great civilization is not conquered from without until it has destroyed itself from within." The military historian John Keegan once reflected, "War, it seems to me, after a lifetime of reading about the subject, mingling with men of war, visiting the sites of war, and observing its effects, may well be ceasing to commend itself to human beings as a desirable or productive, let alone rational means of reconciling their discontents." Joshua Goldstein's 2011 book, Winning the War on War, compiled massive data sets to support that conclusion when he wrote, "We have avoided nuclear wars, left behind World War, nearly extinguished interstate war, and reduced civil wars to fewer countries with fewer casualties." The political scientist Richard Ned Lebow drew similar conclusions in his 2010 book, Why Nations Fight, delineating 4 motives behind wars of the past 350 years, all of which are in decline: fear, interest, status and standing, and revenge. According to Lebow, none of these motives is any longer effectively served by going to war, and more nations' leaders are finding ways to avoid conflict when these motives arise, especially the one that he identifies as the most common motive, status and standing. I contend that standing has been the most common cause of war historically, and that war has declined in large part because it no longer confers standing. LeBeau makes the compelling point that the mechanistic and unheroic destructiveness of the two world wars effectively ended the notion of bravery and heroism that wars allegedly bestowed on their survivors, which gave individuals and states higher status and standing among their peers. Referencing the First World War, for example, LeBeau writes, "It is worth considering the counterfactual that opposition to war would not have been nearly so pronounced if the war had been more like its Napoleonic predecessor, a war of maneuver that encouraged individual, recognizable acts of bravery that might have more than minor tactical consequences. War deprived of its heroic and romantic associations and considered instead an irrational source of slaughter, destruction, and suffering, was no longer able to win honor for its combatants or standing for the states that sent them to their deaths." A comprehensive 2014 report by a team of social scientists at Simon Fraser University tested the declinist hypothesis by reviewing all of the available data, concluding, "There are now compelling reasons for believing that the historical decline in violence is both real and remarkably large, and also that the future may well be less violent than the past." About that future, they note that there are ample grounds for cautious optimism, but absolutely none for complacency. The underlying goal in the study of the nature and causes of violence and war, whatever the blend of biology, culture, and circumstance turns out to be, is to attenuate them. See, for example, the group Vision of Humanity, which tracks trends toward or away from peace and ranks countries in a peace index. Because the stakes are so high, emotions in those who conduct such studies run deep. Samuel Bowles said it best in a casual remark to me. "It seems to be a highly ideologically charged debate, which is unfortunate because finding that war was frequent in the past or that outgroup hostility might have a genetic basis says something about our legacy, not our destiny." Science is, and ought to be, concerned with understanding both our legacy and our destiny. For as Cicero noted in the epigram to this chapter, warnings of evil are only justified if there is a way of escape. In the next chapter, we will consider how science and reason are not only two of the main drivers of moral progress, but they also show us the way of escape from the traps we have set for ourselves.
Chapter 3. Why Science and Reason are the Drivers of Moral Progress. Epigram from Thomas Paine, 1778. Science, the partisan of no country, but the beneficent patroness of all, has liberally opened a temple where all may meet. Her influence on the mind, like the sun on the chilled earth, has long been preparing it for higher cultivation and further improvement. The philosopher of one country sees not an enemy in the philosophy of another. He takes his seat in the temple of science and asks not who sits beside him.
In the 1970s, the NBC comedy series Saturday Night Live featured skits by the comedian and author Steve Martin, whose recurring roles as Theodoric of York, medieval barber, and medieval judge tapped into the tacit knowledge of moral progress since the Middle Ages, assumed to be held by even late-night viewers. Martin played a barber surgeon who employed bloodletting and other barbaric practices to cure any and all illnesses. As he explained to the mother of one of his patients, "You know, medicine is not an exact science, but we're learning all the time. Why, just 50 years ago, they thought a disease like your daughter's was caused by demonic possession or witchcraft. But nowadays we know that Isabel is suffering from an imbalance of bodily humors perhaps caused by a toad or a small dwarf living in her stomach. The mother didn't buy it and blasted him for his still barbaric bloodletting ways, until Theodoric had a moment of scientific enlightenment. Almost. Wait a minute. Perhaps she's right. Perhaps I've been wrong to blindly follow the medical traditions and superstitions of past centuries. Maybe we barbers should test these assumptions analytically through experimentation in a scientific method. Maybe this scientific method could be extended to other fields of learning, the natural sciences, art, architecture, navigation. Perhaps I could lead the way to a new age, an age of rebirth, a renaissance. Nah. As the medieval judge, Theodoric of York had a similar near awakening after passing judgment on an accused witch based on the classic trial by ordeal, specifically, in this instance, the ordeal by water. This particular test involved tying up the accused and then dunking her into a body of water. If the accused sank and drowned, that meant she was innocent. But if she managed to float, she was obviously guilty, either because the pure element of water naturally expels evil, or because, in the words of an observer at the time, the witch, having made a compact with the devil, hath renounced her baptism, hence the antipathy between her and water. Or because only by employing her demonic powers could she overcome the weight of the stones with which some of the hapless accused were unfairly burdened. In the case of the accused in Theodoric's court, the woman proves to be innocent and thus sinks to her death. The mother, naturally, is furious, proclaiming, "You call this justice? An innocent girl dead?" Theodoric ponders the mother's protestations, thinking aloud, "Wait a minute, perhaps she's right. Maybe the king doesn't have a monopoly on the truth. Maybe he should be judged by his peers. Oh, a jury of his peers. Everyone should be tried by a jury of their peers, and be equal before the law. And perhaps every person should be free from cruel and unusual punishment. Nah." The witch theory of causality. Compressed into these comedic vignettes are centuries of intellectual advancement, from the medieval worldview of magic and superstition to the modern age of reason and science. It is evident that most of what we think of as our medieval ancestors' barbaric practices were based on mistaken beliefs about how the laws of nature actually operate. If you, and everyone around you, including ecclesiastical and political authorities, truly believe that witches cause disease, crop failures, sickness, catastrophes, and accidents, then it is not only a rational act to burn witches, it is also a moral duty. This is what Voltaire meant when he wrote that people who believe absurdities are more likely to commit atrocities. An even more pertinent translation of his famous quote is relevant here. Truly, whoever is able to make you absurd is able to make you unjust. Consider a popular thought experiment and how you would respond in the following scenario. You are standing next to a fork in a railroad line and a switch to divert a trolley car that is about to kill 5 workers on the track unless you throw the switch and divert the trolley down a side track where it will kill 1 worker. Would you throw the switch to kill 1 but save 5? Most people say that they would. We should not be surprised, then, that our medieval ancestors performed the same kind of moral calculation in the case of witches. Medieval witch burners torched women primarily out of utilitarian calculus. Better to kill the few to save the many. Other motives were present as well, of course, including scapegoating, the settling of personal scores, revenge against enemies, property confiscation, the elimination of marginalized and powerless people, and misogyny and gender politics. But these were secondary incentives grafted onto a system already in place that was based on a faulty understanding of causality. The primary difference between these pre-modern people and us is, in a word, science. Frankly, they often had not even the slightest clue what they were doing, operating as they were in an information vacuum, and they had no systematic method to determine the correct course of action either. The witch theory of causality, and how it was debunked through science, encapsulates the larger trend in the improvement of humanity through the centuries by the gradual replacement of religious supernaturalism with scientific naturalism. In his sweeping survey of traditional societies, The World Until Yesterday, the evolutionary biologist and geographer Jared Diamond explains how our pre-scientific ancestors dealt with the problem of understanding causality.
An original function of religion was explanation. Pre-scientific traditional peoples offer explanations for everything they encounter, of course without the prophetic ability to distinguish between those explanations that scientists today consider natural and scientific, and those others that scientists now consider supernatural and religious. To traditional peoples, they are all explanations, and those explanations that subsequently became viewed as religious aren't something separate. For instance, the New Guinea societies in which I have lived offer many explanations for bird behavior that modern ornithologists consider perceptive and still accurate. Example, the multiple functions of bird calls, along with other explanations that ornithologists no longer accept and now dismiss as supernatural. Example, the songs of certain bird species are voices of former people who became transformed into birds.
In my book, Why People Believe Weird Things, I review the extensive scientific literature concerning the role of superstition in pre- or non-scientific societies. The Trobrianders, for example, who live on islands near Papua New Guinea, employed weather magic, healing magic, garden magic, dance magic, love magic, sailing and canoe magic, and especially fishing magic. In the calm waters of the inner lagoon, where a catch is much more likely and safer, there are few superstitious rituals. By contrast, in preparation for the uncertain waters of deep-sea fishing, the Trobrianders performed many magical rituals, including whispering and murmuring magical formulas. The anthropologist Gunther Senft has cataloged many such verbal utterances, such as one called Yoya's Fish Magic, which he recorded in 1989, and that involved the repetition of certain phrases.
Totwai, Kabusi Kuma Kulova, Obwadlita Bavaga, Kabusi Kuma Kulova, Obwadlita Olova. Tokwai, come down, come inside, to the sea I will return. Come down, come inside, at sea I put a spell in.
A 7-second pause is then followed by another series of related phrases, all toward an end of ordering and commanding their addressees to do or change something, or by foretelling changes, processes, and developments that are necessary for reaching these aims, Senft writes. The anthropologist who published the first and definitive ethnography on the Trobriand Islanders, Bronislaw Malinowski, concluded that his charges were misinformed, not ignorant. Magic, he said, is to be expected and generally to be found whenever man comes to an unbridgeable gap, a hiatus in his knowledge or in his powers of practical control, and yet has to continue in his pursuit. The solution to magical thinking, then, is to close those unbridgeable gaps with scientific thinking. Other anthropologists have made similar discoveries about their subjects, such as E. Evans Pritchard in his classic study on witchcraft, oracles, and magic among the Azande, a traditional society in the southern Sudan in Africa. After a survey of the many bizarre beliefs about witches held by the Azande, Evans Pritchard explains the psychology behind witchcraft beliefs, starting with the fact that witches, as the Azande conceive them, clearly cannot exist. Nonetheless, the concept of witchcraft provides them with a natural philosophy by which the relations between men and unfortunate events are explained, and a ready and stereotyped means of reacting to such events. Here we see in a pre-modern society what happens when magical thinking goes unchecked by critical thinking.
Witchcraft is ubiquitous. It plays its part in every activity of Zande life, in agricultural, fishing, and hunting pursuits, in domestic life of homesteads, as well as in communal life of district and court. It is an important theme of mental life, in which it forms the background of a vast panorama of oracles and magic. There is no niche or corner of Zande culture into which it does not twist itself. If blight seizes the ground nut crop, it is witchcraft. If the bush is vainly scoured for game, it is witchcraft. If women laboriously bail water out of a pool and are rewarded by a few small fish, it is witchcraft. If a wife is sulky and unresponsive to her husband, it is witchcraft. If a prince is cold and distant with his subject, it is witchcraft. If, in fact, any failure or misfortune falls upon anyone at any time and in relation to any of the manifold activities of his life, it may be due to witchcraft.
Nowadays, science has all of these problems covered. We know that crops can fail due to disease, which we study through the science of agronomy and the etiology of disease. Or they fail due to insects that we can investigate through the science of entomology and further control through chemistry. Or they fail due to inclement weather that we can understand through the science of meteorology. Ecologists and biologists can tell us why populations of fish rise and fall, and what we can do to prevent a region being fished out or decimated by disease or climate change. Psychologists specializing in marital counseling can explain why a wife might not be as responsive as her husband may wish, and vice versa. And though there may not be a big call for this sort of thing these days, psychologists who study personality and temperament could explain why some princesses are cold and distant, why others are warm and connected to their subjects. Statisticians and risk analysts can assess the rates of failure and misfortune that might befall anyone at any time in relation to any number of activities in life, well captured in the ne plus ultra of pop culture, bumper sticker philosophy, shit happens. Tellingly, Evans Pritchard notes that the Zonde do not attribute everything that happens to witchcraft, only those things for which they do not have a plausible-sounding causal explanation. In Zonde land, sometimes an old granary collapses. There is nothing remarkable in this. Every Zonde knows that termites eat the supports in course of time, and that even the hardest woods decay after years of service. But when a group of people are sitting inside the granary when it collapses and they are injured, the Zonde wonder, in Evans Pritchard's description, why should these particular people have been sitting under this particular granary at the particular moment when it collapsed? That it should collapse is easily intelligible, but why it should have collapsed at the particular moment when these particular people were sitting beneath it? Evans Pritchard then draws the distinction between pre-scientific and scientific worldviews.
To our minds, the only relationship between these two independently caused facts is their coincidence in time and space. We have no explanation of why the two chains of causation intersected at a certain time and in a certain place, for there is no interdependence between them. Zonde philosophy can supply the missing link. The Zonde knows that the supports were undermined by termites and that people were sitting beneath a granary in order to escape the heat and glare of the sun. But he knows besides why these two events occurred at a precisely similar moment in time and space. It was due to the action of witchcraft. If there had been no witchcraft, people would have been sitting under the granary and it would not have fallen on them, or it would have collapsed, but the people would not have been sheltering under it at the time. Witchcraft explains the coincidence of these two happenings.
A witch is a causal theory of explanation. And it's fair to say that if your causal theory to explain why bad things happen is that your neighbor flies around on a broom and cavorts with the devil at night, inflicting people, crops, and cattle with disease, preventing cows from giving milk, beer from fermenting, and butter from churning, and that the proper way to cure the problem is to burn her at the stake, then you're either insane or you lived in Europe 6 centuries ago, and you even had biblical support, specifically Exodus 22:18. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Witches were believed to be able to inflict harm on others just by staring at them, giving them the evil eye, thereby releasing an invisible but potent emanation, especially if she was menstruating. Figure 3.1 shows the trial of 4 women being interrogated for witchcraft in the death of King James I. One of them, a woman named Agnes Sampson, confessed, under torture, that she had danced counterclockwise, which was believed to lead to disaster. Witch hunters developed techniques to determine the guilt or innocence of accused witches, including searching their bodies for telltale marks of their cavorting with the devil. Again, the point is not that our medieval ancestors were irrational in their magical thinking. To the contrary, they fully believed that what they were doing in employing various magical incantations, spells, and superstitions of various sorts would have the desired effect. As the medieval historian Richard Kiekhaefer notes, the people of medieval Europe thought of magic as rational for two reasons. First of all, that it could actually work, that its efficacy was shown by evidence recognized within the culture as authentic. And secondly, that its workings were governed by principles of theology or of physics that could be coherently articulated. It was the Roman Catholic Church that first articulated the witch theory of causality in medieval Europe with the papal bull of Innocent VIII in 1484, Summus Desirantes Affectibus, desiring with supreme ardor, followed 2 years later with the Catholic clergyman Heinrich Kramer's Malleus Maleficarum, the hammer of the witch. The latter was a how-to manual on finding and prosecuting witches, who, it alleged, were able to copulate with the devil, steal men's penises, wreck ships, ruin crops, eat babies, turn men into frogs, shed no tears, cast no shadow in the sun, have hair that could not be cut, and pretty much anything considered to be devilish and wicked. The manual instructed investigators on how to look for the witch's mark, a spot or excrescence on her body that supposedly did not bleed when pricked, giving rise, as one can imagine, to inappropriate touching by the mostly male investigators of the mostly female suspects. Finding witches not only explained evil, it also was tangible evidence of God's existence. As the 16th century Cambridge theologian Roger Hutchinson argued in a polished bit of circular reasoning, "If there be a God, as we most steadfastly must believe, verily there is a devil also. And if there be a devil, there is no surer argument, no stronger proof, no plainer evidence that there is a God." And conversely, as noted in a 17th century witch trial, "Atheists abound in these days, and witchcraft is called into question. If neither possession nor witchcraft exists, why should we think that there are devils? If no devils, no God." Figure 3.2 is a woodcut illustration from the title page of a pamphlet titled Witches Apprehended, Examined, and Executed, published in 1613. It shows the classic trial by ordeal, or ordeal by water. Pictured is a woman named Mary Sutton being put to the test in 1612. Today, the witch theory of causality has fallen into disuse. With the exception of a few isolated pockets in Papua New Guinea, India, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Tanzania, Kenya, or Sierra Leone, where witches are still burned to death. A 2002 World Health Organization study, for example, reported that every year more than 500 elderly women in Tanzania alone are killed for being witches. In Nigeria, children by the thousands are being rounded up and torched as witches, and in response, the Nigerian government arrested a self-styled bishop named Okan Williams, who had accused of killing 110 such children. Another study found that as many as 55% of sub-Saharan Africans believe in witches. And such wrong beliefs can kill. On February 6, 2013, a 20-year-old woman and mother of two named Kapari Leniata was burned alive in the western highlands of Papua New Guinea because she was accused of sorcery by the relatives of a 6-year-old boy who died on February 5th. As in witch trials of old, the conflagration on a pile of rubbish was preceded by torture with a hot iron rod, after which Kapari was bound and doused in gasoline and ignited while surrounded by gawking crowds that prevented police and authorities from rescuing her. A 2010 Oxfam study explains why sorcery and witchcraft are not uncommon in this part of the world, in which many people still do not accept natural causes as an explanation for misfortune, illness, accidents, or death, and instead place the blame for their problems on supernatural sorcery and black magic. Are these people evil or misinformed? By modern Western moral standards, of course, they're morally reprehensible. And if living in places where witchcraft and the burning of alleged witches is illegal, they're also criminal. But given the fact that Europeans and Americans abandoned their belief in witches when science supplanted superstition as a better explanation for evil, and it was outlawed, the generous assessment is that these witch hunters are merely misinformed. In short, they hold a wrong theory of causality. That said, it is not just a matter of improving science education, although an education of any sort would be a good start for all sorts of reasons, both moral and practical. For starters, governments must outlaw the burning of witches. Jared Diamond tells me that in Papua New Guinea, the extraordinarily high rate of violence, including witch burning, was greatly attenuated by government agents going from village to village and outlawing such diabolical practices, confiscating weapons, and laying down the law. A poignant example of what it often takes to bring about an end to a superstitious barbaric act may be seen in the Indian practice of suti, or the burning of widows. The British government abolished suti by outlawing it and followed up by severely punishing transgressors. As the 19th century British commander-in-chief in India, General Charles Napier, told his charges who complained that suti was their cultural custom that the British should respect. "Be it so. This burning of widows is your custom. Prepare the funeral pile. But my nation also has a custom. When men burn women alive, we hang them and confiscate all of their property. My carpenters shall therefore erect gibbets on which to hang all concerned when the widow is consumed. Let us all act according to national customs." In the long run, however, external restrictions in the form of laws must be supplemented with internal controls in the form of ideas. An example of how the witch theory of causality was tested and debunked in Germany is recounted by Charles Mackey in his classic work Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. At the height of the witch craze, the Duke of Brunswick invited two learned and famous Jesuits, both of whom believed in witchcraft and torture as a means of eliciting a confession, to join him in the Brunswick dungeon to witness the torture of a woman accused of witchcraft. Suspecting that people will say anything to stop the pain, the Duke told the woman on the rack that he had reasons to believe that the two men accompanying him were warlocks, and that he wanted to know what she thought, instructing her torturers to jack up the pain a little more. The woman promptly confessed that she had seen both men turn themselves into goats, wolves, and other animals, that they had sexual relations with other witches, and that they had fathered many children with heads like goats and legs like spiders. The Duke of Brunswick led his astounded friends away, Mackey narrates. This was convincing proof to both of them. Thousands of persons had suffered unjustly. They knew their own innocence, and shuddered to think what their fate might have been if an enemy, instead of a friend, had put such a confession into the mouth of a criminal. One of these Jesuits was Frederick Spee, who, in response to this shocking display of induced false confessions, published a book in 1631 called Cautio Criminalis, which exposed the horrors of the torturous witch trials. This led the Archbishop and Elector of Mainz, Schönbrunn, to abolish torture entirely, which in turn led to the abolition of torture for witchcraft elsewhere, a catalyst in the cascading effect that caused the witch mania to collapse. This was the beginning of the dawn after the long, protracted darkness, Mackey writes. The tribunals no longer condemned witches to execution by hundreds in a year. A truer philosophy had gradually disabused the public mind. Learned men freed themselves from the trammels of a debasing superstition, and governments, both civil and ecclesiastical, repressed the popular delusion they had so long encouraged. Before the dawn broke, however, thousands of people were senselessly murdered. Precise figures are hard to come by, given the spottiness of the record, but the historian Brian Levack puts the figure at 60,000 based on the number of trials and the rate of convictions, often close to 50%. While the medieval historian Anne Llewellyn Barstow adjusts that figure upward to 100,000 based on lost records. Whatever the tally, it was a tragically high number, and after the immediate solution of banning it, the ultimate solution to ending witchcraft everywhere proved to be a better understanding of causality, science. As the historian Keith Thomas concludes in his sweeping history, Religion and the Decline of Magic, The first and most important factor in the decline was the series of intellectual changes which constituted the scientific and philosophical revolution of the 17th century. These changes had a decisive influence upon the thinking of the intellectual elite, and in due course percolated down to influence the thought and behavior of the people at large. The essence of the revolution was the triumph of the mechanical philosophy. By mechanical philosophy, Thomas means the Newtonian clockwork universe, the worldview that holds that all effects have natural causes and the universe is governed by natural laws that can be examined and understood. In this worldview, there is no place for the supernatural, and that is what ultimately doomed the witch theory of causality, along with other supernatural explanations. The notion that the universe was subject to immutable natural laws killed the concept of miracles, weakened the belief in the physical efficacy of prayer, and diminished faith in the possibility of direct divine inspiration, Thomas concludes. The triumph of the mechanical philosophy meant the end of the animistic conception of the universe, which had constituted the basic rationale for magical thinking. There were other factors at work besides reason and science that I discuss below, but my point here is that beliefs such as witchcraft are not immoral so much as they are mistaken. In the West, science debunked the witch theory of causality, as it has and continues to discredit other superstitious and religious ideas. We refrain from burning women as witches, not because our government forbids it, but because we do not believe in witches, and therefore the thought of incinerating someone for such practices never even enters our minds. What was once a moral issue is now a non-issue, pushed out of our consciousness and our conscience by a naturalistic, science and reason-based worldview.
Life before science. The witch theory of causality, a catch-all explanation for the miseries of life, was hardly up to the formidable task of elucidation, given that there was just so much misery to explain. To fully feel the change, let's go back to a time when civilization was lit only by fire. 5 centuries ago, when populations were sparse and 80% of people lived in the countryside and were engaged in food production, largely for themselves. Cottage industries were the only industries in this pre-industrial and highly stratified society, in which 1/3 to 1/2 of the population lived at subsistence level, and were chronically underemployed, underpaid, and undernourished. Food supplies were unpredictable, and plagues decimated weakened populations. In the century spanning 1563 to 1665, for example, there were no fewer than 6 major epidemics that swept through London, each of which annihilated between 1/10 and 1/6 of the population. The death tolls are almost unimaginable by today's standards. 20,000 in 1563, 15,000 in 1593, 36,000 in 1603, 41,000 in 1625, 10,000 in 1636, and 68,000 in 1665, all in one of the world's major metropolitan cities whose population was around 120,000 in 1550, 200,000 in 1600, and 400,000 in 1650. So the percentage of death during each plague was substantial. Childhood diseases were unforgiving, felling 60% of children before age 17, as one observer noted in 1635. We shall find more who have died within 30 or 35 years of age than past it. The historian Charles de la Roncière provides examples from 15th century Tuscany in which lives were routinely cut short. Many die at home, children like Alberto, age 10, and Orsinio Lanfredini, 6 or 7, adolescents like Michele Verini, 19, and Lucretia Lanfredini, Orsinio's sister, 12. Young women like beautiful Maya with the ivory hands, age 23, 8 days after giving birth to her 4th child, who lived no longer than the other 3, all of whom died before they reached the age of 2, and of course adults and elderly people. And this does not include, Laurentière adds parenthetically, the deaths of newborns, which historians estimate could have been as high as 30 to 50%. Since magical thinking is positively correlated with uncertainty and unpredictability, we should not be surprised at the level of superstition given the grim vagaries of pre-modern life. There were no banks for people to set up personal savings accounts during times of plenty to provide a cushion of comfort during times of scarcity. There were no insurance policies for risk management, and few people had much personal property to insure away. With homes constructed of thatched roofs and wooden chimneys in a night lit only by candles, fires would routinely devastate entire neighborhoods, as one chronicler noted. He which at 1 o'clock was worth 5,000 pounds, and, as the prophet saith, drank his wine in bowls of fine silver plate, had not by 2 o'clock so much as a wooden dish left to eat his meat in, nor a house to cover his sorrowful head. Alcohol and tobacco became essential anesthetics for the easing of pain and discomfort that people employed as a form of self-medication, along with a belief in magic and superstition to mitigate misfortune. Under such conditions, it's no wonder that almost everyone believed in sorcery, werewolves, hobgoblins, astrology, black magic, demons, prayer, providence, and, of course, witches and witchcraft. As Bishop Hugh Latimer of Worcester explained in 1552, "A great many of us, when we be in trouble or sickness or lose anything, we run hither and thither to witches or sorcerers, whom we call wise men, seeking aid and comfort at their hands." Saints were invoked, and liturgical books provided rituals for blessing cattle, crops, houses, tools, ships, wells, and kilns, along with special prayers for sterile animals, the sick and infirm, and even infertile couples. In his 1621 book, Anatomy of Melancholy, Robert Burton noted, "Sorcerers are too common, cunning men, wizards, and white witches, as they call them, in every village, which, if they be sought unto, will help almost all infirmities of body and mind." Was everyone in the pre-scientific world so superstitious? They were. As the historian Keith Thomas notes, no one denied the influence of the heavens upon the weather or disputed the relevance of astrology to medicine or agriculture. Before the 17th century, total skepticism about astrological doctrine was highly exceptional, whether in England or elsewhere. And it wasn't just astrology. Religion, astrology, and magic all purported to help men with their daily problems by teaching them how to avoid misfortune and how to account for it when it struck. With such sweeping power over people, Thomas concludes, if magic is to be defined as the employment of ineffective techniques to allay anxiety when effective ones are not available, then we must recognize that no society will ever be free from it. That may well be. But the rise of science diminished this near universality of magical thinking by proffering natural explanations where before there were predominantly supernatural ones. The decline of magic and the rise of science has a linear ascent out of the darkness and into the light. As empiricism gained status, there arose a drive to find empirical evidence for superstitious beliefs that previously needed no propping up with facts. This attempt to naturalize the supernatural carried on for some time and spilled over into other areas. The analysis of portents was often done meticulously and quantitatively, albeit for purposes both natural and supernatural. As one diarist privately opined on the nature and meaning of comets, "I am not ignorant that such meteors proceed from natural causes, yet are frequently also the presages of imminent calamities." Yet the propensity to portend the future through magic led to more formalized methods of ascertaining causality by connecting events in nature, the very basis of science. In time, natural theology became wedded to natural philosophy, and science arose out of magical beliefs, which it ultimately displaced. By the 18th and 19th centuries, astronomy replaced astrology, chemistry succeeded alchemy, probability theory displaced luck and fortune, insurance attenuated anxiety. Banks replaced mattresses as the repository of people's savings. City planning reduced the risks from fires. Social hygiene and the germ theory dislodged disease, and the vagaries of life became considerably less vague.
From the physical sciences to the moral sciences. To the debunking of the witch theory of causality and the general improvement in living conditions, we can add, as promoters of moral progress, the general application of reason and science to all fields, including governance and the economy. This shift was the result of two intellectual revolutions. One, the scientific revolution, dated roughly from the publication of Copernicus's On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres in 1543, to the publication of Isaac Newton's Principia in 1687. And two, the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment, dated from approximately 1687 to 1795, Newton to the French Revolution. The scientific revolution led directly to the Enlightenment, as intellectuals in the 18th century sought to emulate the great scientists of the previous centuries in applying the rigorous methods of the natural sciences and philosophy to explaining phenomena and solving problems. This marriage of philosophies resulted in Enlightenment ideals that placed supreme value on reason, scientific inquiry, human natural rights, liberty, equality, freedom of thought and expression, and on a diverse cosmopolitan worldview that most people today would embrace. It's a science of man, as the great Scottish Enlightenment philosopher David Hume called it. From an intellectual history perspective, I have described this shift as the battle of the books, the book of authority versus the book of nature. The book of authority, whether it was the Bible or Aristotle in the Western world, is grounded in the cognitive process called deduction, or making specific claims from generalized principles, or arguing from the general to the specific. By contrast, the book of nature is grounded in induction, or the cognitive process of drawing generalized principles from specific facts, or arguing from the specific to the general. None of this, nor any tradition, practices pure induction or pure deduction, but the scientific revolution was revolting against the overemphasis on the book of authority and instead promoted an insistence on checking one's assumptions with the book of nature. For example, one of the giants of the scientific revolution, Galileo Galilei, got himself in hot water with the church partly for insisting on observation as the gold standard rather than blind acceptance, in order to determine if the ancient authorities were correct in their conjectures. The authority of Archimedes was no more important than that of Aristotle, Galileo said. Archimedes was right because his conclusions agreed with experiment. It's a matter of balance between deduction and induction, between reason and empiricism. And in 1620, the English philosopher Francis Bacon published his Novum Organum, or New Instrument, which described science as a blend of sensory data and reason theory. Ideally, Bacon argued, one should begin with observations, then formulate a general theory from which logical predictions can be made, then check the predictions against experiment. If you don't give yourself a reality check, you end up with half-baked, and often fully baked, ideas, such as the ancient Roman philosopher Pliny the Elder's Remedies for Ulcerous Sores and Wounds, from his 1st century CE book, The Natural History, which reads like a skit from Monty Python.
With sheep's dung, warmed beneath an earthen pan and kneaded, the swellings attendant upon wounds are reduced, and fistulous sores and epinestis are cleaned and made to heal. But it is in the ashes of a burnt dog's head that the greatest efficacy is found, as it quite equals sodium in its property of cauterizing all kinds of fleshy excrescences and causing sores to heal. Mouse dung, too, is used as a cautery, and weasel's dung burnt to ashes.
In France, the philosopher and mathematician René Descartes, considered to be the founder of modern philosophy, set himself the momentous, and one should have thought impossible, task of unifying all knowledge so as to give the public a completely new science which would resolve generally all questions of quantity. In his 1637 skeptical work, Discourse on Method, Descartes instructed readers to take as false what was probable, to take as probable what was certain, and to discard everything else that relied on old books and authorities. Doubting everything, Descartes famously concluded that there was one thing he could not doubt, and that was his own thinking mind. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Building from this first principle, he turned to mathematical reasoning, and from there built not only a new branch of mathematics, the Cartesian coordinate system in common use today, but also a new and powerful science that could be applied to any subject. Descartes' work generated an esprit géométrique and an esprit du mécanisme, a spirit of geometry and a spirit of mechanical causation, to find mathematical and mechanical explanations for everything. This mechanical philosophy gained international credibility through Newton's clockwork universe. This embrace of mathematical precision is still visible today in the gardens of France with their geometric regularity. There, Descartes became fascinated with a mechanical automata he saw operating under hydraulic pressure, and this esprit led to his and others turning to mechanical explanations for animals and humans. The watershed event that changed everything, however, was the publication in 1687 of Isaac Newton's Principia Mathematica, which synthesized the physical sciences and which his contemporaries declared to be the premier production of the human mind, Joseph Louis Lagrange, and a work that has a preeminence above all other productions of the human intellect, Pierre-Simon Laplace. Upon his death, Alexander Pope eulogized Newton thusly: "Nature and nature's laws lay hid in the night. God said, 'Let Newton be,' and all was light." The enlightened luminary David Hume described Newton as the greatest and rarest genius that ever rose for the adornment and instruction of the species. Newton showed that the rigorous methods of mathematics and science could be applied to all fields, and he practiced what he preached, making significant contributions to pure and applied mathematics. He invented the calculus, optics, the law of universal gravity, tides, heat, the chemistry and theory of matter, alchemy, chronology, interpretation of scripture, the design of scientific instruments, and even the minting of money. After the precisely predicted return of Halley's comet confirmed Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the race was on to apply Newtonian methods of science to all fields. Men and women everywhere saw a promise that all human knowledge and the regulation of human affairs would yield to a similar rational system of deduction and mathematical inference, coupled with experiment and critical observation, notes the great historian of science Bernard Cohen. Newton was the symbol of successful science, the ideal for all thought in philosophy, psychology, government, and the science of society. The scientific revolution that culminated in Newtonian science led scientists in diverse fields to strive to be the Newton of their own particular science. In his 1748 work, Esprit de Law, The Spirit of the Laws, for example, the French philosophe Charles-Louis de Secondo Baron de Montesquieu, simply known as Montesquieu, consciously invoked Newton when he compared a well-functioning monarchy to the system of the universe that includes a power of gravitation that attracts all bodies to the center, the monarch. And his method was the deductive method of Descartes. I have laid down first principles and have found that the particular cases follow naturally from them. By spirit, Montesquieu meant causes from which one could derive laws that govern society. Laws, in their most general signification, are the necessary relations derived from the nature of things, he wrote. In this sense, all beings have their laws. The deity has his laws, the material world has its laws, the intelligences superior to man have their laws, the beast their laws, man his laws. As a young man, Montesquieu published a number of scientific papers on a wide range of topics: tides, fossil oysters, the function of kidneys, causes of echoes. And, in the spirit of the laws, he applied his naturalistic talents to produce a theory of the natural conditions that led to the development of the different governments and legal systems throughout the world, such as the climate, the quality of the soil, the religion and occupation of the inhabitants, their numbers, commerce, manners, and customs, and the like. His typology included 4 types of societies: hunting, herding, agriculture, and trade or commerce, with legal systems becoming ever more complex. The laws have a very great relation to the manner in which the several nations procure their subsistence, he wrote. There should be a code of laws of a much larger extent for a nation attached to trade and navigation than for people who are content with cultivating the earth. There should be a much greater for the latter than for those who subsist by their flocks and herds. There must be a still greater for those than for such as live by hunting. This led Montesquieu to become one of the earliest proponents of the trade theory of peace, when he observed that hunting and herding nations often find themselves in conflict and wars, whereas trading nations become reciprocally dependent, making peace the natural effect of trade. The psychology behind the effect, Montesquieu speculated, was exposure of different societies to customs and manners different from their own, which leads to a cure for the most destructive prejudices. Thus, he concluded, we see in countries where the people move only by the spirit of commerce, they make a traffic of all the humane, all the moral virtues. Following in the natural law tradition of Montesquieu, a group of French scientists and scholars, known as the physiocrats, declared that all social facts are linked together in necessary bonds eternal by immutable, ineluctable, and inevitable laws that should be obeyed by people and governments if they were once made known to them, and that human societies are regulated by natural laws, the same laws that govern the physical world, animal societies, and even the internal life of every organism. One of these physiocrats, Francois Quesnay, a physician to the King of France, who later served as an emissary to Napoleon for Thomas Jefferson, modeled the economy after the human body, in which money flowed through a nation like blood flows through a body, and ruinous government policies were like diseases that impeded economic health. He argued that even though people have unequal abilities, they have equal natural rights, and so it was the government's duty to protect the rights of the individuals from being usurped by other individuals, while at the same time enabling people to pursue their own best interests. This led them to advocate for private property and a free market. It was, in fact, the physiocrats who gave us the term laissez-faire, translated as leave alone, the economic practice of minimum government interference in the economic interests of citizens and society. The physiocrats asserted that people operating in a society were subject to knowable laws of both human and economic nature, not unlike those discovered by Galileo and Newton. And this movement grew into the school of classical economics championed by David Hume, Adam Smith, and others that forms the basis of all economic policy today. The very title of Adam Smith's monumental 1776 work reveals its scientific emphasis: an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. Smith employed the terms nature and causes in the scientific sense of identifying and understanding the cause and effect relationships in the natural system of an economy, with the underlying premise that natural laws govern economies, that humans are rationally calculating economic actors whose behaviors can be understood, and that markets are self-regulating by an invisible hand. The origin of Smith's famous metaphor was astronomical in nature, as Smith wrote in his little-known work on the history of astronomy.
For it may be observed that in all polytheistic religions, among savages as well as in the early ages of heathen antiquity, it is the irregular events of nature only that are ascribed to the agency and power of the gods. Fire burns, and water refreshes. Heavy bodies descend, and lighter substances fly upwards, by the necessity of their own nature. Nor was the invisible hand of Jupiter ever apprehended to be employed in those matters.
Here Smith was describing the invisible hand of gravity, but his later application of the metaphor in The Wealth of Nations implied that an invisible hand appears to guide markets and economies. Smith, it should be noted, was a professor of moral philosophy, and his first great work, published in 1759, was titled A Theory of Moral Sentiments, in which he laid the foundation for the theory that we have an innate sense of morality.
How selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others, and render their happiness necessary to him, though he derives nothing from it except the pleasure of seeing it. Of this kind is pity or compassion, the emotion which we feel for the misery of others.
The emotion of empathy, what Smith called sympathy, allows us to feel someone else's joy or agony by imagining ourselves as that person and sensing how we would feel.
As we have no immediate experience of what other men feel, we can form no idea of the manner in which they are affected, but by conceiving what we ourselves should feel in the like situation.
This is the principle of interchangeable perspectives at work. In the arena of governance, another Enlightenment luminary who consciously applied the principles and methods of the physical sciences to the moral sciences was the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, whose 1651 book, Leviathan, is considered to be one of the most influential works in the history of political thought. In it, Hobbes deliberately modeled his analysis of the social world after the work of Galileo and the English physician William Harvey, whose 1628 book On the Motion of the Heart and the Blood outlined a mechanical model of the workings of the human body. As Hobbes later immodestly reflected,
Galileus was the first that opened to us the gate of natural philosophy universal, which is the knowledge of the nature of motion, the science of man's body. The most profitable part of natural science was first discovered with admirable sagacity by our countryman, Dr. Harvey. Natural philosophy is therefore but young, but civil philosophy is yet much younger, as being no older than my own De Cive. Hobbes even patterned his elements of law after Euclid's elements of geometry, classifying all previous philosophers into two camps: the dogmatici, who for 2 millennia had failed to create a viable moral or political philosophy, and the mathematici, who proceeded from most low and humble principles, going on slowly, and with most scrupulous ratiocinations, to create a system of useful knowledge about the social world. And this new system of thought is not that which makes philosophers' stones, nor that which is found in the metaphysic codes, he proclaimed in an epistle to his readers, but that it is the natural reason of man, busily flying up and down among the creatures, and bringing back a true report of their order, causes, and effects.
Hobbes self-consciously applied both the esprit geometrique and the esprit du mécanisme to the study of nature, man, and civil governments and the duties of subjects. Here we see both the connection from the physical and biological sciences to the social sciences, and also the point of my focusing on this period in the history of science. Our modern concepts of governance rose out of this drive to apply science and reason to any and all problems, including human social problems. According to the historian of science Richard Olson, my doctoral advisor who first introduced me to these links between science and society, Hobbes's theory of nature, man, and society clearly derived their form from a Hobbesian version of the Cartesian esprit géométrique. Not only that, Olson continues, Hobbes believed that the sciences of man and society could, like the science of inanimate natural bodies, be constructed on the geometrical or hypothetico-deductive model. The latter is the science philosopher's term for the modern scientific method, which can be summarized in 3 steps. 1. Formulating a hypothesis based on initial observations. 2. Making a prediction based on the hypotheses. And 3. Checking or testing whether the prediction is accurate. Hobbes's theory of how to build a civil society is a purely naturalistic argument that employed the best science of his day. And Hobbes, along with his Enlightenment colleagues, considered themselves to be practicing what we today would call science, but what they called natural philosophy. He begins with the assumption that the universe is composed only of material objects that are in motion, such as atoms and planets. The brain detects the movement of these objects through the senses, either directly through, say, touch, or indirectly via the transmission of some energy, as in vision. And all ideas come from these basic sense movements. Humans can sense matter in motion, and humans themselves are in motion, like the motion of the blood perpetually circulating, he notes, citing William Harvey. Constantly driven by the passions, appetites, pleasures, and aversions, pain. When motion ceases, for example, blood circulation, life ceases. So all human action is directed toward maintaining the vital motions of life. Pleasure, or delight or contentment, he says, is nothing really but motion about the heart, as conception is nothing but motion about the head, and the objects which cause it are called pleasant or delightful. What we think of as good and bad, then, are directly related to a person's desires or fears in response to a given stimulus. To gain pleasure and avoid pain, one needs power. The power of a man is his present means to obtain some future apparent good, Hobbes continues. In a state of nature, everyone is free to exert their power over others to gain greater pleasures. This Hobbes calls the right of nature. Even though humans have equal ability, they have unequal passions. That, he says, during the time men live without a common power to keep them all in awe, they are in that condition which is called war, and such a war as is of every man against every man. By war, Hobbes does not just mean actual fighting, but a constant state of fear of fighting, which makes it impossible to plan for the future. As he concluded in one of the most famous and oft-quoted passages in all political theory,
"In such condition there is no place for industry, because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short."
But we do not live in a state of nature, says Hobbes, because humans have one more mental property that enables us to rise above the right of nature, and that is reason. It is reason that led people to realize that to be free, they must surrender all rights to a sovereign and a social contract. This sovereign Hobbes calls the Leviathan, after the powerful Old Testament sea monster. Half a century after Hobbes, no scholar of political or economic thought was taken seriously unless they overtly employed a scientific approach to their study. That is, some combination of reason and empiricism to derive conclusions about how humans behave, descriptive observations, and how humans should behave, prescriptive morals, in society. As the Scottish Enlightenment philosopher David Hume colorfully declared toward the end of his classic 1749 work, An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding,
"If we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion."
As well, Hobbes's mechanical model imagined people as atoms, interchangeable particles in a social universe governed by natural laws that can be studied in the same manner as physicists measure atoms or astronomers track planets, and from which general theories can be derived to explain their motions. The eminent modern political philosopher, Michael Walzer, clarifies what this new way of studying the social world meant. For 200 years, there is hardly an English writer, hardly a coffee-house conversationalist, who is not a successor to Hobbes. From Is to Ought, Social Science and Moral Progress. Whether or not Hobbes was right about the Leviathan origins of the social contract, it's a mixed history because humans are social creatures and have never lived in isolation. The fact is that the Leviathan state is what emerged over the past half-millennium as thousands of teeny municipalities, duchies, baronies, and the like coalesced into ever larger political organizations during the early modern period of state building. Political scientists estimate that in Europe there were about 5,000 political units in the 15th century, 500 in the 17th century, 200 by the 18th century, and less than 50 in the 20th century. This coalescence resulted in two major trends. One, the decline of individual violence, in which the percentage of people who die violently in states is significantly lower than that of traditional pre-state societies. And two, an increase and a decrease in total death counts from 1500 until 1950, in that there was a decrease in the number and duration of great power wars, but an increase in their intensity, the number of people killed per country per year, with these two trends pushing in opposite directions. The total death count rose and fell. After the Second World War, however, both the frequency and intensity of war decreased until essentially the world's great powers quit fighting. Let's look at the logic of how the Leviathan works to reduce violence, and transition here from is, how science and reason developed historically, to ought, how this knowledge was used to bend the moral arc. The Leviathan reduces violence by asserting a monopoly on the legitimate use of force, thereby replacing what criminologists call self-help justice, in which individuals settle their own scores and disputes, often violently, such as the mafia, with criminal justice, leading overall to a decrease in violence. But there are other factors at work as well. Trade, commerce, and conflict. Hobbes was only partially right in advocating top-down state controls to keep the inner demons of our nature in check. Trade and commerce were also major factors, given the moral and practical benefits of trading for what you need instead of killing to get it. I call this Bastiat's principle, after the 19th century French economist Frédéric Bastiat, who first articulated the concept, "Where goods do not cross frontiers, armies will. But where goods do cross frontiers, armies will not." I call it a principle instead of a law because there are exceptions, both historically and today. Trade does not prevent war and interstate violence, but it attenuates its likelihood. As I documented in The Mind of the Market, trade breaks down the natural animosity between strangers while simultaneously elevating trust between them. And as the economist Paul Zak has demonstrated, trust is among the most powerful factors affecting economic growth. In his neuroeconomics lab at Claremont Graduate University, for example, Zak has shown that the trust hormone oxytocin is released during exchange games between strangers, thereby enhancing trust and setting off a positive feedback loop. In addition, the neurotransmitter dopamine is released, a chemical that controls the brain's motivation, reward, and pleasure centers, thereby encouraging an organism to repeat a particular behavior. Thus, the learned behavior of exchange is reinforced through a chemical pleasure hit. When playing Prisoner's Dilemmas games, the brain scans of subjects revealed that when they were cooperating, the same areas of the brain were activated as in response to stimuli such as sweets, money, cocaine, and attractive faces. The neurons that were most responsive were those rich in dopamine located in the anterior-ventral striatum, in the pleasure center of the brain. The effects of trade have been documented in the real world as well as in the lab. In a 2010 study published in Science titled Markets, Religion, Community Size, and the Evolution of Fairness and Punishment, the psychologist Joseph Heinrich and his colleagues engaged more than 2,000 people in 15 small communities around the world in two-player exchange games in which one subject is given a sum of money equivalent to a day's pay and is allowed to keep or share some of it or all of it with another person. You might think that most people would just keep all the money, but in fact the scientists discovered that people in hunter-gatherer communities shared about 25%, while people in societies who regularly engage in trade gave away about 45%. Although religion was a modest factor in making people more generous, the strongest predictor was market integration, defined as the percentage of a household's total calories that were purchased from the market, as opposed to homegrown, hunted, or fished. Why? Because, the authors conclude, trust and cooperation with strangers lowers transaction costs and generates greater prosperity for all involved. And thus, market fairness norms evolved as part of an overall process of societal evolution to sustain mutually beneficial exchanges in contexts where established social relationships, for example, kin, reciprocity, and status, were insufficient. Trade, democracy, and conflict. Instead of configuring the issue of the complex interaction between trade and politics at the global level in terms of categorical binary logic, either you trade or you do not trade, either you are a democracy or you are not a democracy, using a continuous scale reveals more subtle but very real effects. A particular country may trade with other countries, very little, some, or a lot, and it may be less or more democratic. This continuous rather than categorical approach enables researchers to treat each case as a data point on a continuum rather than as an example or an exception in an artificial choice in which one is tempted to cherry-pick the data to force-fit it into preconceived models. Employing a continuous style of analysis to address this question are the political scientists Bruce Russett and John O'Neill in their book, Triangulating Peace, in which they use a multiple logistic regression model on data from the Correlates of War project, which recorded 2,300 militarized interstate disputes between 1816 and 2001. Assigning each country a democracy score between 1 and 10, based on the Polity Project, which measures how competitive its political process is, how openly its leaders are chosen, how many constraints on a leader's powers are in place, the transparency of the democratic process, and the fairness of its elections. Russett and O'Neill found that when two countries are fully democratic, that is, they score high on the Polity scale, disputes between them decrease by 50%. But when one member of a country pair was either a low-scoring democracy or a full autocracy, it doubled the chance of a quarrel between them. When you add a market economy and international trade into the equation, it decreases the likelihood of conflict between nations. Russett and O'Neill found that for every pair of at-risk nations, when they entered the amount of trade as a portion of GDP, they found that countries that depended more on trade in a given year were less likely to have a militarized dispute in the subsequent year, controlling for democracy, power ratio, great power status, and economic growth. In general, the data show that liberal democracies with market economies are more prosperous, more peaceful, and fairer than any other form of governance and economic system. In particular, they found that democratic peace happens only when both members of a pair are democratic, but that trade works when either member of a pair has a market economy. In other words, trade was even more important than democracy, although the latter is important for other reasons as well. Finally, the third vertex of Russett and O'Neill's triangle of peace is membership in the international community, a proxy for transparency. Evil is more likely to thrive in secret. Openness and transparency make it harder for dictators and demagogues to commit violence and genocide. To test this hypothesis, Russett and O'Neill counted the number of international governmental organizations, IGOs, that every pair of nations jointly belonged to, and ran a regression analysis with democracy and trade scores, finding that, overall, democracy, trade, and membership in IGOs all favor peace, and that a pair of countries that are in the top 10th of the scale on all three variables are 83% less likely than an average pair of countries to have a militarized dispute in a given year. Figure 3.4 presents the data showing that as democracies increase and autocracies decrease, war declines. Figure 3.5 shows the number of nations scoring 8 or more on the Polity 4 scale from 1800 to 2003, revealing a hockey stick-like improvement in the number of nations after the Second World War who made the transition from autocracies or corrupt democracies to fair and transparent liberal democracies. Figure 3.6 shows membership in intergovernmental organizations shared by a pair of countries from 1885 to 2000. And Figure 3.7 brings all these data sets together into a trifecta of peace: democracy plus economic interdependence plus membership in intergovernmental organizations equals more peace. There are those who are skeptical of the economic interdependency theory of peace. For example, the political scientist Catherine Barbieri cautions that drawing too strong a conclusion from studies on trade and peace, in that no one theoretical position provides an accurate account of the impact of trading relationships, and that the experience of states within trading relationships differs. In her research, for example, she found instances in which more economic interdependence led to an increase in conflict between states, and thus findings of the opposite nature must be measuring the influence of other factors. But a 2010 issue of the Journal of Peace assessed and updated the data from Russett and O'Neill, retested the relationship variables, and concluded that the period since World War II has seen progressive realization of the classical liberal ideal of a security community of trading states. Thinking about the problem of how to reduce conflict between leviathans in a continuous rather than a categorical way also enables us to deal with the apparent exceptions in a more scientific manner, because science traffics in continuums and probabilities more than it does in black and white categories. For example, when the argument is made that no two democracies ever go to war, the democratic peace theory, or that no two countries who trade with one another ever fight, the McDonald's peace theory, skeptics reach into the bin of history for the exceptions, such as the United States versus Great Britain in the War of 1812, the American Civil War, or the India-Pakistan Wars, all democracies of a sort, or the great powers on the eve of the First World War, all of whom traded with one another just before the guns of August in 1914. This leads proponents to counter that, say, the United States was not really a democracy because at the time of the War of 1812, and also during the Civil War, slavery was practiced and women couldn't vote, so it doesn't count as a true democracy. But treating all historical examples as data points on a continuum allows us to perceive nuances in the cause and effect relationships at work in the messiness of the real world. The misreading of the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Norman Angell is a case in point. His 1910 book, The Great Illusion, in which he argued for the futility of war as a means to greater economic prosperity compared to trade, was pilloried as a fool's errand in prediction. In 1915, with the Great War ramping up to a full head of steam, the New York Times opined that Angell had written books in the endeavor to prove that war has been made impossible by modern economic conditions, but events have shown their fallacy. 10 nations, more or less closely bound a short time ago by economic ties, are now involved in war. Nearly a century later, in a 2013 article in the National Interest, Jacob Heilbrunn wrote, Angell had wrongly deprecated the centrality of power in international relations. In 1914, for example, he announced that there will never be another war between European powers. And Heilbrunn was defending Angell. In fact, notes Ali Wynn in a rebuttal in War on the Rocks, what Angell actually said in his pre-World War I edition of the book was that war is not impossible, and no responsible pacifist ever said it was. It is not the likelihood of war which is the illusion, but its benefits. Angell further clarified his position in a 1913 letter to the Sunday Review, which was included in his 1921 sequel titled The Fruits of Victory, by noting, not only do I regard war between Britain and Germany as possible, but extremely likely. As Wynne notes, this misreading of Angell blinded subsequent analysts to his additional observations that have relevance to the topic of moral progress. At least 2 of them merit re-examination today. National honor should not be invoked to justify war, and human nature does not make it inevitable. The second observation was especially prescient given what science has learned about the malleability of human behavior, which Angell expressed in his 1935 Peace Prize acceptance speech as clearly as any scientist working today.
Perhaps you cannot change human nature. I don't indeed know what the phrase means, but you can certainly change human behavior, which is what matters, as the whole panorama of history shows. The more it is true to say that certain impulses, like those of certain forms of nationalism, are destructive, the greater is the obligation to subject them to the direction of conscious intelligence and of social organization.
Exactly. Whatever your view of human nature, blank slate, genetic determinism, or a realistic nature-nurture interactive model, it is human action that should most concern us when it comes to morality. The way in which people interact with others is what ultimately matters. And when it comes to conflict, at long last we are beginning to understand the conditions under which we can drive war into extinction. Figures 3.8 through 3.10 show just how much progress we have made toward this end. Leviathans, better and worse. Hobbes's Leviathan, or sovereign, required a degree of control over its subjects that, when put into practice in the 20th century by various totalitarian regimes, failed utterly. Hobbes's theory fell victim to the tyranny of categorical thinking. Either people live in a state of anarchy in a war of all against all, or they give up all their rights and freedoms to a sovereign who controls what people should or should not do. Hobbes proposed, for example, that every man should say to every man, "I authorize and give up my right of governing myself to this man, or to this assembly of men, on this condition, that thou give up the right to him, and authorize all his actions in like manner. This great Leviathan may use the strength and means of them all, as he shall think expedient, for their peace and common defense." The rights and power of this sovereign over the people is almost absolute. Subjects cannot change their form of government or transfer their rights to another sovereign. Dissenting minorities must consent to the sovereign and submit to the decrees of the majority, or be left in the condition of war he was before. The sovereign is unpunishable by his subjects, and he is the sole judge in determining the peace and defense of his subjects, which includes what opinions and doctrines are averse to the commonwealth, and thus what may or may not be published. The sovereignty has the power of prescribing the rules whereby every man may know what goods he may enjoy and what actions he may do without being molested by any of his fellow subjects. These rules of propriety, of good, evil, lawful, and unlawful in the actions of subjects are the civil laws. The sovereign alone decides when and where to wage war, whom it will be waged against, the size of the armies to be deployed, which weapons will be used, and of course, the sovereign has the right to tax the subjects to finance the whole operation. If that's not extreme enough for our modern Western taste for freedom, Hobbes proposed that the sovereign ought even to control the subjects' liberty to buy and sell and otherwise contract with one another, to choose their own abode, their own diet, their own trade of life, and institute their children as they themselves think fit, and the like. The problem of giving up so much control and autonomy to a state is that the people running it have the same flaws, biases, prejudices, aspirations, and temptations to cheat as everyone else. The Hobbesian trap of the prisoner's dilemma exists in government no less than in business and sports. Granting someone, anyone, too much power leads to the temptation to take advantage and to treat other people like suckers, a temptation that seems to be just too much for most people to resist. An excess of power led to the profound abuses by European monarchs against which the American and French revolutionaries revolted. This is what James Madison had in mind in Federalist Paper No. 51, when he explained why checks and balances between the different branches of government were needed. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. It is what Edmund Burke was thinking when he reflected on the French Revolution. The restraints on men, as well as their liberties, are to be reckoned among their rights. Democracies developed in response to the monarchic autocracies of the 18th and 19th centuries and to the dictatorship regimes of the 20th century, because democracies empower individuals with a methodology instead of an ideology. And it is to this extent that we can see that the scientific values of reason, empiricism, and anti-authoritarianism are not the products of liberal democracy, but are the producers of it. Democratic elections are analogous to scientific experiments. Every couple of years, you carefully alter the variables with an election and observe their results. If you want different results, change the variables. The political system in the United States is often called the American experiment, and the founding patriarchs referred to it as such and thought of this experiment in democracy as a means to an end, not an end in itself. Many of the founding fathers were, in fact, scientists who deliberately adapted the method of data gathering, hypothesis testing, and theory formation to their nation building. Their understanding of the provisional nature of findings led them to develop a social system in which doubt and dispute were the centerpieces of a functional polity. Jefferson, Franklin, Paine, and the others thought of social governance as a problem to be solved rather than as power to be grabbed. They thought of democracy in the same way that they thought of science, as a method, not an ideology. They argued, in essence, that no one knows how to govern a nation. So we have to set up a system that allows for experimentation. Try this, try that, check the results, repeat. That is the very heart of science. As Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1804, "No experiment can be more interesting than that we are now trying, and which we trust will end in establishing the fact that man may be governed by reason and truth." However, he noted, as in science, where open peer criticism and the freedom to debate increase the probability of discovering provisional truths, Jefferson added that this daring new political experiment being tried in the New World depended unconditionally on open access to knowledge and the freedom of its citizens to see and to think for themselves. Our first object should therefore be to leave open to him all the avenues to truth. The most effectual hitherto found is the freedom of the press. It is therefore the first shut up by those who fear the investigation of their actions. Even the fundamental principles underlying the Declaration of Independence, which is usually thought of as a statement of political philosophy, were in fact grounded in the type of scientific reasoning that Jefferson and Franklin employed in all the other sciences in which they worked. Consider the foundational line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." In his biography of Benjamin Franklin, Walter Isaacson recounts the story of how the term self-evident came to be added to Jefferson's original draft by Franklin on Friday, June 21st, 1776.
The most important of his edits was small but resounding. He crossed out, using heavy backslashes that he often employed, the last three words of Jefferson's phrase, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable," and changed them to the words now enshrined in history, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." The idea of self-evident truths was one that drew less on John Locke, who was Jefferson's favorite philosopher, than on the scientific determinism espoused by Isaac Newton and on the analytic empiricism of Franklin's close friend, David Hume. In what became known as Hume's Fork, the great Scottish philosopher, along with Leibniz and others, had developed a theory that distinguished between synthetic truths that described matters of fact, such as London is bigger than Philadelphia, and analytic truths that are self-evident by virtue of reason and definition. The angles of a triangle equal 180 degrees. All bachelors are unmarried. By using the word sacred, Jefferson had asserted, intentionally or not, that the principle in question, the equality of men and their endowment by their Creator with inalienable rights, was an assertion of religion. Franklin's edit turned it instead into an assertion of rationality.
The hypothesis that reason-based Enlightenment thinking leads to moral progress is one that can be tested through historical comparison and by examining what happens to countries that hold anti-Enlightenment values. Countries that quash free inquiry, distrust reason, and practice pseudoscience, such as revolutionary France, Nazi Germany, Stalinist Russia, Maoist China, and more recently fundamentalist Islamic states, stagnate, regress, and often collapse. Theists and postmodern critics of science and reason often label the disastrous Soviet and Nazi utopias as scientific, but their science was a thin patina covering a deep layer of counter-Enlightenment, pastoral, paradisiacal fantasies of racial ideology grounded in ethnicity and geography, as documented in Claudia Kuntz's book The Nazi Conscious and in Ben Kiernan's book Blood and Soil. These utopian, ideologically driven states occasionally rack up incredibly high body counts with a utilitarian calculus in which everyone is presumed to be happy forever, and thus dissenting individuals are labeled as enemies of the state to be destroyed in the name of the collective. If even rational people in democratic nations today agree that it is acceptable to kill one person to save 5 by diverting a runaway trolley, imagine how easy it is to convince people living in totalitarian and collectivist states, steeped in utopian thinking, that they could save 5 million people by killing 1 million, The ratio is the same, but the raw numbers are genocidal. Add to that the anti-Enlightenment belief in the inequality of people and races, and the unequal treatment under the law of those with a different perspective or a different face, as in the Nazi political theorist Carl Schmitt's claim that not every being with a human face is human, and you have a formula for genocide. By contrast, in a reason-based worldview like that of Enlightenment humanism, in which the principle of interchangeable perspectives means that no one can reasonably argue for special privileges over others, morality shifts from the vantage point of the group to that of the individual, and instead of working toward some unfounded and unattainable utopian ideology in the distant future, the political system is designed to solve specific problems that are attainable in the here and now.
Left, right, and center. So much of politics comes down to finding the right balance between individual liberty and social order. And so governance reduces to this question: do we want to preserve or to change the social order? Ideologies lead us to choose sides in answer to this question: preserve, conservative, or change, liberal. Which side you fall on is not random, nor is it a quirk of your environment or upbringing. Research on identical twins separated at birth and raised in different environments shows that about 40 to 50% of the variance among people in their political attitudes is due to inheritance. And this data comes from multiple studies, all deriving similar findings. A 1990 Australian sample involving 6,894 individuals from 3,516 families. A 2008 Australian sample of 1,160 related individuals from 635 families, and a 2010 Swedish sample involving 3,334 individuals from 2,607 families. The effect was presciently captured in an 1894 poem by W.S. Gilbert, he of Gilbert and Sullivan fame, in which he declares himself an intellectual chap who can think of things that would astonish you, such as, I often think it's comical how nature always does contrive that every boy and every gal that's born into the world alive is either a little liberal or else a little conservative. Of course, there is no gene or gene complex for being a liberal or a conservative. Instead, genes code for temperament, and people tend to sort themselves into the left and right clusters of moral values based on their personality preferences, moral emotions, hormones, and even brain structures. In Predisposed, Liberals, Conservatives, and the Biology of Political Differences, the political scientist John Hibbing and his colleagues report on a study they conducted in which they found that higher levels of sensitivity to pictures that trigger a feeling of disgust, such as eating worms, is predictive of political conservatism and disapproval of same-sex marriage. Such findings help to explain why people are so predictable in their beliefs on such a wide range of seemingly unconnected issues. Why someone who believes that the government should stay out of the private bedroom nevertheless believes that the government should be deeply involved in private business. Or why someone who believes that the government should be small, taxes kept low, and spending maintained at a minimum, nonetheless votes to raise taxes and increase spending on military and the police. The evidence that much of what divides us is rooted in our biology was compiled by the evolutionary anthropologist and Peruvian political advisor Avi Tushman in his transdisciplinary work, Our Political Nature, in which he identifies three primary and relatively permanent personality traits running throughout political beliefs: tribalism, tolerance for inequality, and one's view of human nature. Xenophobia, as a form of tribalism, for example, may be the result of breeding preferences in our evolutionary ancestors, where in cases in which infectious diseases are common, such as in warmer climes, people tend to be more sexually conservative and thereby tend not to prefer sexual partners from ethnic groups that differ from their own. Tushman argues that conservatism encourages ethnocentrism, which in turn reinforces tribalism in a feedback loop between biology and culture. In like manner, liberalism encourages xenophilia and the desire to interact and interbreed with people from other groups. And, telling for the left-right division on religious matters, Tushman shows a correlation between religiosity and ethnocentrism and conservatism, and that where rates of religion are high, so too is fecundity. Religious people have more babies and thereby propagate their conservative religious genes and culture. Tushman sums up the evolutionary effects on our political personalities, left, right, and the moderate middle, this way. We're here with the political orientations we have because our ancestors' personalities helped them survive and reproduce successfully over thousands of generations. Their political personalities were instrumental in the regulation of inbreeding and outbreeding. These dispositions help them mediate biological conflicts between parents, offspring, and siblings. And their moral emotions also balanced various types of altruism against self-interest in countless social interactions. In some types of social or ecological environments, more extreme personality traits were adaptive. In most cases, moderate personality solutions proved fit. That's one reason why there are many moderates among us. Another reason for moderates and flexibility is that environments change, so it wouldn't make sense for our genes to rigidly determine our personalities. They just influence them based on the memory of our ancestors' success. It's not all biology, of course, and Tushman shows that the home environment influences and interacts with biology. Here, the effects are also multiplicative, however, as in something called assortative mating, in which like-minded and like-bodied people tend to mate with one another due to biological preferences. And so the home environment effect is multiplied by the fact that the parents are not randomly sorted together. The left-right divide also depends heavily on the vision of human nature that you hold, as either constrained, right-wing, or unconstrained, left-wing, in Thomas Sowell's classification system from his work A Conflict of Visions, or as utopian, left-wing, or tragic, right-wing, in Steven Pinker's taxonomy from The Blank Slate. Left-wingers lean toward believing that human nature is largely unconstrained by biology, and thus utopian-like social engineering schemes to overcome poverty, unemployment, and other social ills are appealing in their logic and feasibility. Right-wingers lean toward believing that human nature is largely constrained by biology, and thus social, political, and economic policies must necessarily be limited in their scope and ambition. In The Believing Brain, I show that the constrained, tragic vision better matches the data we have from the sciences that illuminate human nature, and I pressed for a realistic vision of human nature that can be embraced by both the left and the right as one that is relatively constrained by our biology and evolutionary history, but can be modified by social and political systems that adjust the dials up and down. A realistic vision rejects the blank slate model that suggests people are so malleable and responsive to social programs that governments can actually design and engineer their lives into the ultimate society, the mistake made by all utopias. The realistic vision acknowledges that people vary widely, both physically and intellectually, in large part because of natural inherited differences, and therefore will rise or fall to their natural levels. Family, custom, law, and traditional institutions are all sources for social harmony because they direct us toward internal forms of self-control over our passions. Short-term solutions include top-down rules and regulations. Long-term solutions include internalizing values that reinforce the logic of honor and integrity and playing by the rules. We need external nudges on our behavior, but the long-term goal for moral improvement must come from within so that it becomes second nature. Finally, the left-right divide and its biological roots can be linked to ideology through psychology and history, starting with a definition of ideology as a set of beliefs about the proper order of society and how it can be achieved. The origin of the modern labels of left and right can be traced to the French Assembly of 1789 on the eve of the French Revolution, in which the delegates who favored preservation of the Ancien Régime, the old order of France, sat on the right side of the chamber, while those who favored change sat on the left. Since then, the terms left and right have stood for liberalism and conservatism, respectively. In political and economic beliefs, our evolved tribal instincts to be seen as a reliable group member whom others can count on as being consistent from day to day lead us to punish flip-floppers who change their minds willy-nilly and thus may betray our tribe to an enemy or defect on the internal social contract that binds us into a cohesive clan. Consistency is not the hobgoblin of small minds, but a signal to others that we can be trusted. The evolved overarching moral emotion is to be consistent in our beliefs in the interest of group unity. Thus, it is that specific beliefs may themselves be contradictory, even while we convince ourselves that we are being consistent. This explains why conservatives can righteously claim to be in favor of freedom, even while legislating what people do in the privacy of their bedrooms. And liberals can righteously proclaim government has no business telling us how to run our private lives, even while legislating our guns and money. The inconsistency arises from the fact that we have competing motives within our minds that evolved for different purposes. Such predictability can be seen in the political narratives the left and the right spin to their moral righteousness. For example, which of these narratives best fits your own political beliefs? Once upon a time, people lived in societies that were unequal and oppressive, where the rich got richer and the poor got exploited. Chattel slavery, child labor, economic inequality, racism, sexism, and discriminations of all types abounded until the liberal tradition of fairness, justice, care, and equality brought about a free and fair society. And now conservatives want to turn back the clock in the name of greed and God. Once upon a time, people lived in societies that embraced values and tradition, where people took personal responsibility, worked hard, enjoyed the fruits of their labor, and through charity helped those in need. Marriage, family, faith, honor, loyalty, sanctity, and respect for authority, and the rule of law brought about a free and fair society. And now liberals want to overturn these institutions in the name of utopian social engineering. Although we may quibble over the details, political science research shows that most people fall on a left-right spectrum, with these two grand narratives as bookends. In his book, Moral Believing Animals, the sociologist Christian Smith has constructed similar composite narratives that capture the moral foundations that most concern each side and that reflect the ancient tradition of once upon a time, things were bad, and now they're good, thanks to our party. Or, once upon a time, things were good, but now they're bad, thanks to the other party. So consistent are we in our beliefs that if you identify with the first narrative, I predict that if you live in the United States, you read the New York Times, listen to progressive talk radio, watch CNN, are pro-choice, anti-gun, adhere to the separation of church and state, are in favor of universal health care, and vote for measures to redistribute wealth and tax the rich. If you lean toward the second narrative, I predict that you read the Wall Street Journal, listen to conservative talk radio, watch Fox News, are pro-life, anti-gun control, believe that America is a Christian nation that should not ban religious expressions in the public sphere, are against universal health care, and vote against measures to redistribute wealth and tax the rich. This political duopoly means that we need two parties in competition to reach a livable middle ground. Bertrand Russell reached deep into human history to identify the divide. From 600 BC to the present day, philosophers have been divided into those who wish to tighten social bonds and those who wish to relax them. It is clear that each party to this dispute, as to all that persists through long periods of time, is partly right and partly wrong. Social cohesion is a necessity, and mankind has never yet succeeded in enforcing cohesion by merely rational arguments. Every community is exposed to two opposite dangers: ossification through too much discipline and reverence for tradition, on the one hand, and on the other hand, dissolution or subjection to foreign conquest, through the growth of an individualism and personal independence that makes cooperation impossible. In fact, the American and French revolutions that launched the rights revolutions mark the point at which the duopoly was played out, most forcefully both on the battlefield and in the battle of the books. In The Great Debate, Edmund Burke, Thomas Paine, and the Birth of Left and Right, the political analyst Yuval Levin allows these two intellectual giants to speak for each side through their works, and shows how most of today's political debates between liberals and conservatives have their roots in these foundational positions. Burke has long been associated with and quoted by conservatives, who themselves foment against fomenting revolution because it too often descends into chaos, anarchy, and violence. If political change is called for, it should happen gradually and only after due deliberation, because human history, he wrote, consists for the most part of the miseries brought upon the world by pride, ambition, avarice, revenge, lust, sedition, hypocrisy, ungoverned zeal, and all the train of disorderly appetites. Thus, when his colonial colleagues asserted in their Declaration of Independence that Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. Burke cast his support their way. By contrast, he did not support the revolution in France, where the elements which compose human society seem all to be dissolved and a world of monsters to be produced in the place of it. Burke wrote to his son in 1789, describing the country later that month as a country undone. As France descended into chaos and bloodshed, in 1790 Burke told the British Parliament that the French had shewn themselves the ablest architects of ruin that had hitherto existed in the world. In that very short space of time they had completely pulled down to the ground their monarchy, their church, their nobility, their law, their revenue, their army, their navy, their commerce, their arts, and their manufactures. There are good and bad ways to reform a government or a society, and by Burke's reckoning the Americans did it the right way and the French most emphatically did not. On the other side of the political fence was Thomas Paine, whose 1776 political pamphlet, Common Sense, was a best-selling call to revolution that garnered him the title Father of the American Revolution. There, in the section on the origin and design of government in general, Paine explained that society is produced by our wants, and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our happiness positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. But unlike Burke and his respect for religion as a force for teaching people to control their passions, Paine was a deist, perhaps even an atheist, who had nothing but disdain for organized religion, as is evident when he wrote in The Age of Reason, "Of all the systems of religion that ever were invented, there is none more derogatory to the Almighty, more undefying to the man, more repugnant to reason, and more contradictory in itself than this thing called Christianity." His worldview was that of an Enlightenment humanist, and he once said, "I believe in the equality of man, and I believe that religious duties consist of doing justice, loving mercy, and endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish Church, by the Roman Church, by the Greek Church, by the Turkish Church, by the Protestant Church, nor by any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. All national institutions of churches, whether Jewish, Christian, or Turkish, appear to me no other than human inventions, set up to terrify and enslave mankind, and monopolize power and profit. Whence, then, comes morality and civil society? They come from reason," Paine argued, and in his own way he applied the principle of interchangeable perspectives when he wrote in his 1795 Dissertation on First Principles of Government, "He that would make his own liberty secure must guard even his enemy from oppression, for if he violates this duty, he establishes a precedent that will reach to himself." Who was right, Burke or Paine? Your answer may depend on your temperament and its concomitant political preference, but we would do well to heed the wisdom of one of the most brilliant political thinkers of the 19th century, John Stuart Mill, who condensed all these debates into a single observation. A party of order or stability, and a party of progress or reform, are both necessary elements of a healthy state of political life. Testing Liberty versus Leviathan. Most people, most of the time, in most circumstances, are honest and fair and cooperative, and they want to do the right thing for their community and society. But most people are also competitive, aggressive, and self-interested, and they want to do the right thing for themselves and their family. This evolved disposition sets up two potential areas of conflict. 1. Within ourselves, our selfish desire for self-improvement conflicts with our altruistic desire for social enhancement. And 2, our competitive desire to better our lot in life sometimes comes into conflict with the same desire that others have in themselves. The deeply insightful and always provocative H.L. Mencken captured the essence of the Janus-faced nature of the Leviathan in a 1927 essay titled simply, "Why Liberty?" I believe liberty is the only genuinely valuable thing that men have invented, at least in the field of government. I believe it is better to be free than not to be free, even when the former is dangerous and the latter appears to be safe. I believe that the finest qualities of men can flourish only in free air, that progress made under the shadow of the policeman's club is false and of no permanent value. I believe that any man who takes the liberty of another into his keeping is bound to become a tyrant, and any man who yields up his liberty, in however the slightest measure, is bound to become a slave. Liberty is not just an ideal, it has practical, real-world results. Look at the striking difference between a democracy with open borders and free trade, South Korea, and a dictatorship with closed borders and next to no trade, North Korea, in Figure 311. Measured by per capita GDP in $1990 over the past half-century, as a historical experiment using the comparative method, the results could not be more dramatic. The experiment began in August 1945, when the two countries were partitioned at the 38th parallel, dividing one of the most homogeneous societies in the world. Both countries began the experiment with an annual average per capita GDP of $854 and were in lockstep parallel until the 1970s, when South Korea implemented economic measures to grow their economy and North Korea turned into a dictatorship, with North Koreans goose-stepping to the tyrannical great leader and eternal president, Kim Il-sung. By 2013, South Korea ranked 12th out of 186 countries on the United Nations Human Development Index, with a life expectancy at birth of 80.6. The Bertelsmann Foundation Transformation Index, BTI, ranked South Korea 11th in the world on political and economic development. By contrast, North Korea was ranked 125th out of 128 countries on the BTI, with a life expectancy of 68.8. And they were shrinking not only economically but physically as well, and by millimeters every year. According to Daniel Schweckendijk from Sungkyunkwan Kwan University in Seoul, who conducted a study of the height of North Korean refugees that he measured when they crossed the border into South Korea, North Korean men averaged 3 to 8 centimeters, 1.2 to 3.1 inches, shorter than their South Korean counterparts. In children, he found the height gap between North and South Koreans averages 4 centimeters, 1.6 inches among preschool boys, and 3 centimeters, 1.2 inches among preschool girls. Now in the second decade of the new millennium, the per capita GDP of the two countries have diverged by 1,748%. Is this moral progress? Ask the South Korean citizens who have an extra $18,492 every year to spend on food, clothing, housing, and luxury goods. What does that buy you? For starters, height and electricity. The per capita power consumption of South Korea is 10,162 kilowatt-hours compared to North Korea's 739 kilowatt-hours. The difference is visible from space in satellite photographs. Science, reason, and values. The point of this exercise in testing historical hypotheses is that in addition to making philosophical arguments, we can make a scientific case for liberal democracy, market economies, and international transparency as means of increasing prosperity, health, and happiness. Although there may be many peaks on the moral landscape, as Sam Harris argues, science can help us sort through them quantitatively. Perhaps liberals, conservatives, libertarians, Tea Partiers, Green Partiers, and others can coexist on different peaks within a range of possibilities on that landscape that are themselves vastly superior to a different cluster of peaks that emphasize autocratic rule. And we can measure those differences quantitatively through science. The fact that there may be many types of democracies, example, direct and representative, and economies, with various trade agreements or membership in trading blocs, only suggests that human well-being is multifaceted and multi-causal, and not that the existence of more than one way to survive implies that all political, economic, and social systems are equal. They are not equal, and we have the scientific data and historical examples to prove it. When we have to squint to see the differences between or among political parties, then that is what elections are for, where the winners get their way until the next election and the losers lump it. Either way, the differences are minuscule. In other words, we can ground human values and morals not just in philosophical principles such as Aristotle's virtue ethics, Kant's categorical imperative, Mill's utilitarianism, or Rawls' fairness ethics, but in science as well. From the scientific revolution through the Enlightenment, reason and science slowly but systematically replaced superstition, dogmatism, and religious authority. As the German philosopher Immanuel Kant proclaimed, Superiaude, dare to know, have the courage to use your own understanding. As he explained, enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-imposed immaturity. Immaturity is the inability to use one's understanding without guidance from another. The age of reason, then, was the age when humanity was born again, not from original sin, but from original ignorance and dependence on authority and superstition. Never again should we allow ourselves to be the intellectual slaves of those who would bind our minds with the chains of dogma and authority. In its stead, we should use reason and science as the arbiters of truth and knowledge. Instead of divining truth through the authority of an ancient holy book or philosophical treatise, people began to explore the book of nature for themselves. Instead of looking at illustrations in illuminated botanical books, scholars went out into nature to see what was actually growing out of the ground. Instead of relying on the woodcuts of dissected bodies in old medical texts, physicians opened bodies themselves to see with their own eyes what was there. Instead of human sacrifices to assuage the angry weather gods, naturalists made measurements of temperature, barometric pressure, and winds to create the meteorological sciences. Instead of enslaving people because they were a lesser species, we expanded our knowledge to include all humans as members of the species through evolutionary sciences. Instead of treating women as inferiors because a certain book says it is a man's right to do so, we discovered natural rights that dictate that all people should be treated equally through the moral sciences. Instead of the supernatural belief in the divine right of kings, people employed a natural belief in the legal right of democracy, and this gave us the political sciences. Instead of a tiny handful of elites holding most of the political power by keeping their citizens illiterate, uneducated, and unenlightened, through science, literacy, and education, people could see for themselves the power and corruption that held them down and began to throw off their chains of bondage and demand rights. Instead of labeling homosexuality as an abomination, or atheists and non-believers as immoral non-citizens, or animals as automatons to be exploited in any way we choose, we are today engaged in a great legal struggle to make these final legal hurdles in the long rights revolution. The constitutions of nations should be grounded in the constitution of humanity, which science and reason are best equipped to understand. Chapter 4. Why Religion is Not the Source of Moral Progress. Epigram from the Dalai Lama, September 10, 2012. All the world's major religions, with their emphasis on love, compassion, patience, tolerance, and forgiveness, can and do promote inner values. But the reality of the world today is that grounding ethics in religion is no longer adequate. This is why I am increasingly convinced that the time has come to find a way of thinking about spirituality and ethics beyond religion altogether.
The claim that religion cannot be the driver of moral progress will surprise and, in many cases, offend some readers, who may assume that advancement in the realm of morality has been primarily due to the guiding light of religious teachings. The reason for this misunderstanding is twofold. One, religion has had a monopoly on morality for millennia, and so we've grown accustomed to associating any moral progress with the one institution most closely associated with it. Two, religious institutions take credit for moral progress, while ignoring or glossing over moral regress. Before I turn to what the data show, a brief history of religious morality is illuminating for my thesis. On the good side of the moral scale, it was Jesus who said, to help the poor, to turn the other cheek, to love thine enemies, to judge not, lest ye be judged, to forgive sinners, and to give people a second chance. In the name of their religion, people have helped the poor and needy in developed nations around the world. And in America, they are the leading supporters of food banks for the hungry and post-disaster relief. Many Christian theologians, along with Christian churches and preachers, advocated the abolition of the slave trade and continued to press for justice in modern times. Some civil rights leaders were motivated by their religion, most notably the Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr., whose speeches were filled with passionate religious tropes and quotes. I have deeply religious friends who are highly driven to do good, and though they may have a complex variety of motives, they often act in the name of their particular religion. So, religion can and does motivate people to do good works, and we should always acknowledge any person who, or any institution that, pushes humanity farther along the path of progress, expands the moral sphere, or even just makes the life of one other person a little better. To that end, we would do well to emulate the ecumenicalism of the late astronomer Carl Sagan, who appealed to all religious faiths to join scientists in working to preserve the environment and to end the nuclear arms race. He did so because, he said, we are all in this together. Our problems are transnational, transgenerational, and trans-ideological. So are all conceivable solutions. To escape these traps requires a perspective that embraces the peoples of the planet and all the generations yet to come. That stirring rhetoric urges all of us, secularists and believers, to work together toward the common goal of making the world a better place. But for too long, the scales of morality have been weighed down by the religious thumb pressing on the side of the scale marked good. Religion has also promoted or justified such catastrophic moral blunders as the Crusades, the People's Crusade, the Northern Crusade, the Albigensian Crusade, and Crusades 1 through 9. The Inquisitions, Spanish, Portuguese, and Roman. Witch hunts, products in part of the Inquisitions that ran from the Middle Ages through the early modern period and executed tens of thousands of people, mostly women. Christian conquistadors who exterminated native peoples by the millions through their guns, germs, and steel. The endless European wars of religion, the 9 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, the 80 Years' War, the French Wars of Religion, the Wars of the Three Kingdoms, the English Civil War, to name just a few. The American Civil War, in which Northern Christians and Southern Christians slaughtered one another over the issue of slavery and states' rights. And the First World War, in which German Christians fought French, British, and American Christians, all of whom believed that God was on their side. German soldiers had Gott mit uns, God with us, embossed in the middle of their belt buckles. And that's just in the Western world. There are seemingly endless religious conflicts in India, Indonesia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Sudan, and numerous countries in Africa. The Coptic Christian persecution in Egypt, and of course Islamist terrorism, has been a scourge on societal peace and security in recent decades. And a day doesn't go by without some act of violence committed in the name of Islam. All of these events have political, economic, and social causes, but the underlying justification they share is religion. Once moral progress in a particular area is underway, most religions eventually get on board, as in the abolition of slavery in the 19th century, women's rights in the 20th century, and gay rights in the 21st century. But this often happens after a shamefully protracted lag time. In this chapter, I will focus primarily on the effects of religion in the Western world, especially Christianity, since it has been so influential in the history of the West, and because it lays claim more than any other to being the driver of moral progress.
Why religion cannot be the driver of moral progress. The rules that were dreamed up and enshrined by the various religions over the millennia did not have as their goal the expansion of the moral sphere. Including other sentient beings within the circle of moral concern was not on their radar. Moses did not come down from the mountain with a detailed list of the ways in which the Israelites could make life better for the Moabites, the Edomites, the Midianites, or for any other tribe of people that happened not to be them. One justification for this constricted sphere can be found in the Old Testament injunction to love thy neighbor. Who, precisely, is thy neighbor? According to the anthropologist John Hartung, the neighbor was understood to be one's immediate kin and kind, which was admittedly an evolutionary stratagem appropriate for the time. The phrase, love thy neighbor as thyself, comes from the Torah. The word Torah means law, and the Torah is the law. If Moses had been transmitting the word of his God to modern biologists, he might have said, "Love your neighbor as if R equals 1, as if all your genes are identical." According to the ancient Israelites' autobiographical ethnography, this was the general principle from which prohibitions against murder, theft, and lying were derived. But who qualifies for this apex of morality? Who is thy neighbor? Hartung notes that most contemporary Jews and Christians, who both have the highest regard for the God of the Torah, answer that the law applies to everybody. But as I have outlined above, this is because Jews and Christians have inculcated into their moral thinking the modern Enlightenment goal of broadening and redefining the parameters of moral consideration. But that is not what the authors of the Old Testament had in mind, as Hartung explains. When the Israelites received the love law, they were isolated in a desert. According to the account, they lived in tents clustered by extended families. They had no non-Israelite neighbors, and dissension was rife. Internecine fighting became rather vicious, with about 3,000 killed in a single episode. Exodus 32:26-28. Most of the troops wanted to choose a captain and go back to Egypt. Numbers 14:4. But their old captain, Moses, preferred group cohesion. If we want to know who Moses thought his God meant by neighbor, the law must be put into context. And the minimum context that makes sense is the biblical verse from which the love law is so frequently extracted. The biblical passage in question is Leviticus 19:18, which reads, "Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." As Hartung notes, in context, neighbor meant the children of thy people. In other words, fellow in-group members. Again, from an evolutionary perspective, this makes perfect sense. Indeed, it would be suicidal to love thy neighbor as thyself when thy neighbor would like nothing better than to exterminate you, which was often the case for the Bronze Age peoples of the Old Testament. What good would have come of the Israelites loving, for example, the Midianites as themselves? The results would have been catastrophic, given that the Midianites were allied with the Moabites in their desire to see the Israelites wiped off the face of the earth. That's why Moses assembled an army of 12,000 troops, as recorded in Numbers 31:7-12. They warred against Midian, as the Lord commanded Moses, and slew every male. They slew the kings of Midian, and the people of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones, and they took as booty all their cattle, their flocks, and all their goods, all their cities and the places where they dwelt, and all their encampments. They burned with fire, and took all the spoil and all the booty, both of man and of beast. Then they brought the captives and the booty and the spoil to Moses. That sounds like a good day's pillaging, but when the troops got back, Moses was furious. "What do you mean you didn't kill the women?" he asked, exasperated, since it was apparently the women who had enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful with another god. Moses then ordered them to kill all the women who had slept with a man and the boys, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man, he commanded, predictably, at which point one can imagine the 32,000 virgins who'd been taken captive rolling their eyes and saying, "Oh, God told you to do that, did he? Right." Was the instruction to keep the virgins for yourselves what God had in mind by the word love in the love thy neighbor command? I think not. Of course, the Israelites knew exactly what God meant. This is the advantage of writing scripture yourself. You get to say what God meant. And they acted accordingly, fighting for the survival of their people with a vengeance. The world's religions are tribal and xenophobic by nature, serving to regulate moral rules within the community, but not seeking to embrace humanity outside their circle. Religion, by definition, forms an identity of those like us, in sharp distinction from those not us, those heathens, those unbelievers. Most religions were pulled into the modern Enlightenment with their fingernails dug into the past. Change in religious beliefs and practices, when it happens at all, is slow and cumbersome, and it is almost always in response to the church or its leaders facing outside political or cultural forces. The history of Mormonism is a case in point. In the 1830s, the church's founder, Joseph Smith, received a revelation from God to enact what he euphemistically called celestial marriage, more accurately described as plural marriage. The rest of the world calls it polygamy. just about the time he found a new love interest while married to another woman. Once Smith caught the Solomonic fever for multiple wives, King Solomon had at least 700, he couldn't stop himself or his brethren from spreading their seed, along with a practice which in 1852 was codified into Mormon law through its sacred doctrines and covenants. Until 1890, that is, when the people of Utah, desirous for their territory to become a state in the Union, were told by the U.S. federal government that polygamy would not be tolerated. It was outlawed in all other states. Conveniently, God issued a new revelation to the Mormon leaders, instructing them that a plurality of wives was no longer a celestial blessing, and that instead monogamy was now the one true way. As well, Mormon policy forbade African Americans to be priests in the church. The reason, Joseph Smith had decreed, was that they are not actually from Africa, but instead are descendants of the evil Lamanites, whom God cursed by making their skin black after they lost the war against the good Nephites, both clans of which were descendants of two of the lost tribes of Israel. Naturally, since the evil Lamanites were prohibited from having sexual relations with the good Nephites, interracial marriage was also banned. Smith claimed to know this story because it had been dictated in an ancient language onto gold plates by the angel Moroni, who buried them in Smith's backyard near Palmyra, New York. Smith translated the plates into English by burying his face in a hat containing magic stones. This racist nonsense lasted a century and a half until it came into contact with the civil rights movement of the 1960s and 1970s. Even then, it took the church a while to notice that the times they were a-changing. In 1978, the church head, Spencer W. Kimball, announced that he had received a new revelation from God, instructing him to drop the racial restrictions and adopt a more inclusive attitude. There are 3 reasons for the sclerotic nature of religion. 1. The foundation of the belief in an absolute morality is the belief in an absolute religion, grounded in the one true God. This inexorably leads to the conclusion that anyone who believes differently has departed from this truth and thus is unprotected by our moral obligations. 2. Unlike science, religion has no systematic process and no empirical method to employ to determine the verisimilitude of its claims and beliefs, much less right and wrong. 3. The morality of holy books, most notably the Bible, is not the morality any of us would wish to live by, and thus it is not possible for the religious doctrines derived from holy books to be the catalyst for moral evolution. Let's look at this last point in more detail to understand why.
The morality of the Bible. The Bible is one of the most immoral works in all literature. Woven throughout begots and chronicles, laws and customs, is a narrative of accounts written by and about a bunch of Middle Eastern tribal warlords who constantly fight over land and women, with the victors taking dominion over both. It features a jealous and vengeful God named Yahweh, who decides to punish women for all eternity with the often intolerable pain of childbirth, and further condemns them to be little more than beasts of burden and sex slaves for the victorious warlords. Why were women to be chastened in this way? Why did they deserve an eternity of misery and submission? It was all for that one terrible sin, the first crime ever recorded in the history of humanity, a thought crime no less, when that audacious autodidact Eve dared to educate herself by partaking of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Worse, she inveigled the first man, the unsuspecting Adam, to join her in choosing knowledge over ignorance. For the appalling crime of hearkening unto the voice of his wife, Yahweh condemned Adam to toil in thorn and thistle-infested fields, and further condemned him to death to return to the dust whence he came. Yahweh then cast his first 2 delinquent children out of paradise, setting an angel and a flaming sword at the entrance to be certain that they could never return. Then, in one of the many foul moods he was wont to fall into, Yahweh committed an epic hemoclysm of genocidal proportions by killing every sentient being on earth, including unsuspecting adults, innocent children, and all the land mammals, in a massive flood. To repopulate the planet after he decimated it of all life, save those spared in the ark, Yahweh commanded the survivors, numerous times, to be fruitful and multiply, and rewarded his favorite warlords with as many wives as they desired. Thus was born the practice of polygamy and the keeping of harems, fully embraced and endorsed, along with slavery, in the Good Book. As an exercise in moral casuistry, this perspective-taking question comes to mind. Did anyone ask the women how they felt about this arrangement? What about the millions of people living in other parts of the world who had never heard of Yahweh? What about the animals and the innocent children who drowned in the flood? What did they do to deserve such a final solution to Yahweh's anger problem? Many Christians say that they get their morality from the Bible, but this cannot be true, because as holy books go, the Bible is possibly the most unhelpful guide ever written for determining right from wrong. It is chock full of bizarre stories about dysfunctional families, advice about how to beat your slaves, how to kill your headstrong kids, how to sell your virgin daughters, and other clearly outdated practices that most cultures gave up centuries ago. Consider the morality of the biblical warlords who had no qualms about taking multiple wives, adultery, keeping concubines, and fathering countless children from their many polygamous arrangements. The anthropologist Laura Betzig has put these stories into an evolutionary context in noting that Darwin predicted that successful competition leads to successful reproduction. In his 1871 book, The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex, Darwin showed how natural selection works when members of a species compete for reproductive resources. It is certain amongst almost all animals there is a struggle between the males for possession of the females. Adding this anthropological observation: with savages, the women are the constant cause of war. With this framework in mind, Betzig analyzed the Old Testament and found no less than 41 named polygamists, not one of which was a powerless man. In the Old Testament, powerful men, patriarchs, judges, and kings have sex with more wives, they have more sex with other men's women, they have sex with more concubines, servants, and slaves, and they father many children. And not just the big names. According to Betzig's analysis, men with bigger herds of sheep and goats tend to have sex with more women than to father more children. Most of the polygamous patriarchs, judges, and kings had 2, 3, or 4 wives with a corresponding number of children. Although King David had more than 8 wives and 20 children, King Abijah had 14 wives and 38 children, and King Rehoboam had 18 wives and 60 other women, who bore him no fewer than 88 offspring. But they were all lightweights compared to King Solomon, who married at least 700 women. They were Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, and Hittite women he married. Then for good measure he added 300 concubines, which he called man's delight. What Solomon's concubines called him was never recorded. Although many of these stories are fiction, there is no evidence, for example, that Moses ever existed, much less led his people for 40 years in the desert, but leaving behind not a single archaeological artifact. What these biblical patriarchs purportedly did to women was, in fact, how most men treated women at that time, and that's the point. Put into context, the Bible's moral prescriptions were for another time, for another people, and have little relevance for us today. To make the Bible relevant, believers must pick and choose biblical passages that suit their needs. Thus, the game of cherry-picking from the Bible generally works to the advantage of the pickers. In the Old Testament, the believer might find guidance in Deuteronomy 5:17, which says explicitly, "Thou shalt not kill," or in Exodus 22:21, a verse that delivers a straightforward and indisputable prohibition: "You shall not wrong a stranger or oppress him, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt." These verses seem to set a high moral bar, but the handful of positive moral commandments in the Old Testament are desultory and scattered among a sea of violent stories of murder, rape, torture, slavery, and all manner of violence, such as occurs in Deuteronomy 20:10-18, in which Yahweh instructs the Israelites on the precise etiquette of conquering another tribe.
When you draw near to a city to fight against it, offer terms of peace to it. And if its answer to you is peace, and it opens to you, Then all the people who are found in it shall do forced labor for you, and shall serve you. But if it makes no peace with you, but makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword, but the women and the little ones, the cattle, and everything else in the city, all its spoil, you shall take as booty for yourselves. But in the cities of these peoples that the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them. The Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded.
Today, as the death penalty fades into history, in the Old Testament, Yahweh offers this list of actions punishable by death.
Blaspheming or cursing the Lord. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well as the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall be put to death. Leviticus 24:13-16. Worshipping another god. He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Exodus 22:20. Witchcraft and wizardry. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Exodus 22:18. A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. Leviticus 20:27. Female loss of virginity before marriage. If any man take a wife, and find her not a maid, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die. Deuteronomy 22:13-21. Homosexuality. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Leviticus 20:13. Working on the Sabbath. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. Exodus 35:2.
The book, considered by more than 2 billion people to be the greatest moral guide ever produced, inspired as it was by an all-knowing, totally benevolent deity, recommends the death penalty for saying the Lord's name at the wrong moment or in the wrong context, for imaginary crimes such as witchcraft, for commonplace sexual relations, adultery, fornication, homosexuality, and for the especially heinous crime of not resting on the Sabbath. How many of today's 2 billion Christians agree with their own holy book on the application of capital punishment? And how many would agree with this gem of moral turpitude from Deuteronomy 22:28-29? If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are caught in the act, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. I dare say no Christian today would follow this moral directive. No one today, Jew, Christian, atheist, or otherwise, would even think of such draconian punishment for such acts. That is how far the moral arc has bent in 4 millennia. The comedian Julia Sweeney, in her luminous monologue, Letting Go of God, makes the point when she recalls rereading a familiar story she learned in her Catholic childhood upbringing.
This Old Testament God makes the grisliest tests of people's loyalty, like when he asks Abraham to murder his son Isaac. As a kid, we were taught to admire it. I caught my breath reading it. We were taught to admire it. What kind of sadistic test of loyalty is that, to ask someone to kill his or her own child? And isn't the proper answer, no? I will not kill my child, or any child, even if it means eternal punishment in hell?
Like so many other comedians who've struck the Bible's rich vein of unintended comedic stories, Sweeney allows the material to write itself. Here she continues her tour through the Old Testament with its preposterous commandments.
Like if a man has sex with an animal, both a man and the animal should be killed, which I could almost understand for the man,
But the animal? Because the animal was a willing participant? Because now the animals had the taste of human sex and won't be satisfied without it. On my personal favorite law in the Bible, in Deuteronomy, it says if you're a woman married to a man who gets into a fight with another man and you try to help him out by grabbing onto the genitals of his opponent, the Bible says you immediately have to have your hand chopped off.
Richard Dawkins memorably characterized this God of the Old Testament as arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction, jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully. Most modern Christians, however, respond to arguments like mine and Dawkins as saying that the Old Testament's cruel and fortunately outdated laws have nothing to do with how they live their lives or the moral precepts that guide them today. The angry, vengeful God Yahweh of the Old Testament, Christians claim, was displaced by the kinder, gentler New Testament God in the form of Jesus, who 2 millennia ago introduced a new and improved moral code. Turning the other cheek, loving one's enemies, forgiving sinners, and giving to the poor is a great leap forward from the capricious commands and copious capital punishment found in the Old Testament. That may be, but nowhere in the New Testament does Jesus revoke God's death sentences or ludicrous laws. In fact, quite the opposite. Matthew 5:17-30, he writes, "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." He doesn't even try to edit the commandments or soften them up. "Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven." In fact, if anything, Jesus' morality is even more draconian than that of the Old Testament. "Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill. And whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment." In other words, even thinking about killing someone is a capital offense. In fact, Jesus elevated thought crimes to an Orwellian new level. Matthew 9:28-29, "Ye have heard it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart." And if you don't think you can control your sexual impulses, Jesus has a practical solution. "If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell." President Bill Clinton may have physically sinned in the White House with an intern, but by Jesus' moral code, even the evangelical Christian Jimmy Carter sinned when he famously admitted in a 1976 Playboy magazine interview while running for president, "I have looked on a lot of women with lust. I have committed adultery in my heart many times." As for Jesus' own family values, he never married, never had children, and he turned away his own mother time and again. For example, at a wedding feast, Jesus says to her, John 2:4, "Woman, what have I to do with you?" One biblical anecdote recounts the time that Mary waited patiently off to the side for Jesus to finish speaking so that she could have a moment with him, but Jesus told his disciples, "Send her away. You are my family now." Adding, Luke 14:26, "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple." Charming. This is what cultists do when they separate followers from their families to control both their thoughts and their actions, as when Jesus calls to his flock to follow him or else. John 15:4-7. "Abide in me as I abide in you. Just as the branch cannot bear fruit by itself unless it abides in the vine, Neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. Those who abide in me, and I in them, bear much fruit, because apart from me you can do nothing. Whoever does not abide in me is thrown away like a branch and withers. Such branches are gathered, thrown into the fire, and burned. But if a believer abandons his family and gives away his belongings, Mark 10:30, he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brethren and sisters and mothers and children and lands. In other passages, Jesus also sounds like the tribal warlords of the Old Testament.
Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And one's foes will be members of one's own household. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever does not take up the cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Matthew 10:34-39.
Even sincere Christians cannot agree on Jesus' morality and the moral codes in the New Testament, holding legitimate differences of opinion on a number of moral issues that remain unresolved based on biblical scripture alone. These include dietary restrictions and the use of alcohol, tobacco, and caffeine, masturbation, premarital sex, contraception and abortion, marriage, divorce, and sexuality, the role of women, capital punishment and voluntary euthanasia, gambling and other vices, international and civil wars, and many other matters of contention that were nowhere in sight when the Bible was written, such as stem cell research, gay marriage, and the like. Indeed, the fact that Christians as a community keep arguing over their own contemporary question, WWJD, what would Jesus do, is evidence that the New Testament is silent on the answer. Is religion responsible for Western civilization? Even if our morality does not originate in the Bible, religious believers will often argue that Christianity gave Western civilization its most precious assets: art, architecture, literature, music, science, technology, capitalism, democracy, equal rights, and the rule of law. In the United States, you hear it in the boosterism of everything from conservative talk radio to presidential speeches. According to the conservative President Ronald Reagan, for example, America is a shining city on a hill, a metaphor he got from the liberal President John F. Kennedy, who quoted the 17th century co-founder of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, John Winthrop, who proclaimed, "We must always consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us." The reference originates from Jesus' statement in the Sermon on the Mount to his followers. "You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. The question of religion's role in the shaping of the West is an empirical one, which the popular conservative Christian apologist Dinesh D'Souza attempts to answer in the affirmative in his 2008 book, What's So Great About Christianity? Sans question mark to affirm the case. Western civilization was built by Christianity, D'Souza proclaims. The West was built on two pillars, Athens and Jerusalem. By Athens, I mean classical civilization, the civilization of Greece and pre-Christian Rome. By Jerusalem, I mean Judaism and Christianity. Of these two, Jerusalem is more important. After the Dark Ages, in which marauding hordes of Huns, Goths, Vandals, and Visigoths overturned the progress that arose from Athens and Jerusalem and transformed Europe into a cultural backwater, Christianity illuminated the Dark Continent with learning and order, stability and dignity. The monks copied and studied the manuscripts that preserved the learning of late antiquity. To support his case, D'Souza quotes the historian J.M. Roberts, who opined in his book, The Triumph of the West, "We could, none of us today, be what we are if a handful of Jews nearly 2,000 years ago had not believed that they had known a great teacher, seen him crucified, dead and buried, and then rise again." Dante, Milton, Shakespeare, Mozart, Handel, Bach, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Rembrandt, and all the other geniuses throughout the past half-millennium, de Souza asserts, were inspired by the great Christian themes of suffering, transformation, and redemption. De Souza's point is not just that all these great artists were Christian. Rather, it is that their great works would not have been produced without Christianity. Would they have produced other great works? We don't know. What we do know is that their Christianity gives their genius its distinctive expression. Nowhere has human aspiration reached so high or more deeply touched the heart and spirit than in the works of Christian art, architecture, literature, and music. This last claim is both preposterous and parochial. Were Homer and Sappho Christians? Were the seven wonders of the ancient world inspired by Christ's gift of salvation? Clearly, we do know what geniuses in the past have done without Christianity. In the great ancient pre-Christian civilizations of Sumeria, Babylonia, Acadia, Assyria, Egypt, and Greece in the West. The ancient civilizations that arose in the Indus Valley in modern-day Pakistan and India, in the Yellow River and Yangtze River valleys in modern-day China, and in many others besides. Every one of these people produced magnificent works of art and architecture, music and literature, science and technology. Though it should be noted that both Christians and Muslims often did their best to annihilate all evidence of these achievements with innumerable acts of cultural vandalism, pillaging, and censorship. No one disputes the magnificence of countless works of art, architecture, literature, and music that were inspired by Christianity. The great cathedrals that make the spirit soar, the requiems that capture the heartache of loss, the psalms of joy that unite listeners, the paintings that dazzle with light and human emotion. But artists who live in a Christian world, who are surrounded by other Christians, who understand next to nothing beyond Christianity, and who are likely being supported by Christian patrons, are going to produce Christian work. Christianity was the dominant religion at a moment in history when Europe was going through a renaissance and an explosion of discoveries of new lands and new sources of energy. No wonder it ended up being the great patron. Thus, the fact that artists living in Christendom were inspired by the life and death of Jesus by crucifixion, and not, say, by the life and death of the Buddha by mushrooms, is not a surprise. Christianity was the only game in town.
Religion and Capitalism. In his 2005 book, The Victory of Reason, How Christianity Led to Freedom, Capitalism, and Western Success, Rodney Stark writes of Christianity. It is this commitment to manual labor that so distinguishes Christian asceticism from that found in other great religious cultures, where piety is associated with rejection of the world and its activities. In contrast with Eastern holy men, for example, who specialize in meditation and live by charity, medieval Christian monastics lived by their own labor, sustaining highly productive estates. This sustained a healthy concern with economic affairs. Although the Protestant ethic thesis is wrong, it is entirely legitimate to link capitalism to a Christian ethic. Once again, we can run the historical experiment and make a prediction. If this hypothesis is true, then societies in which Christianity is or was the dominant religion should show Western-like forms of democracy and capitalism. They don't. The Byzantine Empire, for example, was predominantly Eastern Orthodox Christian from the early AD 300s, and for 7 centuries produced nothing remotely like democracy and capitalism as practiced in modern America. Even early America wasn't like it is today, when a mere 2 centuries ago, women couldn't vote, slavery was legal and widely practiced, and capitalism's wealth was vouchsafed to only a tiny minority of landholders or factory owners. Throughout the late Middle Ages and well into the early modern period, all the nation-states, city-states, and various political conglomerates of Western and Central Europe were not only Christian, but also Western Christian. And yet as late as the 19th century, the only quasi-democratic republics in Europe were England, Holland, and Switzerland. In Christian Europe, both England and Spain profited handsomely from their overseas colonial empires, made more profitable yet by the decimation of the native populations and the looting of their troves of precious metals, gems, and other natural resources. actions that by today's moral standards would be condemned. In any case, how modern conservatives turn Jesus into a free market capitalist is baffling, given what he had to say on the matter in the Bible. In Matthew 19:21, Jesus told his flock, "And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God." In Matthew 19:24, Jesus told a disciple, "If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And come and follow me." In Luke 6:24-25, the Messiah admonished the wealthy, along with the fulfilled and happy. "Woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation. Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. Woe unto you that laugh now, for ye shall mourn and weep." And in Luke 16, Jesus recounts a moral homily about a rich man, clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day. And a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate, full of sores, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. When the beggar died, he was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. But when the rich man died, he was buried. And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torments, and seeth Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. Religion has a mixed effect on the psychology of wealth, how the poor feel about being poor, and how the rich feel about being rich. According to a 2013 study by Humboldt University of Berlin psychologist Jochen Gebauer and his colleagues, religion makes being poor less onerous, but it makes being rich less salubrious. In comforting the poor, religious teachings de-emphasize the importance of money, which would buffer low-income psychological harms. The study involved a massive data set of 187,957 respondents from 11 religiously diverse countries: Austria, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Russia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Turkey, who took the Traits Psychological Adjustment Scale, which measures adaptability, calmness, cheerfulness, contentedness, energy, health, optimism, positivity, resilience, and stability. They found that believers who are rich are better adjusted than believers who are poor, but only in less religious cultures. In more religious cultures, rich believers were more poorly adjusted than rich non-believers, and richer non-believers were better adjusted than poorer non-believers in both highly religious and less religious cultures. The study, however, just examined religiosity in general, and thus it does not distinguish, say, the Protestant prosperity preachers of the United States, such as Oral Roberts, the Reverend Ike, and Joel Osteen, who tell their aspirants that God wants them to be rich and give plenty back to the church. From the Catholic Mother Teresa, like nuns of India, who tell their supplicants that prosperity is to be found in the next life as a salve for their misery in this one. So here again, religion is a mixed bag, offering consolation to the poor for what they don't have, and justification to the rich for what they do have.
Religion and equal rights. If God really believes in equal rights for all of his people, one would think that he would have said something about them in his holy book. But such sentiments are nowhere to be found in the Bible. In an entire book on the subject, for example, Dinesh D'Souza manages to find only one biblical passage that supports anything like a modern moral value. In Galatians 3:28, when the Apostle Paul says, "There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus." D'Souza imagines that this Bible verse is the foundation of the famous line in the preamble of the American Declaration of Independence, "All men are created equal." D'Souza opines, "Here Christian individualism is combined with Christian universalism, and the two together are responsible for one of the great political miracles of our day, a global agreement on rights held to be inviolable." I'm afraid not. D'Souza has yanked the passage out of context, and the surrounding verses demonstrate clearly what Paul was up to. Galatians 3:1. O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ hath been evidently set forth, crucified among you. And what is this truth according to Paul? The truth is that the Jew, in becoming a Christian, did not need to become a Greek, nor the Greek a Jew. The slave might continue to serve his master, and male and female retained each its function in the ongoing stream of life. In other words, Paul is saying that you can carry on as you are. If you're Greek, there's no need to become a Jew. A significant dispensation, given that a man converting to Judaism often had to submit to adult circumcision, and this is just the kind of thing that puts a guy off the whole idea. Rule number 1 for getting lots of converts, Paul realized, is let the guys keep their foreskins. Let circumcision be spiritual, of the heart, instead of physical, as Paul writes in Romans 2:29. And a lot more men are going to sign up and become card-carrying members of the faith. Paul was not a revolutionary advocating violence, and he most assuredly wasn't ghostwriting the U.S. Constitution. He was saying that if you're a slave, you must keep on being a slave. If you're a wife, you must continue being regarded as property. No matter who you are, you can still worship Jesus Christ and be abused by your culture in whatever manner is customary for someone of your breeding and station. D'Souza's claim that the Bible points toward equality is especially nonsensical in light of the fact that slaves remain slaves for 18 more centuries, and women remain little more than property for 19 more centuries in Christian countries around the world. Clearly, even if Paul's message were interpreted to mean that we're all equal, absolutely no one took it seriously. But what Paul's message really meant was that anyone could go to heaven by accepting Jesus as the Christ, as instructed in John 3:16. And that's the message of universalism, not equal treatment in this world, but in the next world. Finally, as for Thomas Jefferson's declaration that all men are created equal, far from the Bible being the source of this greatest of all moral precepts, Jefferson explained its inspiration a half-century after he wrote it. In a letter to Henry Lee in 1825, he wrote, "Neither aiming at originality of principle or sentiment, nor yet copied from any particular and previous writing, it was intended to be an expression of the American mind, and to give to that expression the proper tone and spirit called for by the occasion. All its authority rests, then, on the harmonizing sentiments of the day, whether expressed in conversation, in letters, printed essays, or in the elementary books of public right, as Aristotle, Cicero, Locke, Sidney, etc. Is religion good for societal health and happiness? If religion is not the source of morality, nor the foundation of Western civilization, is it nonetheless good for societal well-being? This is a hotly contested question for which the data are complex and often conflicting, in part because different scholars have different definitions of societal health. So it is easy to data snoop studies to support one conclusion or the other. I will expound on the many possible criteria of societal health below, but let's start with something relatively simple: charity. According to the social scientist Arthur C. Brooks, in his book, Who Really Cares? The Surprising Truth About Compassionate Conservatism, another book title that boldly carries no question mark, when it comes to charitable giving and volunteering, numerous quantitative measures debunk the myth of bleeding heart liberals and heartless conservatives. Conservatives donate 30% more money than liberals, even when controlled for income, give more blood, and log more volunteer hours. Religious people are 4 times more generous than secularists in giving to all charities, 10% more munificent to non-religious charities, and 57% more likely to help a homeless person. Those raised in intact religious families are more charitable than those who are not. Charitable givers are 43% more likely to say they are very happy than non-givers, and 25% more likely than non-givers to say their health is excellent or very good. The working poor give a substantially higher percentage of their incomes to charity than any other income group, and 3 times more than those on public assistance of comparable income. In other words, poverty is not a barrier to charity, but welfare is. For many people, Brooks explains, The desire to donate other people's money displaces the act of giving one's own. This, he concludes, has led to a bright cultural line inside our nation.
On one side are the majority of citizens who are charitable in all sorts of formal and informal ways, so charitable that they make America exceptional by international standards. On the other side of the line, however, is a sizable minority who are conspicuously uncharitable. We have identified the reasons these two groups are so different, and they are controversial reasons. One group is religious, the other secular. One supports government income redistribution, the other does not. One works, the other accepts income from the government. One has strong, intact families, the other does not.
A major explanation for these findings, however, is that they don't reflect religious belief, but political belief. People who think it is the government's job to take care of the poor through public programs, liberals and many secularists, feel less of a need to give privately since they already give through their taxes. Whereas people who think taking care of the poor should be done privately, many religious conservatives, feel the need to step up and deliver. Northwestern University law professor James Lindgren observes that Brooks focuses too little on what he calls the forgotten middle, moderates. Liberals donate significantly more money than moderates, even while conservatives give significantly more than both moderates and liberals. Thus, Lindgren concludes, moderates would seem to be the ungenerous ones, not liberals. Yet, to the point of what beliefs lead to an expansion of the moral sphere to include more people, Lindgren adds, those who oppose income redistribution tend to be less racist, more tolerant of unpopular groups, happier, less vengeful, and more likely to report generous charitable donations. But conservatives hold that government income redistribution of other people's money is not the same as charitable giving of one's own money. When the government takes money from one person and gives it to another person, the moral motivation is removed and shifted into the realm of politics. You may think that this is where it belongs, as many liberals do, but note that this difference between rates of giving by liberals and conservatives may reflect a personal versus political perspective. On the negative side of the moral ledger, social scientist Gregory S. Paul conducted an in-depth statistical analysis involving 17 first-world prosperous democracies, those with a population of 4 million or more, and a per capita GDP of $23,000 or more in $2,000. In the successful societies scale database, Australia, Austria, Canada, Denmark, England, France, Germany, Holland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United States. He wanted to know how they score on a wide range of 25 different indicators of social health and well-being, including homicides, incarceration, suicides, life expectancy, gonorrhea and syphilis infections, abortions, teen births, 15 to 17-year-olds, fertility, marriage, divorce, alcohol consumption, life satisfaction, corruption indices, adjusted per capita income, income inequality, poverty, employment levels, and others on a 1 to 9 scale from dysfunction to healthy. Paul also quantified the religiosity of each of the 17 countries by measuring to what extent the citizens in each believe in God, are biblical literalists, attend religious services at least several times a month, pray at least several times a week, believe in an afterlife, and believe in heaven and hell, ranking them on a 1 to 10 scale. The results were striking and disturbing. Far and away, without having a close second, the United States is not only the most religious of the 17 nations, but also the most dysfunctional. You can see it in the figures 1 through 7 below. Since this 2009 study, Paul has accumulated additional supporting data that he shared with me. I have since doubled the SSS, Successful Society Scale, to a massive 4 dozen indicators of socioeconomic success and dysfunction. Everything, including the kitchen sink, is in this thing, he wrote in an email, concluding even more definitively,
in both the original and upgraded SSS, the U.S. scores the worst, sometimes severely so, in the most factors And despite some strengths, it scores the lowest on the 0 to 10 SSS, at around 3. It is not just social ills. Income growth is mediocre, 1995 to 2010. Social mobility is so low that we have become a rigid class society. Private and public debt loads are unusually high. The Laissez-faire World Economic Forum used to rank the U.S. as the most competitive. Now we are behind 5 of those progressive Euro countries the right endlessly denounces as entitlement societies and falling. This cannot be explained away by inherent extraneous factors, such as high ethnic racial diversity or immigration, because the correlations are too weak. The most successful democracies are the most progressive, scoring up to 7 on the SSS.
Correlation is not causation, of course, but if religion is such a powerful force for societal health, then why is America, the most religious nation in the Western world, also the unhealthiest on all of these social measures? If religion makes people more moral, then why is America seemingly so immoral in its lack of concern for its poorest, most troubled citizens, notably its children? It may well be that the left and the right are not so cleanly cleaved, and the moderate middle is muddying the statistical waters. The right and the left do seem to cluster along religious lines. Political scientists Pippa Norris and Ronald Inglehart examined data from the comparative study of electoral systems, analyzing 37 presidential and parliamentary elections in 32 nations over the previous decade. They found that 70% of the devout, those who attend religious services at least once a week, voted for parties of the right, compared with only 45% of the secular, those who never attend religious services. The effect is especially striking in America. For example, in the 2000 U.S. presidential election, they write, "Religion was by far the strongest predictor of who voted for Bush and who voted for Gore, dwarfing the explanatory power of social class, occupation, or region." The theory of social capital may help explain the benefits of religious community. As defined by Robert Putnam in his 2000 book, Bowling Alone, social capital means connections among individuals, social networks, and the norms of reciprocity and trustworthiness that arise from them. This is something different from individual civic virtue, Putnam qualifies. The difference is that social capital calls attention to the fact that civic virtue is most powerful when embedded in a dense network of reciprocal social relations. A society of many virtuous but isolated individuals is not necessarily rich in social capital. The reason is that social capital has what economists call positive externalities, or the unintended consequences accruing to others or to society at large. If the crime rate in my neighborhood is lowered by neighbors keeping an eye on one another's homes, I benefit even if I personally spend most of my time on the road and never even nod to another resident on the street. Thus, Putnam continues, social capital can be both a private and a public good. Some of the benefit from an investment in social capital goes to bystanders, while some of the benefit redounds to the immediate interest of the person making the investment. For example, service clubs like Rotary or Lions mobilize local energies to raise scholarships or fight disease at the same time that they provide members with friendships and business connections that pay off personally. For our purposes here, however, social capital has implications for moral progress by defining relationships of reciprocity and enforcing rules of conduct in communities that may or may not be religious in nature. This is an example of reciprocal altruism discussed in Chapter 1, and social capital generalizes the principle to communities at large, as Putnam expounds.
I'll do this for you without expecting anything specific back from you, in the confident expectation that someone else will do something for me down the road. The golden rule is one formulation of generalized reciprocity. Equally instructive is the T-shirt slogan used by the Gold Beach, Oregon Volunteer Fire Department to publicize their annual fundraising effort. Come to our breakfast, we'll come to your fire. We act on a norm of specific reciprocity, the firefighters seem to be saying. But onlookers smile because they recognize the underlying norm of generalized reciprocity. The firefighters will come, even if you don't.
Consider Putnam's social capital in the context of Norris and Inglehart's analysis of data from the World Values Survey, in which they found a positive correlation between religious participation and membership in non-religious community associations, including women's, youth, peace, social welfare, human rights, and environmental conservation groups, and apparently bowling leagues. Evidently, religious people are less likely to bowl alone. As Norris and Inglehart note, by providing community meeting places, linking neighbors together, and fostering altruism in many, but not all faiths, religious institutions seem to bolster the ties of belonging to civic life. The data, Norris and Inglehart conclude, support one theory that explains religion's endurance in the face of secularism. This pattern confirms social capital's theory's claim that the social networks and personal communications derived from regular church-going play an important role, not just in promoting activism within religious-related organizations, but also in strengthening community associations more generally. Integrating all of these studies and their mixed findings, I hypothesize that in less religious democracies, it is secular institutions that produce the social capital that leads to societal health. In America, sacred social capital leads to charitable generosity, but does comparatively less well when it comes to such social ills as homicides, STDs, abortions, and teen pregnancies. Two reasons suggest themselves. One, these problems have other causes entirely. And two, secular social capital works better for such problems. UC Berkeley social scientist Frank Sulloway proposed another explanation when I queried him about these studies. The first and most important influence is as follows. People who live in awful situations with rampant disease, war, crime, and general insecurity turn to religion. With reference to this relationship, bad health and a threatening existence are causing religiosity, not vice versa. The causal relationship, says Sulloway, is not religion leads to bad health, but rather bad health leads to religion, and good health promotes liberalism. On balance, then, my conclusion is that religion does not contribute significantly to a nation's overall well-being. Religion doesn't poison everything, as Christopher Hitchens famously concluded in his book, God is Not Great, but it is noxious enough to conclude that it is not needed to create a healthy society. Is religion good for personal health and happiness? If religion does not give us the moral values we hold today, and it did not produce Western civilization, and it does not make societies healthier and happier, does it at least make individual believers healthier and happier? Here again, the results are mixed. On the one hand, certain religious beliefs are blatantly bad for health. Jehovah's Witnesses who refuse life-saving blood transfusions. Christian Scientists who believe God will heal their disease or sickness, and thus there is no need for medical treatment, and as a consequence, some die from treatable diseases. Pentecostal followers of Christ who reject all medical treatment, and as a consequence have a childhood mortality rate 26 times greater than that of the general population. Hindus who believe in reincarnation and who believe illness is the result of karmic revenge from bad action in a prior life, and thus do not seek medical care. On the other hand, in a meta-analysis of more than 36 studies published in 2000, the psychologist Michael McCullough and his colleagues found a strong correlation between religiosity and health, well-being, and longevity. Highly religious people were 29% more likely to be alive at any given follow-up point than were less religious people. When this study was widely publicized, skeptics were challenged by believers to explain the results, as if to say, see, there is a God, and this is the payoff for believing. In science, however, God did it is not a testable hypothesis. Inquiring minds want to know how God did it and what forces or mechanisms were at work. God works in mysterious ways will not pass peer review. Even such explanations as belief in God or religiosity must be broken down into their component parts to find possible causal mechanisms for the links between belief and behavior that lead to health, well-being, and longevity. This is what McCullough and his University of Miami colleague Brian Willoughby did in a meta-analysis of hundreds of studies. They found that religious people were more likely to engage in healthy behaviors such as exercise, visiting dentists, and wearing seatbelts, and they are less likely to smoke, drink, take recreational drugs, and engage in risky sex. Why? Religion provides a tight social network that reinforces positive behaviors and discourages negative habits, and it leads to greater self-regulation for goal achievement and self-control over negative temptations, another form of social capital that can be constructive, whether it is religious or secular. Even the term self-control needs to be operationally defined and broken down into its component parts to see how it works. This is precisely what the Florida State University psychologist Roy Baumeister did in his 2011 book co-authored with the science writer John Tierney and appropriately titled Willpower. Self-control is the employment of one's power to will a behavioral outcome, and research shows that young children who delay gratification, for example, foregoing one marshmallow now for two later, score higher on measures of academic achievement and social adjustment later in life. Religions offer the ultimate delay of gratification strategy, eternal life. And Baumeister and Tierney cite research showing that students who spend more time in Sunday school scored higher on laboratory tests of self-discipline, and that religiously devout children were rated relatively low in impulsiveness by both parents and teachers. Of course, many religions require a certain level of self-discipline to even become a member through required membership rituals, sacraments, tithing, and the like. So when measured later by social scientists, they may be a self-selected group who are already high in self-control and willpower. The underlying mechanisms of setting goals and monitoring one's progress, however, can be tapped by anyone, religious or not. Meditation, in which you count your breaths up to 10 and then do it over and over, Baumeister and Tierney note, builds mental discipline. So does saying the rosary, chanting Hebrew psalms, repeating Hindu mantras. Brain scans of people conducting such rituals show strong activity in areas associated with self-regulation and control of attention. McCullough, in fact, describes prayers and meditation rituals as a kind of anaerobic workout for self-control. In his lab, Baumeister has demonstrated that self-control can be increased with the practice of resisting temptation, but you have to pace yourself because, like a muscle, self-control can become depleted after excessive effort, leaving you more likely to succumb to a subsequent temptation. Finally, Baumeister and Tierney add that religion acts as a monitor of behavior, a feedback system, and it gives people a sense that someone is watching over them. For believers, that someone may be God or other members of the religion. But for non-believers, family, friends, and colleagues serve as the watchers, those who will look upon misbehaviors with disapproval. The world is full of temptations, and as Oscar Wilde said, I can resist everything except temptation. Religion is one path to resisting temptation, but there are others. We could follow the secular path of the 19th century African explorer Henry Morton Stanley, who proclaimed, self-control is more indispensable than gunpowder, especially if we have a sacred task, as Stanley called it. His was the abolition of slavery. We would do well in our darker moments to reflect on Stanley's admission, this poor body of mine has suffered terribly. It has been degraded, pained, wearied, and sickened, and has well-nigh sunk under the task imposed on it. But this was but a small portion of myself, for my real self lay darkly encased, and was ever too haughty and soaring for such miserable environments as the body that encumbered it daily. Select your sacred task. Monitor and pace your progress toward that goal. Eat and sleep regularly to increase your willpower. Sit and stand up straight and be organized and well-groomed. Stanley shaved every day in the jungle. And surround yourself with a supportive social network that reinforces your efforts. Such sacred salubriousness is the province of everyone, believers and non-believers, who will themselves to loftier purposes. Deconstructing the Decalogue. There is, arguably, no better known set of moral precepts than the Ten Commandments. But they were written by and for people whose culture and customs were so different from ours as to make them either irrelevant to modern peoples or immoral were they to be obeyed. As an exercise in moral casuistry, let's consider them again in the context of how far the moral arc has bent since they were decreed more than 3 millennia ago, and then reconstruct them from the perspective of a science and reason-based moral system.
1. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. First, this commandment reveals that polytheism was commonplace at the time and that Yahweh was, among other things, a jealous God. See God's own clarification in Commandment 2. Second, it violates the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution in that it restricts freedom of religious expression. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, making the posting of the 10 Commandments in public places, such as schools and courthouses, unconstitutional. 2. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me. This commandment is also in violation of the First Amendment's guarantee of the freedom of speech, of which artistic expression is included by precedents of many Supreme Court cases. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. It also brings to mind what the Taliban did in Afghanistan when they destroyed ancient religious relics, not approved by their Islamist masters. Elsewhere in the Bible, the word idol is synonymously used with the Hebrew word pesel, translated as an object carved or hewn out of stone, wood, or metal. What, then, are we to make of the crucifix worn by millions of Christians as an image, an idol, a symbol of what Jesus suffered for their sins? The crucifix is a graven image of torture as it was commonly practiced by the Romans. If Jews today were suddenly to start sporting little gas chambers on gold necklaces, the shocked public reaction would be as unsurprising as it would be unmistakable. I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. That might explain the genocides, wars, conquests, and mass exterminations commanded by the deity of the Old Testament. These human-like emotions reveal Yahweh to be more like a Greek god and much like an adolescent who lacks the wisdom to control his passions. The last part of this commandment, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, violates the most fundamental principle of Western jurisprudence developed over centuries of legal precedents, that one can be only guilty of one's own sins and not the sins of one's parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, or anyone else, for that matter. 3. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. This commandment is once again an infringement on our constitutionally guaranteed right to free speech and religious expression, and another indication of Yahweh's petty jealousies and ungodlike ways. 4. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Again, freedom of speech and of religious expression mean we may or may not choose to treat the Sabbath as holy. And the rest of this commandment, for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy, makes it clear that its purpose is once again pay homage to Yahweh. Thus far, the first 4 commandments have nothing whatsoever to do with morality as we understand it today in terms of how we are to interact with others, resolve conflicts, or improve the survival and flourishing of other sentient beings. At this point, the Decalogue is entirely concerned with the relationship of humans and God, not humans and humans. 5. Honor thy father and thy mother. As a father myself, this commandment feels right and reasonable, since most of us parents appreciate being honored by our children, especially because we've invested considerable love, attention, and resources into them. But commanding honor, much less love, doesn't ring true to me as a parent, since such sentiments usually come naturally anyway. Plus, commanding honor is an oxymoron, made all the worse by the hint of a reward for so doing, as in the rest of that commandment, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Honor either happens naturally as a result of a loving and fulfilling relationship between parents and offspring, or it doesn't. For a precept to be moral, it must involve an element of choice between doing something entirely self-serving and doing something that helps another, even at the cost of oneself. 6. Thou shalt not kill. Finally, we get a genuine moral principle worth our attention and respect. Yet even here, much ink has been spilled by biblical scholars and theologians about the difference between murder and killing, such as in self-defense, not to mention all the different types of killing, from first-degree murder to manslaughter, along with mitigating circumstances and exclusions, such as self-defense, provocation, accidental killings, capital punishment, euthanasia, and, of course, war. Many Hebrew scholars believe that the prohibition is against murder only. But what are we to make of the story in Exodus 32:27 through 28, in which Moses brought down from the mountaintop the first set of tablets, which he smashed in anger, and then commanded the Levites, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. How can we reconcile God's commandment not to kill anyone with his commandment to kill everyone? In light of this account, and many others like it, the sixth commandment should perhaps read thus: Thou shalt not kill, not unless the Lord thy God says so. Then shalt thou slaughter thine enemies with abandon. 7. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Coming from a deity who impregnated somebody else's fiancée, that's a bit rich. However, the bigger issue is that this commandment, like all the others, is a blunt instrument that doesn't take into account the wide variety of circumstances in which people find themselves. Surely grown-ups in intimate relationships can and should negotiate the details of their relationship for themselves, and one hopes that they'll act honorably toward their partner out of a sense of integrity, and not because a deity told them to. 8. Thou shalt not steal. Again, do we really need a deity to command this? All cultures had and have moral rules and legal codes about theft. 9. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Anyone who has been lied to or gossiped about can explain why this moral commandment makes sense and is needed. So chalk one up for the Bible's authors, whose insights here were spot on. 10. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his cattle, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Consider what it means to covet something, to crave or want or desire it. So this commandment is the world's first thought crime, which goes against centuries of Western legal codes. More to the point, the very foundation of capitalism is the coveting or desire for things, and, ironically, it is Bible-quoting Christian conservatives who most defend the very coveting forbidden in this final mandate. The late Christopher Hitchens best summed up the implications of taking this commandment seriously. Leaving aside the many jokes about whether or not it's okay or kosher to covet thy neighbor's wife's ass, you are bound to notice once again that, like the Sabbath order, it's addressed to the servant-owning and property-owning class. Moreover, it lumps the wife in with the rest of the chattel, and in that epoch could have been rendered as thy neighbor's wives to boot.
A provisional, rational decalogue. The problem with any religious moral code that is set in stone is just that. It is set in stone. Anything that can never be changed has within its DNA the seeds of its own extinction. A science-based morality has the virtue of having built into it a self-correcting mechanism that does not just allow redaction, correction, and improvement, it insists upon it. Science and reason can be employed to inform, and in some cases even determine, moral values. Science thrives on change, on improvement, on updating and upgrading its methods and conclusions. So it should be for a science of morality. No one knows for sure what is right and wrong in all circumstances for all people everywhere. So the goal of a science-based morality should be to construct a set of provisional moral precepts that are true for most people in most circumstances most of the time, as assessed by empirical inquiry and rational analysis, but admit exceptions and revisions where appropriate. Indeed, as we have seen, as humanity's concept of who and what is human and entitled to protection has expanded over the centuries, so we have extended moral protection to categories once thought beneath our notice. Here are 10 provisional moral principles to consider.
1. The Golden Rule Principle. Behave toward others as you would desire that they behave toward you. The Golden Rule is a derivative of the basic principle of exchange reciprocity and reciprocal altruism, and thus evolved in our Paleolithic ancestors as one of the primary moral sentiments. In this principle, there are two moral agents, the moral doer and the moral receiver. A moral question arises when the moral doer is uncertain how the moral receiver will accept and respond to the action in question. In its essence, this is what the Golden Rule is telling us to do. By asking yourself, how would I feel if this were done unto me? You are asking, how would others feel if I did it unto them? 2. The Ask First Principle. To find out whether an action is right or wrong, ask first. The Golden Rule Principle has a limitation to it. What if the moral receiver thinks differently from the moral doer? What if you would not mind having action X done unto you, but someone else would mind it? Smokers cannot ask themselves how they would feel if other people smoked in a restaurant where they were dining because they probably wouldn't mind. It's the non-smokers who must be asked how they feel. That is, the moral doer should ask the moral receiver whether the behavior in question is moral or immoral. In other words, the Golden Rule is still about you. But morality is more than just about you, and the Ask First principle makes morality about others. 3. The Happiness Principle. It is a higher moral principle to always seek happiness with someone else's happiness in mind, and never seek happiness when it leads to someone else's unhappiness through force or fraud. Humans have a host of moral and immoral passions, including being selfless and selfish, cooperative and competitive, nice and nasty. It is natural and normal to try to increase our own happiness by whatever means available, even if that means being selfish, competitive, and nasty. Fortunately, evolution created both sets of passions, such that by nature we also seek to increase our own happiness by being selfless, cooperative, and nice. Since we have within us both moral and immoral sentiments, and we have the capacity to think rationally and intuitively to override our baser instincts, and we have the freedom to choose to do so, at the core of morality is choosing to do the right thing by acting morally and applying the happiness principle. The modifier, force or fraud, was added to clarify that there are many activities that do not involve morality, such as a sporting contest, in which the goal is not to seek happiness with your opponent's happiness in mind, but simply to win. 4. The Liberty Principle. It is a higher moral principle to always seek liberty with someone else's liberty in mind, and never seek liberty when it leads to someone else's loss of liberty through force or fraud. The liberty principle is an extrapolation from the fundamental principle of all liberty as practiced in Western society. The freedom to believe and act as we choose so long as our beliefs and actions do not infringe on the equal freedom of others. What makes the liberty principle a moral principle is that in addition to asking the moral receiver how he or she might respond to a moral action, and considering how that action might lead to your own and the moral receiver's happiness or unhappiness, there is an even higher moral level toward which we can strive, and that is the freedom and autonomy of yourself and the moral receiver, or what we shall simply refer to here as liberty. Liberty is the freedom to pursue happiness and the autonomy to make decisions and act on them to achieve that happiness. Only in the past couple of centuries have we witnessed the worldwide spread of liberty as a concept that applies to all peoples everywhere, regardless of their race, religion, rank, or social and political status in the power hierarchy. Liberty has yet to achieve worldwide status, particularly among those states dominated by theocracies that encourage intolerance and dictate that only some people deserve liberty. But the overall trend since the Enlightenment has been to grant greater liberty for more people everywhere. See Figure 4.8. Although there are setbacks still, and periodically violations of liberties disrupt the overall historical flow from less to more liberty for all, the general trajectory of increasing liberty for all continues, so every time you apply the liberty principle, you have advanced humanity one small step forward. 5. The fairness principle. When contemplating a moral action, imagine that you do not know if you will be the moral doer or receiver, and when in doubt, err on the side of the other person. This is based on the philosopher John Rawls' concepts of the veil of ignorance and the original position, in which moral actors are ignorant of their position in society when determining rules and laws that affect everyone, because of the self-serving bias in human decision-making. Given a choice, most people who enact moral rules and legislative laws would do so based on their position in society, their gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, political party, etc., in a way that would most benefit themselves and their kin and kind. Not knowing ahead of time how the moral precept or legal law will affect you pushes you to strive for greater fairness for all. A simpler version is in the example of cutting a cake fairly. If I cut the cake, you choose which piece you want, and if you cut the cake, I choose which piece I want. 6. The reason principle. Try to find rational reasons for your moral actions that are not self-justifications or rationalizations by consulting others first. Ever since the Enlightenment, the study of morality has shifted from considering moral principles as based on God-given, divinely inspired, holy book-derived, authority-dictated precepts from the top down to bottom-up, individually considered, reason-based, rationally constructed, science-grounded propositions in which one is expected to have reasons for one's moral actions, especially reasons that consider the other person affected by the moral act. This is an especially difficult moral principle to carry out because of the all-too-natural propensity to slip from rationality to rationalization, from justification to self-justification, from reason to emotion. As in the second principle, to ask first, whenever possible, one should consult others about one's reasons for a moral action in order to get constructive feedback, and to pull oneself out of a moral bubble in which whatever you want to do happens to be the most moral thing to do. 7. The responsibility and forgiveness principle. Take full responsibility for your own moral actions and be prepared to be genuinely sorry and make restitution for your own wrongdoing to others. Hold others fully accountable for their moral actions and be open to forgiving moral transgressors who are genuinely sorry and prepare to make restitution for their wrongdoing. This is another difficult principle to uphold in both directions. First, there is the moralization gap between victims and perpetrators, in which victims almost always perceive themselves as innocent and thus any injustice committed against them must be the result of nothing more than evil by the perpetrator, and in which perpetrators may perceive themselves to have been acting morally in righting a wrong, redressing an immoral act, or defending the honor of oneself or family and friends. The self-serving bias, the hindsight bias, and the confirmation bias practically ensure that we all feel we didn't do anything wrong, and whatever we did was justified, and thus there is no need to apologize and ask for forgiveness. As well, the sense of justice and revenge is a deeply evolved moral emotion that serves three primary purposes. 1. To right wrongs committed by transgressors. 2. As a deterrent to possible future bad behavior. And 3. To serve as a social signal to others that should they commit a similar moral transgression, the same fate of your moral indignation and revenge awaits them. 8. The defend others principle. Stand up to evil people and moral transgressors, and defend the defenseless when they are victimized. There are people in the world who will commit moral transgressions against us and our fellow group members. either through the logic of violence and aggression in which perpetrators of evil always feel justified in their acts, or through such conditions as psychopathy, in which a non-negligible portion of a population will commit selfish or cruel acts. We must stand up against them. 9. The expanding moral category principle. Try to consider other people not of your family, tribe, race, religion, nation, gender, or sexual orientation as an honorary group member equal to you in moral standing. We have a moral obligation not only to ourselves, our kin and kind, our family and friends, and our fellow in-group members. We also owe it to those people who are different from us in a variety of ways, who in the past have been discriminated against for no other reason than that they were different in some measurable way. Even though our first moral obligation is to take care of ourselves and our immediate family and friends, it is a higher moral value to consider the moral value of others. And in the long run, it is better for yourself, your kin and kind, and your in-group to consider members of other groups to be honorary members of your own group, as long as they so honor you and your group. 10. The biophilia principle. Try to contribute to the survival and flourishing of other sentient beings, their ecosystems, and the biosphere as a whole. Biophilia is the love of nature, of which we are a part. Expanding the moral sphere to include the environments that sustain sentient beings is a lofty moral principle. If by fiat I had to reduce these 10 principles to just one, it would be this. Try to expand the moral sphere and to push the arc of the moral universe just a bit farther toward truth, justice, and freedom for more sentient beings in more places, more of the time. Part 2. The Moral Arc Applied. Chapter 5. Slavery and a Moral Science of Freedom Rights. Epigram from Abraham Lincoln. Annual Message to Congress, December 1, 1862. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed. This could not fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud.
As a young man in the late 1970s and early 1980s, I spent a lot of time on the road exploring California and the other western states. Initially in my 1966 Ford Mustang, and then on a bicycle after I seriously took up cycling, riding long distances all over and across America. When I wasn't listening to lectures and books on cassette tapes on my Sony Walkman, I would while away the time by counting the number of Denny's versus Sambo's restaurants along any given stretch of highway. For a while it was close, but then suddenly Sambo's went bankrupt and Denny's Grand Slam breakfast became my meal of choice at any time of the day or night. What happened to Sambo's is emblematic of what happened across all of Western culture in the second half of the 20th century. We became aware of the power of language and logos, symbols and gestures, to affect how we see and treat others, especially those of a different race. Sambo's became embroiled in controversy over the restaurant chain's name. The company was founded in 1957 by Sam Battistone Sr. and Newell Bonet, who said they derived the company's name from the combined letters of their first and last names. But the duo also took advantage of the popularity of The Story of Little Black Sambo and featured scenes from the book in menus and on the walls of their restaurants. The original story is about a dark-skinned Indian boy named Little Black Sambo, who ventures out for a walk in the jungle and, in an unlikely turn of events, has his clothing expropriated by tigers. The tigers wind up quarreling over which of them is most attractive in Sambo's clothes, and eventually they chase each other around a tree so fast that they turn into butter, which Sambo's mother, Black Mumbo, makes into pancakes. The restaurant marketeers stayed true to the story in that they made the Sambo mascot Indian, but they portrayed him as a light-skinned Indian boy whose skin got lighter still from the 50s to the 60s until he was essentially an apple-cheeked white boy in a turban. The story was also modified. Gone were Black Mumbo and Sambo's father, Black Jumbo, and the unfortunate tigers no longer turned into butter, but instead were treated to a stack of the finest, lightest pancakes they ever ate in exchange for returning Sambo's clothes. The trouble was that Little Black Sambo, featured on the cover of the U.S. edition of the book, was unmistakably African, and in time the two images, Indian and African black, morphed into a single likeness, reminiscent of the darky or blackface iconography that was popular during the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. Increasingly, the word Sambo came to be understood as a pejorative label and a racist stereotype. There was a media feeding frenzy when the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, launched a formal protest and filed lawsuits against Sambo's to block the opening of new restaurants in several northeastern states. The corporate suits at Sambo's headquarters scrambled to explain, rationalize, and then respond by changing the names of some of the restaurants in those parts of the country where it was found offensive to such innocuous titles as Jolly Tiger, No Place Like Sam's, Seasons Friendly Eating, and even just Sam's. As Nan Ellison, president of the Brockton, Massachusetts NAACP, said, "I think I can go to Sam's to eat without feeling degraded. I could not feel comfortable at Sambo's when I reflect on the sacrifices made by demonstrators at sit-ins during the 1960s. But it was all to no avail. By 1982, all but one of the 1,117 Sambo's restaurants in 47 states had closed their doors, and the corporation filed for bankruptcy as a result of this and other business problems. Looking at the cover and the illustrations of The Story of Little Black Sambo, from an increasingly sensitive and perspicacious modern perspective, it is not hard to understand why people of color found them offensive. They are truly cringeworthy. See Figure 5.1 A through D. Images, names, and language matter. Decades later, I recall that the boy featured in the restaurants had African features, even though a Google image search reveals that my memory is faulty. I even recollect seeing restaurant signs with the name Little Black Sambo's, even though that too is a false memory. Now, on one level, the Sambo story sounds like political correctness run amok, with the language police going too far. But it is a sign of moral progress that we've all become sensitized to how other people see the world, interchanging our perspectives with theirs. The Sambo story illustrates one of the driving forces behind moral progress. Those who champion human rights often begin with what we call things, how we talk and write about them, because so much of our thinking, including thinking about other people, is grounded in images and language. Of course, social change does not come about solely through the pristine powers of pure thought. The rights, hard-won by oppressed peoples throughout history, have come about through the Herculean efforts of the peoples themselves, in conjunction with their allies, through arduous, direct political action. It almost inevitably takes some kind of direct deed, marches, sit-ins, sabotage, blockades, the destruction of property, outright civil war, to realize social transformation. Still, even just war theory demands that there be reasons for the conflict beyond just veni vidi vici. The abolition of slavery, in fact, came about at a time when its defenders were making intellectual arguments in support of it. But it was the better counter-arguments, combined with political action, and in America, a war, that ultimately resulted in its collapse. Because the political action and the intellectual arguments generated in response to slavery produced the first of the great rights revolutions, we begin with it, and in keeping with my thesis that science and reason bend the arc of the moral universe, I will focus on the rational arguments and justifications for slavery.
Slavery and Human Rights. Of the many and various abuses and usurpations of humans by other humans, There is perhaps none so odious and oppressive as the ownership of one human being by another. This is slavery, and it has existed for as long as there have been those who, for the life of them, can't see the problem with having a bunch of people that they don't have to pay doing all of the soul-crushing grunt work for them. It is a custom that relies on an unspeakable lack of empathy, on the existence of a class or caste-based, socially stratified society, and on a population and economy large enough to support it. Older than any written record, institutionalized slavery very possibly began at about the time of the Agricultural Revolution, with its accompanying ideas about ownership, approximately 10,000 years ago. The written record traces the practice back to 1760 BCE and the Code of Hammurabi, a Babylonian document that treats slavery as a given. Out of the 282 laws dictated by King Hammurabi, at least 28 of them deal directly with slavery and what to do if, for example, a slave claims that you are not his master when you are indeed his master. Cut off his ear. Or a man buys a slave and the slave gets sick within the month. Return the defective slave for a full refund. Or a surgeon makes a large incision in your slave and your slave dies. The surgeon owes you a slave and must replace yours with an equally serviceable model. Slavery has now been outlawed in every country, though amazingly enough, it was only a little over 30 years ago, in 1981, that the last country to outlaw the custom, Mauritania, finally did so. Of course, making slavery illegal is one thing. Ending it is another. In Mauritania, for example, up to 20% of the people, mostly women, still live as slaves. Worldwide, possibly millions are trapped in sex and labor slavery. Historically, the body count for the Atlantic slave trade alone may be as high as 10 million. The self-described atrocitologist Matthew White ranks it as the 10th worst atrocity in the history of humanity. The process was beyond brutal, with a significant percentage of kidnapped victims perishing on the forced marches to the coastal forts where they were imprisoned, sometimes for months, until a slave ship came along. Many more died during the Middle Passage across the Atlantic, and still more in their first year in the New World as they were seasoned for work in the fields and mines. These human beings, mere beasts of burden, were stripped of their clothing, branded, displayed, inspected, and auctioned for sale to would-be buyers. The life of the slave truly was, pace Thomas Hobbes, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. For millennia, religions in general, and Jewish, Christian, and Islamic churches in particular, have had little problem with the forced enslavement of hundreds of millions of people. It was only after the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment that rational arguments were proffered for the abolition of the slave trade, influenced by and citing such secular documents as the American Declaration of Independence and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man. After an unconscionably long lag time, religion finally got on board the abolition train and became instrumental in helping to propel it forward. Of course, one can find scattered throughout this long history the occasional religious objection to slavery, but these were remonstrations penned by Christians, for Christians, and against Christians who fully endorsed the institution, if they didn't themselves participate. And since nearly everyone before the 20th century was religious, it is inevitable that any arguments against slavery would be made by religious people. Thus, it is the arguments, not the people, that require scrutiny. By the same logic, virtually all of the slave traders and slave masters were religious and grounded their justifications for slavery in the primary source of religious morality, a holy book. Some religions, such as Catholicism, fully endorsed slavery, as Pope Nicholas V made clear when, in 1452, he issued the radically pro-slavery document Dum Diversas. This was a papal bull granting Catholic countries such as Spain and Portugal full and free permission to invade, search out, capture, and subjugate the Saracens and pagans and any other unbelievers and enemies of Christ, wherever they may be, as well as their kingdoms, duchies, counties, principalities, and other property, and to reduce their persons into perpetual slavery. These last few words, to reduce their persons into perpetual slavery, sound not just sinister to us, but also psychotic. They make perfect sense, however, in a Christian context, given that the Bible is itself a heedlessly pro-slavery tome. It's hardly surprising, then, that it took almost 2,000 years for Christians to twig to the fact that slavery is wrong. The spectacularly unreflective authors of the Bible had absolutely no problem with slavery whatsoever, as long as the slave owner didn't actually beat his slaves blind and toothless. Exodus 21, 26, and 27. That was going just too far. Although beating a slave to death was perfectly fine as long as the slave survived for a day or two after the beating. Then, when the slave died, it was appropriate to feel sorry for the unfortunate slave owner because it was he who had suffered a loss. Exodus 21:21. Other biblical passages make it clear that God believes that slavery is a good idea, and so should you. You may purchase male or female slaves from among the foreigners who live among you. Leviticus 25:44. Are there any age restrictions? Surely it must be wrong to buy and sell children. You may also purchase the children of such resident foreigners, including those who have been born in your land. You may treat them as your property, passing them on to your children as a permanent inheritance. Leviticus 25:45. Thanks, Dad, but these laws only apply to foreigners. What about the people of Israel? You may treat your slaves like this, but the people of Israel, your relatives, must never be treated this way. Leviticus 25:46. Does this verse mean that the people of Israel were not to be slaves? No. God didn't forbid his chosen people from enslaving one another. That would be extreme. But he did demand that more lenient protocols should be followed. If you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve for only 6 years. Set him free in the 7th year, and he will owe you nothing for his freedom. Exodus 21:2. Saying that the slave will owe his master nothing for his freedom seems a bit rich. Still, as far as treatment goes, a total of 7 years of slavery isn't too bad, if the slave survived the experience. But note that biblical law had a special way of holding even a freed slave hostage. If he was single when he became your slave and then married afterward, only he will go free in the 7th year. But if he was married before he became a slave, then his wife will be freed with him. If his master gave him a wife while he was a slave, and they had sons or daughters, then the man will be free in the 7th year, but his wife and children will still belong to his master. But the slave may plainly declare, I love my master, my wife, and my children. I would rather not go free. If he does this, his master must present him before God. Then his master must take him to the door and publicly pierce his ear with an awl. After that, the slave will belong to his master forever. Exodus 21:2-6. That's a clever trick. Bribe your male slave with a wife and children, and then use those family relationships as a lever to make him yours forever. 7 years of clubs and chains just wasn't quite enough misery, it would seem, for the Hebrew slave. He was bedeviled by a special category of emotional torture, a gut-wrenching choice between family and freedom. Clearly, being the chosen people has its drawbacks. One is reminded of Tevye appealing to God in Fiddler on the Roof. I know, we are your chosen people. But once in a while, can't you choose someone else? Then there is this little gem from Exodus 21:7. When a man sells his daughter... Excuse me? When a man sells what? This must be some mistake in translation. But no. Sex trafficking as a form of slavery was widely practiced in biblical times. And so naturally, the Good Book issued instructions on the proper way to sell one's daughter into a lifetime of sexual servitude. As the father of a daughter myself, I find the mere contemplation of what is being negotiated here sickening. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years as the men are. If she does not please the man who bought her, he may allow her to be bought back again, but he is not allowed to sell her to foreigners, since he is the one who broke the contract with her. And if the slave girl's owner arranges for her to marry his son, he may no longer treat her as a slave girl, but he must treat her as his daughter. If he himself marries her and then takes another wife, he may not reduce her food or clothing or fail to sleep with her as his wife. If he fails in any of these three ways, she may leave as a free woman without making any payment. Exodus 21, 7 through 11. These passages are from the Old Testament. What does the New Testament say about slavery? Slaves, obey your earthly masters with deep respect and fear. Serve them sincerely as you would serve Christ. Ephesians 6:5. Christians who are slaves should give their masters full respect so that the name of God and his teaching will not be shamed. If your master is a Christian, that is no excuse for being disrespectful. You should work all the harder because you are helping another believer by your efforts. Timothy 6, 1 through 2. Teach slaves to be subject to their masters in everything, to try to please them, not to talk back to them, and not to steal from them, but to show that they can be fully trusted. Titus 2, 9 through 10. Clearly, slave ownership was a given in the New Testament as in the Old. Master-slave was just another relationship, like husband-wife or father-commodity. Paul's epistle to Philemon, the shortest book in the Bible at only 25 verses and 425 words, addresses the issue of slavery indirectly in that it was written by Paul to a leader of the Colossian church named Philemon, who owned a runaway slave named Onesimus, a slave who'd been converted to Christianity by Paul. Paul sent Onesimus back to his master with a letter, which instructed Philemon to treat his slave as a brother beloved instead of a servant. Philemon 1:16. Further, Paul even offered to pay Philemon any debt owed to him by Onesimus, if he hath wronged thee at all. Philemon 1:18. Tellingly, Paul does not suggest that Onesimus be set free, nor does he condemn slavery as the immoral custom it so obviously is. Instead, Paul inveigles his slave-holding Christian fellow to treat Onesimus as a member of the family. That sounds nice, although given that fathers were allowed to sell their daughters, stone their sons, and put their unfaithful wives to death, it's not the kind of family a person necessarily wants to be part of. Dysfunctional doesn't begin to cover it. No doubt Paul was suggesting that Onesimus not receive the customary beating that the runaway slave might expect, but whatever he meant, yet again the kind of moral clarity one might expect to find in a book purported to be the final authority on the subject is nowhere to be found, which is why both supporters of slavery and abolitionists quoted from the epistle to Philemon in their favor. To be fair, biblical scholars and theologians, along with Christian apologists and defenders of the faith, rationalize these passages as ancient peoples dealing as best they could with an evil practice. In some cases, it may be true that slavery or bondage really meant something more akin to servant, bondservant, or manservant, along the lines of a modern live-in maid or housekeeper. But this qualification misses the point. Where are the passages in the Bible condemning slavery on moral grounds? Where is there anything like a rational argument outlining why humans should not be so treated? Why is there not a straightforward commandment from Yahweh along the lines of, "Thou shalt not enslave thy fellow man"? Imagine how different the history of humanity might have been had Yahweh not neglected to mention that people should never be treated as a means to someone else's ends, but should be treated as ends in themselves. After the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment, abolitionist arguments were made by the more progressive liberal Christian sects, such as the Mennonites, Quakers, and Methodists. It was these Christians who, in defiance of the norms found in the Bible, rejected the whole concept of slavery and became most vocal in the abolition movement. Among these was the great British crusader and abolitionist William Wilberforce, powerfully portrayed by actor Ioan Gruffudd in the film Amazing Grace. Wilberforce displayed incredible courage throughout his 26-year campaign to abolish slavery, and in his push to found the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and other humanitarian movements. And there is no question that his motives were religious in nature. But note who Wilberforce's most vociferous opponents were, his fellow Christians, who had to be badgered for a quarter-century before coming around to his point of view. Plus, Wilberforce's religious motives were complicated by his pushy and overzealous moralizing about virtually every aspect of life, and his great passion seemed to be to worry incessantly about what other people were doing, especially if what they were doing involved pleasure, excess, and the torrent of profaneness that every day makes more rapid advances. Wilberforce founded the Society for the Suppression of Vice after King George III issued the Proclamation for the Discouragement of Vice, at Wilberforce's recommendation, which ordered the prosecution of those guilty of excessive drinking, blasphemy, profane swearing and cursing, lewdness, profanation of the Lord's Day, and other dissolute, immoral, or disorderly practices. Wilberforce wasn't happy just clipping the wings of the wayward at home. He also crusaded abroad for moral reform in Britain's colony in India, insisting on Christian instruction and religious improvement of the citizens of that non-Christian nation, because, he boasted, "Our religion is sublime, pure, beneficent. Theirs is mean, licentious, and cruel." In fact, Wilberforce's initial efforts were not concerned with the abolition of slavery, but the ending of the slave trade, with existing slaveholders allowed to continue the practice that would presumably die out on its own in time without the outside source of slave replenishment. Slavery was not just an assault on the humanity of the slaves, Wilberforce argued. It was a blemish on the Christian religion that had for so long endorsed it. As he told the House of Commons on April 18, 1791, "Never, never will we desist till we have wiped away this scandal from the Christian name, released ourselves from the load of guilt under which we at present labor, and extinguished every trace of this bloody traffic, of which our posterity, looking back to the history of these enlightened times, will scarce believe that it has been suffered to exist so long a disgrace and dishonor to this country." Nevertheless, and tellingly, the House voted down Wilberforce's bill on this occasion, 163 through 88.
The cognitive dissonance of slavery. From a 21st century perspective, in which we feel that we know instinctively that slavery is wrong, it is difficult to conceive that our immediate ancestors really believed that slavery was perfectly moral, or, at the very least, not exactly immoral. We know that people commonly made proclamations about slavery being legal or moral or justified, but surely on the inside, no one seriously believed that enslaving another human being was morally acceptable, did they? They did. And they made rational arguments to that effect, which were in time countered with better arguments on reason's road to abolition. Slavery is a case study on the power of self-deception as a workaround for a psychological phenomenon called cognitive dissonance, or the mental tension experienced when someone holds two conflicting thoughts simultaneously. In this case, 1, slavery is acceptable and possibly even good, and 2, slavery is unacceptable and possibly even evil. For most of human history, people simply accepted the first idea. But as Enlightenment ideas about people being treated equally began to percolate throughout societies, sentiments began to change toward the second idea, which produced cognitive dissonance. The psychologist who first identified cognitive dissonance, Leon Festinger, described the psychological process this way. Suppose an individual believes something with his whole heart. Suppose further that he has a commitment to this belief, that he has taken irrevocable actions because of it. Finally, suppose that he is presented with evidence, unequivocal and undeniable evidence, that his belief is wrong. What will happen? The individual will frequently emerge not only unshaken, but even more convinced of the truth of his beliefs than ever before. Indeed, he may even show a new fervor about convincing and converting other people to his view. I suspect that increasing cognitive dissonance made the life of the slave owner increasingly uncomfortable throughout the 19th century, as the long-term shift in moral sentiments about the proper treatment of human beings was underway. The commonly accepted belief that one group of humans may enslave another group collided with the Enlightenment belief that humans are never to be treated as means to an end, but are an end in and of themselves, Immanuel Kant, and that all people are created equal, Thomas Jefferson. As this shift was underway and ever more slaveholders experienced the cognitive dissonance this clash of ideas inevitably entails, something had to give. Either slavery itself or the justifications for slavery through a host of Ersatz rational arguments justified through the psychological phenomenon called self-deception, a well-documented cognitive strategy to attenuate cognitive dissonance, summarized by the evolutionary biologist Robert Trivers in The Folly of Fools, the Logic of Deceit and Self-Deception in Human Life, and by the psychologists Carol Tavris and Elliot Aronson in their book Mistakes Were Made, But Not by Me. There is a logic to self-deception that works like this. In a self-esteem model of evolution, we should maximize our reproductive success through cunning and deceit. Yet game theory dynamics, like those we discussed in Chapter 1, shows that if you are aware that other contestants in a game will also be employing similar strategies, it behooves you to feign transparency and honesty and lure them into complacency before you defect and grab the spoils. But if they are like you in anticipating such a shift in strategy, they might pull the same trick, which means you must be keenly sensitive to their deceptions and they of yours. Thus, we evolved the capacity for deception detection, and this led to an arms race between deception and deception detection. Deception gains a slight edge over deception detection when the interactions are few in number and among strangers. But if you spend enough time with your interlocutors, they may leak their true intent through behavioral tells. As Trivers writes, when interactions are anonymous or infrequent, behavioral cues cannot be read against a background of known behavior, so more general attributes of lying must be used. He identifies 3. Nervousness, because of the negative consequences of being detected, including being aggressed against. People are expected to be more nervous when lying. Control. In response to concern over appearing nervous, people may exert control, trying to suppress behavior, with possible detectable side effects, such as a planned and rehearsed impression. Cognitive load. Lying can be cognitively demanding. You must suppress the truth and construct a falsehood that is plausible on its face, and you must tell it in a convincing way, and you must remember the story. Unless self-deception is involved. If you believe the lie, you are less likely to give off the normal cues of lying that others might perceive. Deception and deception detection create self-deception. The self-deception of slave owners and proponents of slavery are well documented by the historians Eugene Genovese and Elizabeth Fox Genovese in their book Fatal Self-Deception, Slaveholding Paternalism in the Old South. Slavery was not perceived by most slaveholders in the 19th century to be an exploitation of humans by other humans for economic gain. Instead, slaveholders painted a portrait of slavery as a paternalistic and benign institution in which the slaves themselves were seen not so different from all laborers, black and white, who toiled everywhere in both free and slave states. Further, the South's Christian slavery was claimed to be superior. Decades of study have led us to a conclusion that some readers will find unpalatable, Genovese and Fox Genovese note. Notwithstanding self-serving rhetoric, the slaveholders did believe themselves to be defending the ramparts of Christianity, constitutional republicanism, and social order against Northern and European apostasy, secularism, and social and political radicalism. Southern slaveholders could look around the world and see the hypocrisy with their own eyes. Viewing the free states, they saw vicious negrophobia and racial discrimination in a cruelly exploited white working class. Concluding that all labor, white and black, suffered de facto slavery or something akin to it, they proudly identified Christian slavery as the most humane, compassionate, and generous of social systems. As the ex-slave Lewis Clark observed in his revealingly titled book, Narrative of the Sufferings of Lewis Clark During a Captivity of More than 25 Years among the Algerines of Kentucky, one of the so-called Christian states of North America. There is nobody deceived quite so bad as the masters down south, for the slaves deceive them, and they deceive themselves. The American architect, journalist, and social critic Frederick Law Olmsted summed up the theory of black incapacity on offer from both Northerners and Europeans. The laboring class is better off in slavery, where it is furnished with masters who have a mercenary as well as a humane interest in providing the necessities of a vigorous physical existence to their instruments of labor, than it is in Europe, or than it will be in the North. Consider the range of rationalizations employed by people at the time to reduce cognitive dissonance, unconsciously through the process of self-deception, documented by the Genoveses.
The Negro has never yet found a sincere friend but his master. George M. Troup, 1824, First Annual Message to the State Legislature of Georgia. My husband's influence over the slaves is very great, while they never question his authority and are ever ready to obey him implicitly. They love him. Francis Fern of Louisiana. We, above all, were guarding the helpless black race from utter annihilation at the hands of a bloody and greedy philanthropy, which sought to deprive them of the care of humane masters, only that they might be abolished from the face of the earth, and leave the fields of labor clear for that free competition, and demand and supply, which reduced even white workers to the lowest minimum of a miserable livelihood, and left the simple Negro to compete, as best he could, with swarming and hungry millions of a more energetic race, who were already eating one another's heads off. E. A. Pollard, 1866, Southern History of the War. Negroes are a thriftless, thoughtless people. Left to themselves, they will overeat, unseasonably eat, walk half the night, sleep on the ground, out of doors, anywhere. Virginia Slaveholder, 1832. 9/10 of the Southern masters would be defended by their slaves at the peril of their own lives. Thomas R. R. Cobb, 1858. The twisted psychology employed to assuage the dissonance was well expressed by Chancellor William Harper of South Carolina when he said, "It is natural that the oppressed should hate the oppressor. It is still more natural that the oppressor should hate his victim. Convince the master that he is doing injustice to his slave, and he at once begins to regard him with distrust and malignity." In her 1994 sociological analysis of gender, class, and race relations, The Velvet Glove, the sociologist Mary R. Jackman identified what I think is more appropriately labeled as cognitive dissonance. The presumption of moral superiority over a group with whom one has an expropriative relationship is thus flatly incompatible with the spirit of altruistic benevolence, no matter how much affection and breastfeeding accompanies it. In the analysis of unequal relations between social groups, paternalism must be distinguished from benevolence. You can hear the rationalization in the words of South Carolina Governor George McDuffie in 1835. The government of our slaves is strictly patriarchal, and produces those mutual feelings of kindness which result from a constant interchange of good offices. Whatever you call it, self-deceptive paternalism masquerades as altruism. I'm helping these people. Or reciprocity. I'm giving back to these people after they gave for me. And it may be an inevitable stage between slavery and freedom. Lest one lapse for even a moment and think there was something benevolent to Southern slavery, screen Steve McQueen's 12 Years a Slave for a visceral reminder of the inhumanity of this so-called paternalism. The chains of bondage, the mouthpieces of silence, the filth of living quarters, and the beatings, hangings, and especially the slashing, searing pain of the whip.
Enlightenment reason and the abolition of slavery. There is considered and considerable debate among scholars and historians about what led ultimately to the abolition of slavery. However, focusing strictly on the arguments, a brief review is instructive with an eye toward the arguments that were used against the institution. Starting with religion, as the British historian Hugh Thomas noted in his monumental study, The Slave Trade, the Story of the Atlantic Slave Trade, 1440 to 1870. There is no record in the 17th century of any preacher who, in any sermon, whether in the Cathedral of St. André in Bordeaux or in a Presbyterian meeting house in Liverpool, condemned the trade in black slaves. Instead, what few objections there were often had a ring of pragmatism to them, as in a 1707 letter from the Secretary of Royal Africa Company, Colonel John Perry, to his neighbor, William Coward, who was considering sponsoring a slave voyage. It was morally impossible that 2 tier of Negroes can be stowed between the decks in 4 feet 5 inches, he said. 1 tier, however, was perfectly acceptable in terms of profitability, given that the death rate on overpacked slave ships was a whopping 10 to 20% in the Middle Passage between Africa and America. Even religious-sounding objections were suspiciously expedient in their reasoning, as reflected in this observation by ship's surgeon Thomas Aubrey, a doctor on the slave ship Peterborough, when he mused that the inhumanity suffered by their cargo might be compensated for in the next life. For, though they are heathens, they have a rational soul as well as us, and God knows whether it may not be more tolerable for them in the latter day of judgment than for many who profess themselves Christians. In America, the Quaker William Edmondson penned a letter in 1676 to his fellow Quakers in all slaveholding colonies and territories that slavery was unchristian because it was an oppression on the mind. This was met with a denunciation by the founder of the colony of Rhode Island, Roger Williams, himself a Protestant theologian, that Edmondson was nothing but a bundle of ignorance and boisterousness. Shortly thereafter, in 1688, a group of German Quakers in Germantown, Philadelphia, issued a petition against slavery, arguing that it violated the Bible's golden rule, but it went nowhere and lay dormant until it was rediscovered in 1844 and used in the abolitionist movement that had already taken root there. In fact, 2 prominent Quakers of Philadelphia, Jonathan Dickinson and Isaac Norris, were themselves slave traders, and there was even a slave ship named the Society that belonged to Quakers in the early 18th century. The captain, Thomas Monk, recorded that in 1700, during the transport of 250 slaves from Africa to America, 228 of them were lost in the Middle Passage. As Hugh Thomas notes in summing up the relationship between religion and slavery,
in all the richer parts of New York, Dominicans and Jesuits, Franciscans and Carmelites still had slaves at their disposal. The French Father Labat, on his arrival at the prosperous Caribbean colony of Martinique in 1693, described how his monastery, with its 9 brothers, owned a sugar mill worked by water and tended by 35 slaves, of whom 8 or 10 were old or sick, and about 15 badly nourished children. Humane, intelligent, and imaginative though Father Labat was, and grateful though he was for the work of his slaves, he never concerned himself as to whether slavery and the slave trade were ethical.
It was not until late in the 18th century that objections to slavery were marshaled on ethical grounds, as noted by one prominent Bostonian. About the time of the Stamp Act, 1765, what were before only slight scruples in the minds of conscientious persons became serious doubts, and, with a considerable number, ripened into a firm persuasion that the slave trade was malum in se, evil in itself. That attitude was slow in coming. As late as 1757, the Huguenot rector of Westover, Peter Fontaine, wrote to his brother Moses about their intestine enemies, our slaves, noting, "To live in Virginia without slaves is morally impossible." It was also economically problematic, and as Hugh Thomas notes, none of these prohibitions was decided upon for reasons of humanity. Fear and economy were the motives. What ultimately brought about the abolition of slavery? According to Thomas, the great wave of ideas and emotions known in France and those who followed her as the Enlightenment was, in contrast to the Renaissance, hostile to slavery, though not even the most powerful intellects knew what to do about the matter in practice. Enlightenment ideas transformed into laws, coupled with state enforcement, is what ultimately secured the end of the practice, an end that unfolded in ever more rapid escalation once it took off in the late 18th century. But make no mistake about it, the moral arguments that undermined slavery were not enough to bring about the abolition of it. many people and countries had to be dragged kicking and screaming up the moral ladder, as evidenced by the fact that after it outlawed slavery in 1807, the British Royal Navy had to patrol the African coast in search of illegal slave trade for more than 60 years until 1870, seizing nearly 1,600 ships and liberating more than 150,000 slaves in the process. And as previously noted, in the United States, it took the deaths of more than 650,000 Americans in the Civil War to finally bring about slavery's end there. In the long run, however, it is the force of ideas, even more than the force of arms, that marshal moral advancement, as notions such as slavery gradually inch by degrees from morally good to acceptable to questionable to unacceptable to immoral to illegal, and finally they shift altogether from unthinkable to utterly unthought of. The following examples provide a representative sample of non-religious secular arguments against slavery proffered by Enlightenment philosophers that were highly influential in the abolition of slavery. In his fictional 1756 Scaramentato, the widely read Voltaire had his African character turn the tables on a European slave trading ship captain, explaining to him why he enslaved the white crew. "You have long noses, we have flat ones. Your hair is straight, while ours is curly. Your skins are white, ours are black. In consequence, by the sacred laws of nature, we must therefore remain enemies. You buy us in the fairs on the coast of Guinea, as if we were cattle in order to make us labor at no end of impoverishing and ridiculous work. So, when we are stronger than you, we shall make you slaves too. We shall make you work in our fields and cut off your noses and ears." Montesquieu, the Enlightenment philosopher we met in Chapter 2, argued in his highly influential 1748 work, The Spirit of the Law, that slavery was bad not only for the slave, but also for the slave master. The former, for the obvious reason that slavery prevents a person from doing anything virtuous. The latter because it leads a person to become proud, impatient, hard, angry, and cruel. In the entry for the slave trade in Denis Diderot's monumental 1765 Encyclopedia, which was devoured by intellectuals throughout the continent, Great Britain, and the colonies, the author wrote, "This purchase is a business which violates religion, morality, natural law, and all human rights. There is not one of those unfortunate souls, slaves, who does not have the right to be declared free, since in truth he has never lost his freedom, and he could not lose it, since it was impossible for him to lose it, and neither his prince nor his father nor anyone else had the right to dispose of it." Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in his 1762 The Social Contract, which was so influential in the intellectual foundation of the U.S. Constitution, rejected slavery as being null and void, not only because it is illegitimate, but also because it is absurd and meaningless. The words slavery and right are contradictory. From mainland Europe, secular sentiments against slavery migrated to the British Isles and were inculcated and expanded upon in the Scottish Enlightenment. In a system of moral philosophy, the Scottish philosopher Francis Hutcheson concluded that all men have strong desires of liberty and property, and that no damage done or crime committed can change a rational creature into a piece of goods void of right. Hutcheson's student, Adam Smith, applied this principle in his first book, in 1759, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, to argue, "There is not a Negro from the coast of Africa who does not possess a degree of magnanimity which the soul of his sordid master is scarce capable of conceiving." In time, such arguments found their way into the legal system, such as through the writings of the Judge Sir William Blackstone, whose 1769 Commentaries on the Laws of England outlined a legal case against slavery, then pronounced that a slave or a Negro, the moment he lands in England, falls under the protection of the laws, and, with regard to all natural rights, becomes eo instante, instantly, a free man. The influence of both the French and the Scottish Enlightenments on the Founding Fathers and framers of the U.S. Constitution is well known. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, George Washington, and the others are considered to be both products of the Enlightenment and promoters of its philosophy of science and reason as the basis of a moral social order in the New World. Slavery and the principle of interchangeable perspectives. Slavery is morally wrong because it is a clear-cut case of decreasing the survival and flourishing of sentient beings. But why is that wrong? It is wrong because it violates the natural law of personal autonomy and our evolved nature to survive and flourish. It prevents sentient beings from living to their full potential as they choose, and it does so in a manner that requires brute force, or the threat thereof, which itself causes incalculable amounts of unnecessary suffering. How do we know that's wrong? Because of the principle of interchangeable perspectives. I would not want to be a slave, therefore I should not be a slave master. If this sounds familiar, it's because it is in fact the very argument made by the man who did more than anyone else in the United States to put an end to slavery, Abraham Lincoln, who in 1858, on the eve of the American Civil War that would be fought in part to end the institution, declared, "As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master." This is another way to formulate the golden rule. As I would not want someone else to make me a slave, so I should not make someone else be a slave. In modern parlance, it is a description of the evolutionary stable strategy of reciprocal altruism. I will scratch your back instead of being your master, if you will scratch my back and not make me a slave. The principle of interchangeable perspectives is also a restatement of John Rawls's original position and state of ignorance arguments, which posit that in the original position of a society in which we are all ignorant of the state in which we will be born, male or female, black or white, rich or poor, healthy or sick, Protestant or Catholic, slave or free, we should favor laws that do not privilege any one class because we don't know which category we will ultimately find ourselves in. This can be restated in this context thusly: as I would not want to live in a society in which I am a slave, so I will vote for laws that outlaw slavery. In an unpublished note penned in 1854, Lincoln outlined the argument in what to our modern ears sounds like a perfect articulation of a behavioral game analysis. In his refutation of the arguments made in his day that the races should be ranked by skin color, intellect, and interest, by which Lincoln meant economic interest, Lincoln wrote the following:
If A can prove, however conclusively, that he may of right enslave B, why may not B snatch the same argument and prove equally that he may enslave A? You say A is white and B is black. It is color, then, the lighter having the right to enslave the darker? Take care. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with a fairer skin than your own. You do not mean color exactly? You mean the whites are intellectually the superiors of the blacks, and therefore have the right to enslave them? Take care again. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with an intellect superior to your own. But, say you, it is a question of interest, and if you can make it your interest, you have the right to enslave another. Very well, and if he can make it his interest, he has the right to enslave you.
Lincoln is here making a clear secular argument for equality, reasoning his way from premises to a conclusion. Nowhere did he ever aver that his inspiration for the abolition of slavery came from religion. In point of fact, Lincoln was not a believer in any traditional sense of the word. After his assassination, the executor of his will and his longtime friend, Judge David Davis, said of Lincoln, "He had no faith in the Christian sense of the term." Another one of his friends, Ward Hill Layman, who knew him from his early years as a lawyer in Illinois to his presidency, affirmed, "Never in all that time did he let fall from his lips or his pen an expression which remotely implied the slightest faith in Jesus as the Son of God and the Savior of men. Instead, the above passage reflects the influence on Lincoln of Euclid's Elements of Geometry, of which he was an avid reader, and made reference to the mathematical propositions and how such reasoning might apply to human affairs. In the above passage, A and B are interchangeable elements of the proposition of the right to enslave. As A would not be a slave to B, A cannot be a master to B. In Steven Spielberg's film, Lincoln, the screenwriter Tony Kushner has the great emancipator explain Euclid's axiom in the context of a discussion on the equality of the races. Euclid's first common notion is this: things which are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. That's a rule of mathematical reasoning. It's true because it works, has done, and always will. In his book, Euclid says this is self-evident. You see, there it is. Even in that 2,000-year-old book of mechanical law, it is a self-evident truth. Although Lincoln never actually uttered those words, there's every reason to think that he would have made just such an argument, because it's precisely what is implied in his 1854 argument that A is interchangeable with B. In fact, the subsequent lines to Lincoln's formulation of the principle of interchangeable perspectives, as I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master, are usually left off. This expresses my idea of democracy. Whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy. For a democracy to thrive, its citizens must also thrive, because a democracy is the sum total of its individual members. And remember, it is individual people who feel pain and suffer, not collectivities such as democracies. Thus, the debate over slavery in Lincoln's time reflected deeper and lasting moral principles that go to the heart of the source of government and the recognition of all human rights. As Lincoln noted in his seventh and final debate on October 15, 1858, with Stephen A. Douglas, who famously declared in their debates, "I positively deny that he," the black man, "is my brother or any kin to me whatever." The principle at stake was the freedom of the individual to flourish versus the divine right of kings to rule.
That is the real issue. That is the issue that will continue in this country when these poor tongues of Judge Douglas and myself shall be silent. It is the eternal struggle between these two principles, right and wrong, throughout the world. They are the two principles that have stood face to face from the beginning of time, and will ever continue to struggle. The one is the common right of humanity, and the other the divine right of kings. It is the same principle in whatever shape it develops itself. It is the same spirit that says, "You work and toil and earn bread, and I'll eat it." No matter in what shape it comes, whether from the mouth of a king who seeks to bestride the people of his own nation and live by the fruit of their labor, or from one race of men as an apology for enslaving another race, it is the same tyrannical principle.
Lincoln's ultimate moral avowal was simple, and he made it in April 1864, while the body count of the Civil War had ticked up to more than 500,000 dead. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. Figure 5.2 shows the abolition and criminalization of slavery by political states around the world when Iceland became the first state to abolish slavery. Progress was desperately slow and halting for centuries. After the American Declaration of Independence in 1776, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man in 1789, and various other Enlightenment-inspired secular works on human rights became influential in the 19th century, the rate of slavery abolition and the spread of freedom escalated, culminating in 2007 and 2010, when Mauritania and the United Kingdom respectively made slavery a crime across the board. I have extended the dash line to 2025 to reflect the fact that, although slavery is illegal everywhere on earth, it is still practiced in the form of sex trafficking in parts of Southeast Asia and elsewhere, and as slave labor in parts of Africa and elsewhere. Unfortunately, the practice of slave labor and sex trafficking is ongoing in poorer regions of the world. The organization End Slavery Now estimates that there are as many as 30 million people enslaved in this manner, although a number of journalists and scholars who study the subject hold that this figure is very likely inflated by an order of magnitude based on unreliable data and estimates. As a percentage of the world's population, however, all forms of slavery are at the lowest they've ever been. Nevertheless, people are still being exploited, and we need to end it. The Walk Free Foundation has identified 10 countries that hold about 70% of the world's slaves, with India, China, and Pakistan being the worst offenders. The index includes, in its definition of slavery, forced labor of men, women, and children, domestic servitude, and forced begging, the sexual exploitation of women and children, and forced marriage. The photographer Lisa Christine has visually documented the brutality of such practices as sex trafficking and slave labor through her photography. And Free the Slaves co-founder Kevin Bales outlines how to combat these particular horrors and how his organization intends to end all forms of it within a quarter century. As Bales explains, this form of slavery is economic in nature. People do not enslave people to be mean to them. They do it to make a profit. And the price of slaves has dropped dramatically from a historical average of $4,000 per slave in 2010 to $90 per slave today. The reason for the drop in price is due to an increase in supply. With an exploding global population, there are 1 billion vulnerable people to exploit. It's a bonanza for enslavers, whose modus operandi is to trick impoverished people, usually with the offer of a job. They climb into the back of a truck, they go off with the person who recruits them, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles later, they find themselves in dirty, demeaning, dangerous work. They take it for a little while, but when they try to leave, bang! The hammer comes down, and they discover they're enslaved. Being forced to work without pay, under the threat of violence, and unable to walk away surely constitute a form of slavery, and the $40 billion generated by modern slave laborers today is the lowest fraction of the global economy ever generated by slave labor. Today, we don't have to win the legal battle. There's a law against it in every country. We don't have to win the economic argument. No economy is dependent on slavery, unlike in the 19th century when whole industries could have collapsed. And we don't have to win the moral argument. No one is trying to justify it anymore. And there's a freedom dividend. As slaves become legal producers and consumers, local economies spiral upward very rapidly. These modern anti-slavery campaigners argue that the criminalization of slavery is important in the abolishment of the continued practice, noting that it is only in countries where slavery has been criminalized, and not just abolished, that the prosecution of slave holders becomes legally practical. As previously noted, in the African country of Mauritania, for example, slavery wasn't abolished until 1981, but it was only criminalized in 2007. So now the process of prosecuting slaveholders as criminals has begun, albeit slowly. As the CNN correspondent John Sutter noted in his report on the conditions of the people there, the first step toward freedom is realizing you're enslaved. The rational arguments and scientific refutations of slavery in the 18th and 19th centuries that led to its legal abolition and universal denunciation set the stage for the other rights revolutions that led to greater justice and freedoms for blacks and minorities, women and children, gays and lesbians, and now even animals, and expanded the moral sphere to include more sentient beings than ever before in human history.
Chapter 6. A Moral Science of Women's Rights. Epigram from Tennessee Celeste Claflin, 1897. Social reform advocate, first woman to open a Wall Street brokerage firm. Let us have our fair field. This is all we ask, and we will be content with nothing less. The finger of evolution, which touches everything, is laid tenderly upon women. They have on their side all the elements of progress, and its spirit stirs within them. They are fighting not for themselves alone, but for the future of humanity. Let them have a fair field. In Chapter 1, we met the 19th century Irish historian William Lecky, who introduced the metaphor of the expanding moral circle in his 1869 book, A History of European Morals. In his chapter on the position of women, he postulated that the rise of monogamy and marriage were the primary steps in the elevation of women to a status closer to that of men. And he argues that the primary value of the marriage contract is in granting women equal rights, at least in the home, but sadly, only in the home. The utilitarian arguments in its defense are also extremely powerful and may be summed up in 3 sentences. Nature, by making the number of males and females nearly equal, indicates it as natural. In no other form of marriage can the government of the family, which is one of the chief ends of marriage, be so happily sustained, and in no other does woman assume the position of the equal of man. This grudging admission that women are the equal of men, as long as they keep to their needlework and don't set foot outside the parlor, is all the less impressive coming as it does almost 80 years after Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women, and several years after John Stuart Mill's call for the legal and social equality of women in his treatise, possibly co-authored with his wife, Harriet Taylor Mill, The Subjection of Women. It also comes about 20 years after the very first Women's Rights Convention, held in 1848 in Seneca Falls, New York, in which the Declaration of Rights and Sentiments, chiefly authored by Elizabeth Cady Stanton, was ratified by 68 women and 32 men. The document was patterned after the Declaration of Independence and contained these words: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal." Clearly, Lecky felt this truth wasn't self-evident in the least, as he opined. In the ethics of intellect, they are decidedly inferior. Women very rarely love truth, though they love passionately what they call the truth, or opinions they have received from others, and hate vehemently those who differ from them. They are little capable of impartiality or of doubt. Their thinking is chiefly a mode of feeling. Though very generous in their acts, they are rarely generous in their opinions or in their judgments. They persuade rather than convince, and value belief rather as a source of consolation than as a faithful expression of the reality of things. Unfortunately, this attitude was not atypical, and supporters of this uncommon modern notion of women's equality and their right to vote were harshly scorned and ridiculed. Clearly, men felt their comforts and privileges threatened. Commenting on the 1848 convention, a reporter for the Oneida Whig had this to say: "This bolt is the most shocking and unnatural incident ever recorded in the history of womanity. If our ladies will insist on voting and legislating, where, gentlemen, will be our dinners and our elbows? Where our domestic firesides and the holes in our stockings? Where, indeed?" Nevertheless, in the United States the suffragists and their allies persevered, and after a 72-year battle, the passage of the 19th Amendment secured women's right to vote in 1920. The events that led to suffrage for women in America are riveting in their details, though only the briefest overview is possible here. It was Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott who organized the 1848 conference after attending the World Anti-Slavery Convention in London in 1840, a convention at which they had come to participate as delegates, but at which they were not allowed to speak and were made to sit like obedient children in a curtained-off area. This did not sit well with Stanton and Mott. Conventions were held throughout the 1850s but were interrupted by the American Civil War, which secured the franchise in 1870. Not for women, of course, but for black men. Though they were gradually disenfranchised by poll taxes, legal loopholes, literacy tests, threats, and intimidation. This didn't sit well either, and only served to energize the likes of Matilda Joslyn Gage, Susan B. Anthony, Ida B. Wells, Carrie Chapman Catt, Doris Stevens, and countless others who campaigned unremittingly against the political slavery of women. Things began to heat up when the great American suffragist Alice Paul, arrestingly portrayed by Hilary Swank in the 2004 film Iron-Jawed Angels, returned from a lengthy sojourn in England. She had learned much during her time there through her active participation in the British suffrage movement and from the more radical and militant British suffragists, including the courageous political activist Emmeline Pankhurst, characterized as the very edge of that weapon of willpower by which British women freed themselves from being classed with children and idiots in the matter of exercising the franchise. Upon her death, Pankhurst was heralded by the New York Times as the most remarkable political and social agitator of the early part of the 20th century, and the supreme protagonist of the campaign for the electoral enfranchisement of women. Years later, Time magazine selected her as one of the 100 most important people of the century. Thus, when Alice Paul returned from abroad, she was ready for action, though the more conservative members of the women's movement weren't quite ready for Alice. Nonetheless, she and Lucy Burns organized the largest parade ever held in Washington, D.C., to attract attention to the cause. On March 3, 1913, strategically timed for the day before President Wilson's inauguration, 26 floats, 10 bands, and 8,000 women marched, led by the stunning Inez Milholland, wearing a flowing white cape and riding a white horse. See Figure 6.1. Upwards of 100,000 spectators watched the parade, but the mostly male crowd became increasingly unruly, and the women were spat upon, taunted, harassed, and attacked while the police stood by. Afraid of an all-out riot, the War Department called in the cavalry to contain the escalating violence and chaos. It was a gift. A scandal ensued due to the rough treatment of the women, and suddenly, the issue of suffrage, long thought dead by many politicians, was vividly alive in front-page headlines in newspapers across the country. Paul had accomplished her goal, to make women's suffrage a major political issue. In 1917, women began peacefully picketing outside the White House, but, once again, they were met with harassment and violence. These silent sentinels, as they were called, stood day and night, except Sundays, with their banners for 2.5 years. But after the United States joined in World War I, patience ran thin as it was seen as improper to picket a wartime president. The picketers were charged with obstructing traffic and were thrown, often quite literally thrown, into prison cells, where they were treated like criminals rather than political protesters, and were kept in appalling conditions. Many of the women went on a hunger strike, including Alice Paul, who was viciously force-fed to keep her from becoming a martyr for the cause. Word of the brutality in the workhouse was leaked to the press, and the public became increasingly incensed at the protesters' horrific treatment. During what became known as the Night of Terror, 40 prison guards went on a rampage, and the women were grabbed, dragged, beaten, kicked, and choked. Lucy Burns had her wrists cuffed and chained above her head to the cell door. Another woman was taken to the men's section and told they could do whatever they pleased with her. Another woman was knocked unconscious. Still another had a heart attack. These outrages were grave tactical errors. With public pressure mounting as a result of press coverage, the government felt the need to act. Arrests didn't stop these protesters, neither did jail terms, psychopathic wards, force-feeding, or violent attacks. Their next decision was simply to let them out. At long last, in 1920, the 19th Amendment, originally drafted by Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1878, was passed by a single vote, thanks to 24-year-old Harry T. Byrne, a Tennessee legislator who had originally intended to vote against his state ratifying the amendment, which needed ratification of 36 of the then 48 states to pass, but changed his mind because of a note from his mother. Dear son, hurrah and vote for suffrage. Don't keep them in doubt. I noticed some of the speeches against. They were bitter. I have been watching to see how you stood, but have not noticed anything yet. Don't forget to be a good boy and help Mrs. Cat put the rat in ratification. Your mother. In the end, then, suffrage for women came down to the vote of one young man, influenced by his mom. It was rumored that, The anti-suffragists were so angry at his decision that they chased him from the chamber, forced him to climb out a window of the Capitol, and inch along a ledge to safety. Thus, suffrage arrived in the United States, kicking and screaming. It was a right that women in a number of other countries had already won years before, but one that others would have to wait for, and in some cases, they are still waiting. Figure 6.2 tracks the moral progress of women's suffrage, while Figure 6.3 tracks the gaps between when all men versus all women were granted the franchise. From Switzerland's 123-year gap between 1848 and 1971 to Denmark's 0-year gap in 1915. By comparison, the 50-year gap in the United States between 1870 and 1920 lies midway in this history.
From suffrage to success. Once the foundation for one type of rights is built, it makes the work of subsequent rights builders easier. Note the 2013 Global Gender Gap Report produced by the World Economic Forum, which tracks benchmarks in 136 countries on economic, political, education, and health-based criteria. The report shows that between men and women, globally, 96% of the health gap has been closed, 93% of the education gap, 60% of the economic participation gap, but only 19% of the political gap. Iceland, Finland, Norway, and Sweden have the smallest gaps in the world, with Northern European countries holding 7 of the top 10 places. The value of this shift can be tracked economically, as the report concluded. The index continues to track the strong correlation between a country's gender gap and its national competitiveness. Because women account for 1/2 of a country's potential talent base, a nation's competitiveness in the long term depends significantly on whether and how it educates and utilizes its women. It's heartening that women are occupying a place in traditionally male-dominated professions in ever greater numbers. For instance, in 2013, Ursula von der Leyen became the first ever Minister of Defense in Germany. In her position, von der Leyen has been a powerful advocate for change, laying out the scope of her ambitions in December of that year. My aim is a United States of Europe run along the lines of the federal states of Switzerland, Germany, or the USA, which would be defended by a united European army. Including female voices in the political arena is always good for moral progress, as further evidenced by von der Leyen's call for increasing the number of nurseries in the country and her support of gay marriage. And she is by no means the first female defense minister in Europe. Janine Hennis-Plasschaert is presently the Minister of Defense since 2012 in the Netherlands. Kristin Krohn de Vold held that post in Norway from 2001 to 2005, as did Michelle Alliot-Marie for France from 2002 to 2007. In fact, there have been a total of 82 female defense ministers around the world. Added to the list of powerful women in traditionally male-dominated fields is Mary Barra, who became the first woman CEO of a car company, GM, in December 2013. Her appointment was followed by reports that Fortune 500 companies that have more women in positions of leadership show 50% higher profits. There are now 22 female CEOs in the Fortune 500, and 16.9% of their board seats are occupied by women. A Pew Research Center study released the day after Barra took her new post reported that only 15% of young women in America say that they have been discriminated against because of their gender, and the share of women in managerial and administrative occupations is nearly equal to that of men, at 15% compared to 17%. Among young American women, their rate of pay is now up to 93% of that of men in comparable positions, up from 67% in 1980. And across all age cohorts, the average hourly wage for women is 84% of that of men in comparable jobs, up from 64% in 1980. The likeliest cause of this progress is education. 38% of women ages 25 to 32 now hold bachelor's degrees, compared to 31% of men the same age. As a consequence, 49% of employed workers with at least a bachelor's degree last year were women, up from 36% in 1980. According to Kim Parker, the Associate Director of the Pew Social and Demographic Trends Project, today's generation of young women is entering the labor force near parity with men in terms of earnings and extremely well prepared in terms of their educational attainment. Finally, another Pew Research Center analysis published in 2013 found that in 40% of American households with children, women are the sole or primary breadwinners, a fourfold increase since 1960. Although women still have not attained full parity with men in pay, figures 6'4", 6'5", and 6'6" show these unmistakable trends in narrowing the gender gap, which looks to be closed by the end of the decade if the trends continue. At least in the U.S., the pay gap is a fiendishly complicated calculation that depends on many factors, but the long-term trend line is in the right direction.
These graphs showing improvements in the status of women are encouraging, but they don't tell the whole story, of course. Women in many non-Western nations live under conditions of extreme male domination, most notably in theocracies and nations with corrupt or dysfunctional governments. Women in these cultures endure a litany of horrors, including female genital mutilation, which often causes lifelong pain and increased risks in childbirth, honor killings, child marriage, and even being charged with the crime of being raped that sometimes results in the murder of women by their own families or the state, while perpetrators go free. As second-class citizens, they endure a raft of insults, from not being allowed to attend school, drive a car, or get a job, to not being permitted to leave home without a male escort, or interact with male shopkeepers and doctors. And worldwide, to one degree or another, rape and sexual assault continue to be harrowing issues. Where women are scarce and men unable to marry until their late 20s, rape rates rise, as we have seen in alarming recent crimes reported in India. Where women have the courage to enter fields or territories that were traditionally male, most notably the military, rape and assault also rise. In the United States, a widely viewed 2012 film, The Invisible War, reported that the problem of military sexual trauma is widespread. Media coverage of both the film and the problem led top military brass to respond with an investigation and prosecution of perpetrators, including Army Brigadier General Jeffrey Sinclair, who was court-martialed and fined $20,000 after pleading guilty to adultery and the mistreatment of a woman who accused him of sexual assault. According to the U.S. Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Statistics, the overall rate of rape has been declining since the government began collecting reliable data in 1995. According to the department's 2013 report, from 1995 to 2010, the estimated rate of female rape or sexual assault victimizations declined 58%, from 5.0 victimizations per 1,000 females aged 12 or older to 2.1 per 1,000. The Bureau's definition of sexual violence includes completed, attempted, or threatened rape or sexual assault. While the rate of all such acts remained stable from 2005 to 2010, completed acts declined from 3.6 per 1,000 females to 1.1 per 1,000 per year in the United States over that time frame, a decline of 327%. See Figure 6.7. In spite of all the TV crime shows about serial killer rapists, most rapists are not psychopathic strangers. The Bureau found that 78% of sexual violence included an offender who was a family member, intimate partner, friend, or acquaintance. At the overall current rate of 2.1 per 1,000, 0.2%, this translates to a rate of 1.6 per 1,000 females who are sexually assaulted by someone they know, and 0.5 per 1,000 by a stranger, 0.05%, making stranger danger a statistical outlier. If a study published in 2014 is corroborated, however, the rape rate numbers may be higher than the Department of Justice's figures because of the problem of underreporting of sexual assaults, not just by those to whom they happen, but also by police departments themselves. These reports are what the FBI relies on for its Uniform Crime Report program, from which such statistics are compiled. According to the new study's author, University of Kansas School of Law professor Corey Rayburn Young, there has been a systematic underreporting of sexual assaults in 22% of the 210 police departments he examined, leading him to estimate that between 796,213 and 1,145,309 complaints of forcible vaginal rapes of female victims nationwide disappeared from the official records from 1995 to 2012. However, even when adjusted for these unreported cases, Young's estimates show both low and high adjusted rape rates as declining since the early 1990s. Although they start at a higher rate than the Uniform Crime Report's figures at about 40 per 100,000 people in 1993 to 25 per 100,000 in 2011. Young's high adjusted rape rate declines from 60 per 100,000 in 1993 to 45 per 100,000 in 2011, and his low adjusted rape rate declines from about 55 per 100,000 in 1993 to 40 per 100,000 in 2011. Whatever the exact numbers are, the decline in the rates of rape, sexual assault, and domestic violence are encouraging.
Women's reproductive rights. In a book on moral progress, it would be unconscionable of me not to address an area that many people consider to be one of the greatest moral failings of our time, legal abortion. Because abortion is so intimately linked to a woman's right to control her own body, which in turn has been subject to the same progressive forces of change as other human rights, I will consider the topic here in the context of conceptualizing our morals based on a scientific understanding of human nature, and how employing reason in the continued service of expanding rights further expands the moral sphere. Throughout history, men have tried to exert varying levels of control over women's reproductive rights. One reason is as obvious as it is simple. In general, men are bigger and stronger than women, and they have used this biological fact, as they do against other males in contests over hierarchy, territory, or mates, to their advantage in exerting dominance. With regard to reproduction, men and women can't be equally certain that a particular child is their offspring, a concept captured by the phrase, mother's baby, father's maybe. Women know with 100% certainty that they are the mothers of their children, with the exception of rare cases in the modern world when hospitals mix up babies shortly after birth, whereas men know with less than 100% certainty the paternity of their issue. Researchers estimate that 1% to 30% of babies are the product of an extra-pair paternity, EPP, in which the biological father is not the partner of the mother. The percentage varies wildly depending on the population being studied, as do the error margins inherent in the difficulties in collecting data on such a sensitive subject. The anthropologist Brooke Skelza, for example, documented an EPP rate of 17% of all recorded marital births among the traditional society of the Himba in northern Namibia, and that such EPPs were associated with significant increases in women's reproductive success. In this context, reproductive success means the number of offspring that survive and reach reproductive age. The evolutionary biologist Martin Larmuscu and his colleagues, however, found a much lower rate of 1 to 2% in a Western European population in Flanders, Belgium, noting that this figure is substantially lower than the 8 to 30% per generation reported in some behavioral studies on historical EPP rates, but comparable with the rates reported by other genetic studies of contemporary Western European populations. In a survey of 67 studies reporting non-paternity, the anthropologist Kermit Anderson computed an average figure of 1.9% for men with high paternity confidence, which is significantly lower than the 9% figure that Robin Baker and Mark Bellis computed from 10 studies and reported in their controversial book Human Sperm Competition, in which they hypothesized that spermatozoa evolved to compete against other men's sperm cells in the reproductive tract of the women, to swim toward the egg to fertilize it, to fight off other men's sperm from getting to the egg, or to block other men's sperm from fertilizing her egg if they get there first. The likely difference here can be found in Anderson's second finding. Men with low paternity confidence had a non-paternity rate of 29.8%. The evolutionary psychologist Marty Hazelton, whom I consulted about this sometimes confusing data, estimates that the range of non-paternity in the West is 2 to 4%, and perhaps a bit higher elsewhere in the world. She explained the wider range of figures in non-Western countries this way. In addition to the strength of norms about marriage, there are norms about fidelity that vary across populations. In the Himba, women marry, but there seems to be an accepted norm that people will sleep around. So women might not suffer the extreme costs that other women suffer if their infidelities are discovered. That might allow them to be freer to pursue a dual mating strategy. Hazelton added parenthetically that extrapolating from modern data to ancestral environments is problematic in that another issue to consider is that the modern world affords women more independence and privacy. Ancestral women didn't travel on business trips or have husbands who did so. A dual mating strategy is one in which women seek to secure a sound investment in parental care and food resources through one partner and obtain good genes through another partner if both sets of characteristics are not present in one man. As Hazelton explained the phenomenon, in principle, women could benefit from both material and heritable benefits conferred by male partners, but both sets of features may be difficult to find in the same mate. Men who display indicators of good genes are highly attractive as sex partners. Hence they can, and often do, pursue a short-term mating strategy that tends to be associated with reduced investment in mates and offspring. Therefore, women may often be forced to make strategic trade-offs by selecting long-term social partners who are higher in investment attractiveness than sexual attractiveness. Whatever the rate of EPPs was historically, most likely higher in the distant past compared to today, in which the institutions of monogamous marriage is encouraged by both church and state. The point is that a woman could, theoretically, select a dual mating strategy, and it is this possibility that leads men to try to control women's reproductive choices. Even if no offspring resulted from an EPP sexual encounter, infidelity rates are high enough that the emotion of jealousy evolved as a result of the phenomenon of mate guarding to fend off potential mate poachers and to prevent mates from defecting to another partner. How high are rates of infidelity? Studies vary, but according to the National Opinion Research Center in Chicago, about 25% of American men and 15% of American women have had an affair at some point during their marriage. Other studies find a range of 20% to 40% of heterosexual married men and 20% to 25% of heterosexual married women have philandered during their marriages. Another study found that 30% to 50% of American men and women are adulterous. As the evolutionary psychologist David Buss notes, those who failed in mate guarding risked suffering substantial reproductive costs, ranging from genetic cuckoldry to reputational damage to the entire loss of a mate. The result, he argues, is a range of mate guarding adaptations from vigilance to violence. This is an unfortunate response to a very real threat, as evidenced in a survey of single American men and women that found 60% of men and 53% of women admitted to mate poaching, or trying to entice or charm someone out of their current relationship in order to enter into one with them. An anthropological survey identified mate poaching as common in at least 53 other cultures. Although both men and women philander, get jealous, mate guard, and mate poach, in the context of expanding women's reproductive rights and men's attempt to restrict them, male jealousy and mate guarding, whether through vigilance or violence, are strong causal factors. Studies show, for example, that in the United States more than twice as many women were shot and killed by their husband or intimate acquaintance than were murdered by strangers using guns, knives, or any other means, and that women make up the majority of victims of intimate partner, family-related homicides. From stalking to chastity belts to female genital mutilation, throughout history, men have tried to control women's sexuality and reproductive choices, and women have developed several strategies in response: contraception, abortion, clandestine affairs, mariticide, killing one's husband, and infanticide. Starting with the latter, anthropologists and historians tell us that infanticide has been practiced by all cultures everywhere in the world throughout history, including and notably by adherents of all the world's major religions. Historical rates of infanticide have ranged from 10 to 15% in some societies to 50% in others, but none lack it entirely. The killing of babies is often portrayed by theists, for example, in my debates with them, as the single purest act of evil conceivable. They are wrong. Normal people do not kill their children for no reason. Like all human behavior, infanticide has non-trivial causes, and the evolutionary psychologists Martin Daly and Margot Wilson unearthed some of those reasons in their study of 60 societies using an ethnographic database of cultures around the world. Of the 112 cases of infanticide in which anthropologists recorded a motive, 87% supported the triage theory of infanticide, which posits that mothers must make hard choices when times are hard. In other words, they kill their children when resources are too scarce to support another infant. A concept well captured in Edward Tyler's 19th century anthropological observation that infanticide arises from hardness of life rather than hardness of heart. Nature is not infinite in its resources, and not all organisms that are born can survive. When conditions are difficult, parents